like the others, though that didn't make him any less dangerous. Backing his bulk with the full force of his core, he could make each swing deadlier than a yellow's strongest spell. Evidently, the creature was more of a warrior than a mage, his style not that different from Percy's. "Galak!" the Troll King roared in excitement, his thunderous voice an affront to the ears. "All right, I'm up for that," Percy said. "But tomorrow."
"I'm too tired today to give you a proper duel." The creature didn't understand him at first, forcing Percy to spend the next hour or so trying to explain the concept of tomorrow. The Troll King's disappointment was palpable as soon as he realized he had to wait longer. Still, he allowed them to leave in the end, probably aware he wouldn't get the exciting spar he wanted if he tried to force it. "Couldn't you kill him with your soul mana and just take the mushrooms?" Nisha asked on the way home. "Sure," he shrugged, earning him a puzzled frown. Percy had never truly been in danger. Even in his exhausted state, it wouldn't have required much effort to take the creatures out with a couple sneaky spells. He was pretty sure they wouldn't be able to react to his sickles. Had the trolls been more aggressive, they would have certainly paid the price. "But I kind of want to spar with him too. This is a great opportunity to put my new armor to the test." It wasn't like he hadn't tried using it before, but there was a reason his status hadn't registered the upgrade yet. The armor was a lot trickier to wear in a fight than a mere gauntlet or two. Putting it on wasn't a problem, but for it to be worth the trouble, he had to be able to hold all the pieces together while enduring powerful blows from a green core. This was something he hadn't been able to test against the weaker trolls, as their attacks weren't nearly strong enough to push him to his limits. Remembering the Troll King's oversized weapon, however, Percy's lip curled upwards excitedly. Percy and Naisha were back in the troll's den, standing some distance away from the cohort of yellow trolls. The creatures grinned and roared in boiling anticipation while watching him don his armor, one piece at a time. His muscles were already tense, his boosting art active. A thin layer of teal coated his entire body as he slid the components of his most intricate spell on, one by one. Every time he added a piece, he manifested a few strings of fused mana, fastening it in place by attaching it first to himself and then to its neighbors. Naturally, he'd already designed the armor to be as easy to equip as possible. Still, that was a lot of moving parts to keep track of during a heated battle. Once he was done, he borrowed the mirror Nesha had brought along, checking that everything was in order. His body was covered from head to toe in armor, its pieces softly glowing with an ethereal teal color. Magical runes could faintly be seen decorating it in various spots, while spiky protrusions jutted out here and there, protecting his joints. Flexing his limbs, Percy nodded in appreciation as he confirmed how little his movements were inhibited. His vision wasn't affected much either. He had left plenty of space in front of his eyes, which shone even more brightly than the armor itself, though they were hidden beneath the visor's shadowy veil. Teal smoke poured out of a few carefully placed vents on his shoulders and upper back, already accumulating mana for his mantle of deceit and automatically shaping it into a proper cape. With just a thought, everything vanished. From his magical boots all the way to the very tip of his helmet, the entire armor seemingly disappeared to reveal Percy's swollen body beneath it. The next moment, the armor reappeared, as if it was never gone. Being able to turn the spell invisible could be handy when facing an unaware opponent, but there wasn't much point in hiding it from someone who already knew about it. "Grah!" The Troll King cheered in excitement, summoning his enormous club once again in preparation for the fight. Stepping forth, Percy cracked his knuckles and his neck before taking his fighting stance. Unable to wait any longer, the Troll King rushed at him as Nisha and the attendants hurried out of the way. The colossal club descended on Percy with a frightening speed as he crossed his hands to block it, intent on taking the attack head-on. Through mana sense, he caught the absorption runes glowing brighter, seemingly doing their job as the impact sent him sliding back. His bones ached, and his organs were rattled as he slammed into a tree. Splinters of wood went flying all over the place as the trunk nearly split in half. The armor held, however, as did Percy's body. As painful as the blow was, it had failed to cause any serious damage. "Well, for the most part," Percy grimaced as he spotted his two pauldrons glittering from beneath the surface of the murky water, some distance away from him. At the same time, the finger guards in his left hand made clinking sounds as they rattled against one another, hanging loosely within his palm. Unfortunately, he had failed to maintain all the knots while eating the powerful blow. "Again," he said as he fixed the finger guards. As for the pauldrons, he left them in the mud for the time being. He could retrieve them later, after getting some more practice. The Troll King didn't need to be told twice, charging forth with a vigorous bellow. Swinging his weapon at the glowing human, he tried to bat the strange mage right through the tree. That said, Percy was done getting pushed around. Kicking against the trunk, he bolted forth, punching the club with both hands the second he was in range. Another shocking impact caused the Trollsden to quake, sending both combatants shooting backwards. In the end, the tree didn't survive the second hit, collapsing into the swamp as Percy tumbled through it. The Troll King didn't fare much better, failing to remain on his feet and raising a tall wave as he sank into a puddle of mud several meters away. Neither of them stayed on the ground for long, however. Both of them climbed back to their feet a moment later, already on course for their third clash. The club slammed into the magical armor once more as Percy focused on holding all the pieces in place, fighting against the snapping strings and loosening knots. This time, his chest guard came undone, as did both of his knee guards. But he wasn't deterred in the slightest, a savage grin carved into his face. "Today I'll register the spell. Then I'll take those mushrooms home to play." Chapter 77. Troll King. A boulder rapidly enlarged in Percy's pupils, but he ignored it, allowing it to pass through him harmlessly. Naturally, it was just a projection, arriving seconds before the actual attack. Greater foresight made the Troll King's telegraphed swings laughably easy to dodge, though evading them would only defeat the whole purpose of the spar. Bracing himself, Percy accepted the real club head-on, the blood rolling and tumbling in his veins as he skidded across the muddy terrain. With a sickening crunch, he landed on another pile of rotting corpses, the old bones crumbling under his weight. Pulling himself to his feet, he saw the creature hadn't bothered to pursue him. The enormous troll had plopped down instead, breathing heavily. Sighing, Percy let go of his boosting art, just as happy to take a break as his opponent. He dragged his feet across the ravaged battlefield, scouring the place for the missing pieces of his magical armor and scooping them from the filth. Luckily, he received some welcome help. "There you go," Nisha said, handing him the pauldrons. "Thanks," he replied, strapping them back in place. The pesky things were always the first to come off. "How close are you?" she asked. "Close," he grunted, too tired to elaborate. It had been hours since he had begun fighting the Troll King, and they'd already gone at it for several rounds. At first, he hadn't been able to last a single exchange without his armor crumbling. Every blow had caused at least a couple of pieces to fall off. To survive the troll's onslaught, he had been forced to improvise, blocking the attacks with whatever body parts were still covered, often forced to do so in all sorts of awkward orientations. It wasn't like he'd had a choice. He knew he'd have been reduced to a pulp long before now, if it hadn't been for the layered defense afforded to him by his spell. That said, he had improved over time.
By midday, he'd been able to take a hit or two without any knots breaking, giving him some hope. Still, he was a fair distance away from his goal, and the Troll King's attacks weren't even as strong as a real green's. "This time, for sure," he declared with determination.
Fastening the last piece in place, he reactivated synchronization and stared at the Troll King expectantly. Responding to his unspoken challenge, the creature leapt back to his feet, grabbing hold of his weapon. Digging his heels in place, Percy waited for the hulking monster to arrive, while keeping his eyes glued on the attack. Watching the club's shadow carefully, he adjusted his stance, preparing to absorb the blow in the most favorable angle. In the span of a breath, the two spells connected. Percy felt as if an entire house had fallen on him. Still, he tensed his muscles and steeled his will, trying to keep the knots on the right side of his body from snapping. They held. Regardless, he slid back again, as always, since the swamp really wasn't the best place to get a proper foothold. Before he even came to a halt, the troll was already upon him for the follow-up. This time, Percy shifted, opting to use the left side of his body instead. With a well-placed uppercut, he punched the club looming above his head, deflecting its trajectory. While the troll was distracted with trying to keep the weapon in check, he took the opportunity to sink a blow of his own right under the creature's ribs, sending him reeling back. Refusing to give the troll a chance to recover, he leapt after the brute, trying to land a knee to his face. The demi-human hastily blocked the strike with his club before pushing Percy away. Neither of them paused to catch their breaths, rushing back in a desperate attempt to mount the pressure on each other. Another swing. Percy blocked with both arms, the impact nearly knocking his pauldrons off again. Expecting the strike, he strengthened the connection at the last second, barely keeping them in place. The troll attacked again, this time with a vertical blow. Sidestepping, Percy circled the creature with his footwork, sweeping at its legs with a low kick. One knee buckled, though the other didn't, and the troll responded by swatting him aside with a backhand. Still, Percy didn't let go of the opportunity, rushing back to headbutt the demi-human and press him to the ground. He was about to land another hit when he caught the club's shadow out of the corner of his eye. Realizing he was about to be sent flying, Percy swiftly strengthened the knots again. Just in time, too. The weapon slammed into him the very next second, tossing him a dozen meters up in the air. By the time he landed, the Troll King was ready to greet him with a second swing, blasting him through a tree. All the strings strapping his armor to his body stretched and tensed as he fought to keep them intact. He didn't even get a chance to recover before the creature reached him again, landing a third blow, and then a fourth. The Troll King chased him through the swamp, batting him again and again, as Percy slowly lost track of his surroundings. Soon his entire world was reduced to the magical connections within his head, as he desperately tried to hold them together. More blows landed. Each one bruised his bones, shaking his innards. Still, his head hurt the most, almost as if every impact was delivered directly to his mind rather than his flesh. The pieces of his armor shook and recoiled as they received the full brunt of the Troll King's fury, yet Percy simply refused to let them fall off. At some point, his body and mind were both numb to the pain, leaving only clarity behind. There was a rhythm behind the creature's attacks, the blows interspaced by necessary delays, and Percy recognized this pattern. It was the very same rhythm he had learned to read back when he was developing his foresight spell. Yet, in this thrashing, he wasn't observing it with his eyes, but feeling it with his body. The blows continued to rain down as he grabbed hold of the sensation, using it to survive. An attack landed. The strings tensed. The armor vibrated. I only need to strengthen the connections at the time of the impact, he realized. Anticipating the blow, he reinforced the knots right before the hit landed, weathering the oncoming storm. He allowed them to relax the very next moment, accumulating strength for the following attack. Giving the strings a chance to rest was just as important, it seemed. Like a punching bag, the Troll King continued to pummel him, sometimes through a tree, other times to the air, never ceasing his relentless barrage for a second. But Percy no longer cared to dodge, or even to open his eyes. He knew his body would survive as long as his armor protected it. And his armor would continue to do so as long as he held it in place. Even with the beating he was taking, the creature's strikes hadn't given any indication that even a scratch could be left on the pieces themselves. Swing after swing, Percy absorbed the blows, the previously disparate bonds between the components starting to feel more like muscles than dead objects. Like his lungs, they breathed. Sometimes they tensed, other times they relaxed. With every adjustment he made, the network of magic dispersed the concentrated force of the Troll King's attacks into something Percy could withstand. At some point, the blows ceased. Opening his eyes, he found the hulking creature kneeling and propping himself up on his knuckles, his weapon carelessly abandoned on the ground nearby. The Troll King was breathing heavily, wheezing as he greedily inhaled as much air as he could. Percy tried to stand up. Everything hurt. His armor had protected him, but his body was still sore, battered. Still, he was the first to climb back to his feet. Unwilling to admit defeat, the demi-human followed. He grabbed the club, using it as a cane to push himself up.
"Why aren't you using your fancy mushrooms to recover?" Percy asked, unsure if the creature understood him. The troll chuckled in response, however, shaking his head. It appeared he was too proud to resort to that, determined to lose to Percy in sheer grit. Dragging the weapon through the mud, he walked up to Percy, raising it high in the sky. He swung it again, releasing a guttural bellow as he resumed his onslaught. But Percy didn't close his eyes this time. Observing the club's shadow, he let the weapon connect, tapping into his newfound understanding. Like before, he allowed the network of strings to absorb and disseminate the blow, though he took it a step further. As the monstrous demi-human continued to push him around the Trollsden, Percy honed his spell, localizing his focus. Wherever the club landed, the knots tensed. Once the pressure withdrew, they relaxed, sending the adjacent ones tensing instead, like a wave of resistance rippling through his frame. At first, he made a few mistakes, several pieces threatening to come undone. It wasn't long before he improved, noticing that less and less force reached his body with each blow. As the impact was transferred from piece to piece, the cascading absorption runes did their job, nullifying the attacks completely. Probably realizing that something had changed, the Troll King stopped. He stared at Percy in incredulity, clearly unable to comprehend how the human could still stand, nor why he was looking up defiantly. "If you're still holding anything back, I suggest you use it," Percy said as his status spoke. "Congratulations! Your spell has evolved. Phantom Scale Gauntlet, refined to Phantom Scale Raiment, refined." Chapter 78. Fury. The Troll King scanned Percy from head to toe for several seconds, seemingly contemplating his challenge. Eventually he appeared to make his mind up, nodding with determination. Accepting that he was no longer a match for the human as he was, he decided to finally let go of his pride. Grunting, he stabbed his club into the ground before letting go, leaving it upright. He reached for his back, squeezing one of the crimson mushrooms. Percy recognized a rush of mostly fire mana sinking into the creature's frame and spreading through it. Whatever the fungus did, it wasn't a painless endeavor in the slightest. The Troll King's bulbous eyes quivered, his pupils taking on a reddish hue. He gritted his teeth, a few making cracking sounds and threatening to shatter. The creature's muscles visibly shook before swelling in a manner not too dissimilar to the effect that synchronization had on Percy. However,
It wasn't his mana channels spreading raw power through his body, but the boiling blood in his vessels. Like snakes, his veins bulged and squirmed along his skin.
Percy readied his stance, waiting for his opponent to attack, though the troll wasn't done preparing quite yet, it seemed. He pinched a second mushroom, and then a third, releasing a pained groan as he continued to push his body far beyond its limits. It wasn't until a minute or two later that the creature regained his composure. He retrieved his weapon, lifting it horizontally before his torso. Grabbing each end with a different hand, he pulled the misshapen boulder apart, splitting it in two uneven halves. The sections crumbled further into pebbles, rolling up his forearms. "Copying me?" Percy grinned. He watched as the chunks of earth condensed into a pair of oversized gauntlets, clearly inspired by his own. Of course, the crude constructs were a far cry from the phantom-scale gauntlets, both their design and the lack of runes leaving much to be desired. Still, between the Troll King's higher grade and nominally stronger affinity, Percy had no doubt they'd pack quite a punch. Literally. "Bring it on, then," he taunted. The creature didn't need to be told twice. Tensing his calves for a moment, the Troll King pounced on him with a speed that would have seemed impossible just seconds ago. Percy barely dodged the first punch, his opponent's newfound agility shrinking the prediction window greatly. But that was only the beginning. The second blow was even harder to evade, the third one landing squarely on his chest. The network of strings nullified much of the force, though whatever dregs remained were still enough to knock the breath out of his lungs, sending him flying backwards. Strong! By the time he arrested his momentum, the Troll King was already upon him again, a new rain of fists, some fake, some real, appearing before him. Percy was instantly on the back foot, trying to dodge as many as he could. A few he sidestepped, weaving and bobbing to narrowly evade others, while letting a couple glance off him. But the Troll King didn't give up. Between whatever the mushrooms had done to him and his change of weapons, his attacks had grown several times quicker, yet without losing much of their previous strength. "Shit, I can't find an opening," Percy thought grimly. He had his hands full just defending against the flurry of punches. Then again, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Over the past month, Percy had developed not one, but two refined spells, focusing on different aspects of defense. Yet neither greater foresight nor the phantom-scale raiment had been properly woven into his fighting style, nor had he pushed either to its very limits. Might as well, then. Over the next hour or so, Percy took advantage of the Troll King's temporary boost, using his furious assault as a whetstone to hone his magic. With the dance of the savage gods as the fabric, he tried to stitch the disparate components of his arsenal together. Tiptoeing around the battlefield, he taught himself when to dodge and when to block, sharpening his instincts and his footwork both, as he learned how to best leverage his new tools. Initially, he was clearly on the losing side, eating way more blows than he cared to admit, as his opponent pummeled him through trees and muddy pools alike. At some point, however, he started finding openings in the Troll King's movements. Perhaps it was the indiscriminate effect of the mushrooms taking its toll on the monster's body, or maybe it was just Percy's improvements giving him an edge. Either way, opportunities began to flash before his mutated eyes, one after the other. Seamlessly shifting to Takeo's style, he seized every chance his opponent gave him and responded to the assault with blows of his own. At first, Percy's punches didn't even faze the troll. His gauntlets were great for absorbing impacts, but not so much for delivering them. Yet, where there's a will, there's a way. Soon, Percy started taking advantage of the creature's momentum by using the troll's inertia to reinforce his own blows, essentially causing his opponent to fall into his punches. "Let's see how much more of this you can take." However, Percy wasn't the only one using the bout to improve. Adapting to his new weapons, the Troll King grew even faster still, sharpening his new instincts while learning alongside Percy how to fight at this level. Every now and then, the effect of the fire mana showed signs of declining, forcing the creature to consume more of the crimson mushrooms and desperately clawing more strength out of his body. This boost clearly came at a hefty price, but the Troll King didn't pay it any heed. He alternated using some of the green mushrooms every few minutes, restoring his stamina and undoing some of the damage. Watching him, Percy knew the onslaught wasn't indefinitely sustainable. The creature would eventually run out of mushrooms, or his body would fall apart at some point. And sure, that was probably true. That said, it seemed the demi-human hadn't run out of surprises for him just yet. As the mushrooms on the troll's hunchback grew scarcer, he gradually straightened his spine, his bones creaking as they settled in place. At the same time, the monster's movements grew even faster, his undeniable handicap slowly lifting. Just a little longer. His boost is going to run out in a couple more minutes. Gritting his teeth, Percy persisted, ignoring the painful blows slamming into his armor and rattling his organs. The two combatants pressed on even more fiercely than before, commencing the final act of the day's duel, both of them too stubborn to accept defeat. One fought gracelessly, not unlike a wild beast. The other danced around him elegantly, taking a technique that had already been honed for millennia and adapting it into his own style, intent on elevating it further still. Yet, despite all his efforts, Percy could tell he was falling behind. Not by much. The difference to his opponent was downright minuscule, almost imperceptible. But after having fought the Troll King for several hours already, he could tell where it was headed. I need to do something. I need an edge. 4 more fist shadows hurtled towards Percy. The first 3 he dodged, though the last one was about to land right in his face. His helmet would probably save his life, even if he got hit, but the troll wouldn't miss his chance to punish him further. Deciding to take a gamble, Percy allowed his focus to sink back into the components of his armor. Yet he wasn't trying to negate the attack this time. The instant before the punch connected, Percy suddenly gained an unexpected burst of speed, his figure shifting out of the fist's path like a teal blur. The Troll King raised an eyebrow at this turn of events, though Percy didn't give him a chance to comprehend what had happened. Taking 2 swift steps, far faster than any of his prior movements, he circled the demi-human, putting all his weight behind a cleaving right hook. The creature barely turned his head in time to receive the blow directly to his face, his right tusk shattering in an explosion of yellowed shrapnel. Not allowing his focus to waver, the Troll King still went for a counterattack, trying to swat Percy aside with his backhand. It didn't do much, as Percy blocked with a crossed guard, sliding a couple meters back before diving in for another clash. The two continued their fight for a few more minutes, before a similar situation repeated itself. Pinning Percy in a corner, the Troll King was about to land a savage blow, when Percy blurred out of the way at the last second, responding with another brutal counter. This time, he dug his fist into the creature's liver, bringing the enormous troll to his knees. Only after receiving a few more blows did the demi-human recover again enough to push Percy back. Resuming the brawl for a while longer only resulted in the punishment of a knee to his face a few seconds later. Uncertainty overcame the troll's expression as he failed to grasp how Percy could tap into those momentary boosts each time. If only you knew, Percy smiled bitterly. His heightened bursts of speed hadn't come out of nowhere. They were all hard-earned, with Percy putting his very life on the line for each and every one. One feature of his phantom-scale raiment that he hadn't used before was its ability to turn incorporeal at will. Earlier, he hadn't really found a good application for it, though the narrow brawl against the Troll King had given him an idea. By robbing his armor of its substance, he could remove some of the weight bogging him down, allowing him to move a little faster. Of course, the price for this boost was that he had to completely forsake the protection afforded to him by the spell, leaving him vulnerable to the troll's attacks. Should he fail to dodge, the demi-human's savage blows were guaranteed to turn him into minced meat. Additionally, should he mess up the transition, he could easily cause the armor to fall apart, leaving him without it for the rest of the battle. But I won't make a mistake. I won't allow myself to. In the end, the Troll King lost without even understanding what had happened. Lying with his back on the ground, he panted heavily, his battered limbs splayed out like a starfish, and his thick hide bruised in countless spots. Even worse, the effect of the mushrooms had finally run out, causing his body to shrivel like a dried water skin. His expression twisted into one of agony. Percy, on the other hand, wasn't doing much better. While he had won, today's battle had taken everything he had and then some, as he'd pushed both his mind and his body far beyond their limits. Still, a satisfied grin tugged at his lips, one that even his ragged breaths failed to fully break. The Troll King had been a worthy opponent, arguably the strongest yellow he had ever met. In the past few hours alone, he'd progressed more than he would have after fighting the weaker trolls for months. And that was without even taking his prize into account. Turning to the king's attendants, Percy's grin widened further still, his unspoken request eliciting nods of understanding, and even ones of respect from the creatures. It was finally time to see what those mushrooms were all about. Chapter 79. To the victor go the spoils. The troll's second attendant, the one Percy hadn't personally fought, rushed out to tend to its leader's injuries. Pulling a few of the verdant mushrooms out of its body, it brought them to the king's mouth before crushing them into paste. Percy didn't interrupt, partly because he didn't wish the Troll King any harm, and partly because he was genuinely interested in seeing the mushrooms work. Learning from the experts would only save him a lot of head-scratching later. They're less effective when eaten. He watched the life mana spread through the creature's frame, though its effect was greatly muted. Evidently, cultivating the fungi in their own bodies wasn't just some weird fashion statement, but a practical consideration. You're not actually going to plant mushrooms under your skin, are you? Nisha asked, breaking his attention away from the trolls. Ha! Don't you think they'd look good on my shoulders? Percy chuckled. She rolled her eyes but didn't bother responding. Of course, he wasn't really going to do that. From the first moment he'd laid eyes on the mushrooms, he'd been thinking of brewing potions out of them. Strictly speaking, the green ones weren't anything revolutionary, just another ingredient rich in orange life mana, like countless others that could be found all across Remir. While Percy wasn't sure if the guild's alchemists were familiar with these particular mushrooms, there was no doubt they could be brewed into healing potions on par with the ones he'd bought in the past. This was something he had been interested in since before coming to the Troll's Den. After all, these potions were still somewhat handy for the time being, and he had already used his stash up. Plus, his recent mastery of the extraction principle, coupled with his mutated eyes, would make his job a great deal easier. But I'm more curious about the red ones. Now, those were something he hadn't come across before. Maybe the guild's alchemists hadn't found any comparable ingredients in the past. Or maybe a potion that enhanced one's physical strength just wasn't that useful for the average mage. Unlike Percy's fighting style and boosting art, which relied heavily on his physique, others mostly fought by hurling their spells at one another. Either way, he wanted to know more about them. It wasn't until about an hour and a dozen green mushrooms later that the Troll King's condition seemed to stabilize. At the very least, he didn't look like he was going to die if left unattended. Still, it would probably take him days, if not weeks, to recover completely. His body was withered and weak, his eyes drooping. One thing was for certain. The crimson mushrooms had done quite a number on him. Useful or not, I'll have to be careful with them, Percy thought grimly.
Unaware of Percy's thoughts, the attendants grunted at him, capturing his attention.
No longer concerned with their leader's survival, the trolls were finally free to lead him to his prize. To their credit, the creatures appeared to have every intention of honoring their king's promise. Even better, they seemed to have dropped any thoughts of challenging him to another duel. The water affinity troll appeared to say something to its companion, likely telling it to stay with their king. While the latter returned to the battleground, the water troll walked deeper into the thicket, gesturing at Percy and Nisha to follow. Thus, a man, a woman, and a demi-human delved farther and farther into the depths of the troll's den, in an area untouched by civilization. The longer the trio walked, the taller the trees bordering their path became. Older, too, their bark rotting and peeling. As for the heaping graveyards by their roots, the piles expanded greatly in proportion, the skeletal remains of the troll's ancestors growing denser by the second.
The same was true for the mushrooms cultivated in the mounds, the whitecaps progressively growing both larger and more numerous than the ones they left in their wake. And that wasn't everything. As the interweaving canopies of the ancient trees blotted out what little moonlight had previously slipped through, a different source of light took its place, illuminating the swamp. Soon, occasional green mushrooms began to appear amidst the whitecaps, the same ones Percy had seen on the trolls' bodies. At first, the magical mushrooms were both small and rare. Still, they started to dominate the area before long, bathing the bog in a soft green light. "Wow, the place is full of them," Nisha said, keeping her voice down. "Yeah," Percy nodded. No wonder they were so open to giving them away.
He didn't miss the conspicuous absence of crimson mushrooms in their surroundings, and those were arguably more important for him, as he didn't know if he could find a different ingredient with a similar effect. But there was nothing he could do, other than hope that the trolls had more of them somewhere. Eventually, the attendant led them to a clearing. The tall trees gave way, allowing the gentle moonlight to blend with the eerie glow of the verdant mushrooms, their combined lime-colored luster reflecting off the shallow waters of the swamp. This area wasn't that large, nor was it empty. The entire glade was densely packed with leather tents and totems of bone. Dozens of trolls sat around the campfires set up on a few dry patches of soil. Most of them were busy tending to some routine task, such as roasting whitecaps by the fire or crafting simple wooden tools. These trolls were definitely adults, but they weren't quite as tall or as burly as the ones Percy had fought before.
Nisha grabbed his hand, squeezing it tightly. He could tell she wasn't really all that scared, but he didn't mind, enjoying the contact as much as she did. "Are these their females?" she asked, her voice hushed. Percy shrugged, tentatively agreeing with her guess. Apparently, all the male trolls were assigned to the outskirts of the Trollsden to protect the heart of their homeland, where the more vulnerable members of their society resided. The women weren't the only ones here. Many smaller trolls were running all over the place, yelling and tossing handfuls of mud at one another, immersed in all sorts of primitive games. Percy smiled at the sight, tilting his head to avoid a ball of dirt thrown in his direction by accident. It was at this moment that their arrival seemed to have caught everyone's notice, however.
Sharp breaths and exclamations arose from everywhere as the female trolls approached the trio, pulling their children behind them. Despite their shock, they didn't do anything drastic just yet. Instead, they turned to the yellow troll, unspoken questions lingering on their expressions.
"Gark!"
the king's attendant said, making all sorts of signs and gestures to try to explain the situation to the women. He pretended to swing a massive club, or to crouch, seemingly in imitation of the Troll King's hunched back. Every now and then he pointed at Percy, throwing a few rapid punches in the empty air in front of him. The troll's gazes shifted between the two, as awed expressions soon began to overtake their confusion.
I think you just got yourself some new fans, Nisha teased, jabbing him with her elbow. Percy just ignored her, patiently waiting for their escort to finish whatever he was doing. It wasn't until half an hour later that the interrogation reached its conclusion. By now, the female trolls looked at him with fear and respect, and even the children seemed to have understood, not daring to stare at him for too long. Honestly, it was a little uncomfortable. Percy wanted nothing more than to receive his mushrooms and get out of this place. Luckily, his guide didn't keep him waiting much longer. He gestured at them to follow him once more, delving back into the trees. This time, they only walked a couple dozen meters, however, before reaching a rather strange place. Percy's eyes widened at the sight of a colossal tree, wider and taller than any other he'd seen in the entire bog. The air around it felt heavier, almost suffocating, as if centuries of reverence and death had soaked into the soil. Its base was covered in troll skeletons, though these were larger too, their bones thick and sturdy. Is this where they bury all their leaders? He wondered, his tone solemn. One other detail corroborated that guess. Unlike all the previous mushroom farms they had seen, this place was covered in only one type, the crimson ones. They pulsed faintly, casting shadows that seemed to shift like watchful spirits. "Glack," the attendant said, keeping his voice low. Apparently, he wasn't willing to disrespect this place either. "Am I allowed to take them?" Percy asked, getting a nod back. Letting go of Nisha's hand, much to her dismay, he manifested a cyan sickle, using it to harvest enough mushrooms to fill his bag, though he still left most of them untouched. "Should we return for the rest later?" Nisha asked. "Nah, let's not be too greedy. Besides, whether we have 20 or 200, they'll still run out sooner or later. I'll have to find a way to grow more of them," he replied. Once he was done, the attendant escorted them back the way they had come. However, they did stop at a few more burial mounds for Percy to collect some of the green mushrooms, too. Beyond that, the troll also took the opportunity to show them how to plant the mushrooms in their bodies. Apparently, it was as simple as cutting a shallow wound into one's skin and burying a few spores in it. Informative, but I'd rather do that to corpses than living people. It wasn't until they had returned to the Troll King's side that the attendant finally waved them goodbye, allowing them to continue the rest of the way out of the troll's den by themselves. "Percy, are you sure you don't want to check all those women and children for a rare affinity? That was your original reason for coming here, wasn't it?" "It was," he sighed. That said, the thought of possessing a troll child after all the trust the creatures had shown him left a poor taste in his mouth. "Leave it. We've gained more than enough from this place anyway," he added after a moment. His new spells aside, he had 2 brand new ingredients to play around with. Once he figured out how to cultivate the mushrooms and brew them into potions, he'd get even stronger. Chapter 80. Shadows and Rainbows. The fields shone in all sorts of vibrant colors beneath the bright sunlight. It wasn't wheat nor any other mundane crop that was planted here, however. Instead, a strange magical fern filled the expanse, glittering a faint red within one's mana sense. The plant's leaves ranged from pale blues to fiery reds, from piercing yellows to exotic pinks in one's regular vision. Completing the magical scenery, the rhythmic chirps of crickets added a soothing melody to the tapestry of natural beauty. It was almost enough to cover the occasional grunts of the farmers and the dull thuds of their rakes stabbing into the moist dirt, though there was little it could do to mask the acrid blend of sweat and fertilized soil assaulting the nose. Either way, Jason wasn't in the mood to appreciate any of it. He'd spent weeks traveling to this latest destination, praying to Phoebe it wouldn't be another dead end. Yet it wasn't until the last day or so, when he had already approached enough residents to determine what sort of place this was, that his hopes were dashed once again. "Fucking waste of time," he spat,
his clenched fists drained of all color. He was tempted to toss the objects against the ground to quell his anger, but he held himself back. The last thing he needed was to add more misleading karma threads to the items. Both the Aurora Dew and Nisha's clothes had pointed him to this location, among many others, each more useless than the last. The trails had already split up by the time he reached the city limits, leading to multiple people, many of them among the farmers working here. It didn't take a genius to figure out that none of them were his targets. "Hey, you there!" he yelled at the nearest person to whom both sets of threads were attached.
My lord?" The farmhand stuttered, taken aback.
He dropped the rake in his panic, hurrying towards Jason, though he didn't say anything upon drawing near, seemingly struggling to find the right words. Luckily for him, Jason had plenty of questions for him. "What do you people grow in this place?" he asked. "My lord, our humble town lives off the production of rainbow grass and colored silk." Jason already had a few guesses, but he wasn't as quick to voice them. He waited patiently instead, prompting the commoner to elaborate. "Rainbow grass is the colorful plant you see all around you. Each batch takes a few months to grow. We harvest them 3 times a year." Jason clicked his tongue impatiently. "That doesn't explain anything. Do you have any idea what connection these objects might have to you?" He held up the gemstone vial, a turquoise liquid shimmering within, as well as a set of yellow robes. The man tilted his head as he gazed at the 2 items, his shock slowly replaced by confusion. It wasn't until a few moments later that he replied, "Sorry, my lord. I don't know much about the rainbow grass itself, just how to tend to it, like my father taught me, and his father taught him. Others are responsible for exporting our produce. Perhaps one of them might know more." Jason was about to snap. Noticing his murderous expression, the man hurriedly spoke again. "That said, I think I know about the clothes." "Go on." "Well, if you look closely at the plants, you will notice lots of tiny silkworms crawling on their leaves. Each individual insect only eats a single color of leaves its whole life. It then produces a cocoon of the same color, from which we extract the silk. From what I've been told, it's great for weaving enchanted clothes." Jason nodded. He'd heard of this material before. It wasn't just the alchemists' guild that crafted their robes out of this silk. Many noble houses did the same, including the Divine Root. But it wasn't the fabric of Nisha's clothes he was trying to identify. At least, he wasn't without clues. The peasant's useless input aside, he could already harbor a guess as to how the rainbow grass was related to the objects. It should be a magical reagent. Judging from its lower grade, it's probably a secondary ingredient of the Aurora Dew. Back when they had first arrived at the Alchemists' Guild, neither he nor Deimos had been very familiar with alchemy. For better or for worse, their mission had forced them to pick up a couple of details here and there, however. From what he understood, most reagents on Remior fell into one of 2 categories. The orange ones were barely potent enough to serve as the primary ingredients for some subpar potions that the lowborns sometimes used. As for the red materials, they were too inert to brew into any potion worth a damn, though that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It allowed them to be used as secondary ingredients to modify the effects of both elixirs and potions, assuming they had a suitable property, of course. "This should buy me some more time at least," he sighed in relief. Obviously, Deimos's patience was already wearing thin after Jason's repeated failures. Sadly, no matter how much the man berated him or pressured him, it wasn't like Jason could magically turn himself luckier. All he could do was to follow all the disparate trails, one by one, until he located their targets. The good news was that he hadn't come up entirely empty-handed this time. Taking a strange device vaguely reminiscent of a pocket watch out of his robes, he pressed a button on its side to unlatch its lid. It was made of a silvery metal, its surface adorned with runes inside and out. Pouring some of his karma mana into the object,
He watched as many of the symbols lit up in a multitude of colors, though a few of them remained dim.
This artifact was just one half of a pair. The two objects had been designed specifically for him and Deimos to use. After all, one side had to pour karma mana into their watch for this to work, while the other side fueled theirs with sound mana. Suffice to say, it wasn't a pair of affinities that could easily be found elsewhere. In any case, Jason stared at the object with bated breath, waiting for his superior to pick up the call. It wasn't until about a minute later that the rest of the symbols lit up, shimmering in a dull gray color. "Jason, any news from your end?" Deimos asked. "I haven't found them yet, if that's what you're asking," Jason replied. He could already feel the bubbling volcano on the other side of the line about to erupt, but he hurriedly continued before it had a chance. "I think I may have discovered another ingredient, though." That seemed to do the trick, dousing Deimos's fury with a splash of cold water. The man hadn't stopped pressuring the guild's alchemists into deciphering the recipe over the last 2 years, clearly unwilling to put all his eggs in one basket. Of course, the results left much to be desired. The old coots hadn't managed to work out the recipe just yet, but that didn't mean they hadn't made any progress. At the very least, they had determined that regular elixirs formed the base of the Aurora Dew. After all, their effect was nearly identical, and there were many other telltale signs that they were brewed in a similar manner. However, they had yet to figure out what Nisha's partner had done to the elixirs to elevate them to the next stage, allowing them to be consumed more frequently. With any luck, Jason's latest discovery would help with that. "Well?" Deimos asked. "The dose you gave me is connected to a plant called rainbow grass. Wasted 2 months getting here, too, so I hope it's worth it," Jason said. Scowling, he snapped the device shut, ending the call before Deimos had the chance to lash out at him again. This should keep him off my back for a few more weeks. Taking his top off, Jason laid it on the ground in front of him and placed Nisha's folded robes and the vial on top of it. He had to do this every time in order to avoid adding any additional threads to the objects. Gathering some mana to his eyes again, he reactivated his karmic vision, carefully adjusting it until only the most prominent threads remained in focus. He scrutinized them one by one, ignoring those that weren't shared or those he had already investigated. These two, they seem to extend somewhere southwest of the guild. Obviously, Jason had no idea how far these threads reached. The other ends could be as close as 20 miles away, or as far as the other side of Remior. Shrugging, he picked the objects up before donning his robe again. Either way, he had to investigate all the trails. If memory serves, the nearest populated areas in that direction are the Senton and Camelot provinces. That's not too bad. They're only a few weeks away. Chapter 81. Truth Seeker. Orin struggled to keep a straight face as he watched his elders, wise violet cores who had been doing this for even longer than him, fumble their way around their cauldrons. They all understood that detuning the elixirs twice in a row wouldn't give them the result they wanted. Still, Deimos simply refused to hear it. Upon learning that rainbow grass was involved in the recipe, he had pressured the alchemists to incorporate it by force, hoping against all odds it would work. And technically, he wasn't wrong. After all, rainbow grass was the key to brewing the Aurora Dew. That said, they were all missing one important step in between. Lord Paracelsus has a pure affinity too. If only he knew. He smiled to himself at the irony. At Violet, the veteran alchemist wouldn't even need any practice to condense the crystals. It would only take him a few seconds. Hell, he had probably done it many times by accident over the centuries. He just hadn't considered the crystal's potential applications in alchemy. Not unlike everyone else on Remior. Orin was confident they would all be pulling their hairs out a couple decades from now, as soon as they learned the solution had been right under their noses all along. Assuming they don't find Percy before then. The boy had no idea just how lucky he had gotten. Oren, too. Had this been a few years back, when the Veritas house was still active, the divine root would have already brought one of their truth seekers to interrogate the alchemists. With no way to defend his words, Oren would have inadvertently spilled the beans, dooming everyone involved. It wasn't as though their truth seeker bloodline was the only one of its type to exist, but no other variant was nearly as accurate, as absolute as theirs. Even the runner-up, the truth reader bloodline that House Asclepius boasted, and from which the former had been derived, wasn't remotely as good. Any experienced mage could trick it rather easily. Its best use was to sniff out lies from ignorant peasants who didn't know any better. Oren was counting his lucky stars that somebody had decided to eliminate the house at some point. Nobody knew exactly what had motivated the extermination, but the most logical guess was that somebody high up didn't want such a dangerous bloodline to even exist. Perhaps the leader of some great house had done something damning, something they didn't want ever brought to light. And, as luck would have it, Percy had even taken the lone survivor, that Nesha girl, out with him. It was the only reason Oren's head was still attached to his shoulders right now. It's probably for the best anyway, he sighed, diving back to his work. Initially, he had felt guilty over his deal with Percy. What if these 20 years ended up costing Remier everything in the end? Could Oren really carry such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders? But after seeing Hermes and Deimos's conduct over the past 2 years, he had slowly come around. People like them might be the very shield that protected Remier from their enemies, but they certainly didn't have everyone's well-being at the forefront of their minds either. By now, Oren was convinced that publicizing the recipe would hurt the majority of Remier's denizens. Right now, there was only enough elixir for Orangeborns and above. In other words, around 40% of the population. In fact, it was even less than that, as Orange-born commoners rarely received any. But what would happen if half of it was wasted during the conversion to Aurora Dew, and the recipients of the new elixir suddenly required 3 times as much per day? It was simple math. Less than 7% of the population would get Aurora Dew. It wouldn't even be enough for all the Yellowborns, let alone the Orangeborns. Even worse, the unlucky fraction of Yellowborns wouldn't accept suddenly getting downgraded to the diluted elixirs. The most likely outcome was that they would outlaw the very act of diluting or drinking an elixir for Redborns and Orangeborns, starving the rest of the population completely. And it still wouldn't be enough. Everything considered, at least 92% of the population would likely remain stuck at the grade they were born at their whole lives. Somebody like Oren would never even reach yellow, let alone blue. In fact, all these people would become entirely inconsequential, as they wouldn't even be useful as cannon fodder in wars anymore. They might end up treated even worse than livestock. It wasn't all gloom and doom, of course. Remier would produce more gods eventually. When that happened, they would probably elevate the world's standing, leading to improving everyone's quality of life. But how many tens of thousands of years would it take for that to happen? How many millions of people would suffer until then? If the divine order truly cared about the common folk, perhaps there were ways to mitigate the problem. For example, they could enforce a law that ensured everyone got access to at least the diluted elixirs, or another one that allowed a smaller number of Yellowborns to compete for Aurora Dew based on their merits. Yeah, as if, he chuckled. These people frankly didn't give a shit. Soon, the veteran alchemists called the session off for the day. It was already getting late and everyone was tired. Deimos protested, of course. In his eyes, every idle second was a second wasted. But the elders shut his complaints down with scathing retorts. Divine root or not, there was apparently a limit to how much shit they were willing to take from a blue. On the way home, Oren couldn't help but revisit his plan for disseminating the recipe when the time came.
Obviously, he couldn't just come out and say he had been sitting on it for 20 years. That would be the quickest way to get himself skinned alive. Either I write it down and leave it somewhere anonymously, or I pretend I rediscovered it on my own by accident. Neither option was completely risk-free. If somebody found out he was lying, he'd be screwed. Then again, there wasn't much point in stressing over this at present. He had plenty of time to make up his mind.
Besides, if Percy got caught or otherwise leaked the recipe on his own by then, it would absolve Orin of the responsibility. Shrugging, he was about to go to sleep when he heard knocking on the door. His mind instantly went to all sorts of dark places, though he still walked up to his house's entrance. Opening, he was relieved that it wasn't a guild official, nor a member of the Divine Root. Instead, it was a plump man in orange robes. "How may I help you?" Orin asked, raising an eyebrow at the unexpected visit. "Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you this late. You don't know me, but I'm Freddy, one of Percy's friends." "Freddy? Ah." Orin's expression eased, putting two and two together. "I have heard of you, actually. Percy didn't have that many friends, after all." He smiled warmly at the portly vendor. "You mean he mentioned me?" "Of course. You're the one he bought those honey rolls from every night, right?" Orin asked, getting a nod back.
"So, what brings you here?" Freddy's expression soured at the question. He looked down at his feet for a moment before gazing back at Orin. "Sir, I don't know if you are aware, but Percy has been missing for a long time. Nearly 2 years, in fact. It's really strange. He almost never skipped a day visiting my stand for ages. Then he suddenly disappeared, never to be seen again. I've spoken to lots of people since then. I've even scoured the first and second levels of the hunting grounds on my own, but I haven't found any traces of him." Orin remained silent for a second. He still had no idea how Percy and Nisha had even escaped from the settlement, assuming that they had, of course. But it wasn't hard to guess why Percy hadn't told Freddy anything. He clearly didn't want to get his buddy involved in his mess. Misunderstanding his silence for confusion, Freddy spoke again. "Sir, after exhausting all other avenues, I came to ask you if you have any idea what might have happened to Percy. You were his alchemy mentor, weren't you?" "I haven't seen the boy in years," Orin muttered. "I assumed he just locked himself in a room to work alone, as he often did. Is he really missing?" Freddy nodded, voicing another request. "I apologize in advance for my rudeness, sir, but could you please look for him on the 3rd level? That idiot always did reckless things, like fighting creatures above his grade. I would have gone myself, but I can't survive out there on my own." Orin couldn't help but clench his fist. He wanted to tell this youngster the truth, but it was better for everyone involved if the man remained in the dark. Even more important, he had to get the vendor to stop poking around before anybody caught wind of Percy's connection to him or questioned the suspicious circumstances of the boy's disappearance. "Young man, I suggest you forget about it," he said dryly. "People go missing on the fungal spire all the time, especially those who bite off more than they can chew on a regular basis. Like Percy." "But sir, Orin raised his hand to stop him. "I said forget it. I liked the boy. He was smart and hard-working. But 2 years is a long time. If he really went missing that long ago, chances are high that he's dead. If he thought it was a good idea to go hunting on the 3rd level, I doubt there will be any trace of him left." Turning away, he closed the door, not giving Freddy the chance to utter another word. He trudged back to his room, taking his robes off by feel. Brushing his hand over a rune, he switched the light off and rested on his bed. At the same time, he couldn't stop thinking about his student and the colossal mess he had brought upon everyone. The Divine Root aside, those old coots would slap the boy to death if they knew it was his fault that they were forced to break their backs trying to reproduce his recipe. Percy,
Whatever it is you're doing out there, I hope you're making the most of this opportunity you've carved out for yourself. Chapter 82. 3. With steady hands, Percy distilled the turquoise gel, pouring the aurora dew into the vial and filling nearly a quarter of it. And this was the third container from this batch. 2 more rested on the desk, already filled and corked. "Man, I love these eyes so darn much," he enthused. Besides his stash lasting a little longer thanks to his improved yield, Percy's new mutation had also reduced the time he needed to prepare everyone's doses. Before Atlantis, it used to take him nearly 6 hours per day on average. Nowadays, it only took him close to 4. Still a hefty amount, but it left him more time to invest in his other tasks, and he needed every extra minute, as there were plenty of things begging for his attention. For one, he had been forced to replace all his constructs over the past few days. His brawl with the Troll King hadn't left any visible damage on them, but it had already been a couple of weeks since he'd crafted them. He had no doubt that the intense fight had knocked a few more days off the spell's lifespan. "You look like you're in a good mood today," Nisha noted as she entered the house. "Yeah," Percy said, his smile expanding. "Just finished all the chores. I can finally put some time into my new projects." Grinning, he handed her one of the freshly brewed elixirs before grabbing 2 for himself, one from his desk and one from his amulet. He downed their contents as he began revolving his mana inside his stomach, using his whirlpool of 4 streams technique to cleanse both of his cores. Nesha didn't say anything else, focusing on doing the same as they sat together in the comfortable silence. "Working with the mushrooms again?" she asked as soon as they were done. "Nah, I've put that on the side for now. I'd rather focus on the mana threads." Figuring out the recipe for his new potions was definitely easier than creating a masterful spell. That said, there were a few additional difficulties that made this a less ideal time to work on it. For one, he had neither the means nor the time to cultivate more mushrooms at the moment. After all, they wouldn't even be staying here a month from now. He would also probably need some secondary ingredients for the potions, and Bogside Town wasn't exactly known for its access to magical reagents. "How are things on your end?" he asked, changing the topic. He wasn't the only one who had a role to play in the upcoming ambush. Nisha's traps didn't last indefinitely, and she'd planted dozens of them around the swamp. Naturally, she had to replace them every now and then. "The north and east fields are up to date, but the runes planted in the west field are probably close to expiring." "How long do you need to repair those?" I suppose I can have it done by the end of the week." "All right," Percy nodded. "I guess we'll have to lure the greens to the other locations if they attack before then. How about the other ones?" "Are you kidding?" Nisha appeared offended at the question. "I replenish those every 2 days or so. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I wasn't certain we could rely on them." Of course, the odds of getting attacked in the little time they had left were quite low. Percy and Nisha had already decided to leave Bogside Town in 2 weeks' time regardless. That said, they hadn't relaxed their preparations in the slightest. They both knew that a moment of complacency combined with some bad luck would be more than enough to spell their doom. Grabbing a handful of teal powder from the jar, Percy sat at his desk. Settling in for an afternoon of working on his spell again, he pulled some mana from his cores when Misha suddenly moved a chair next to him, sitting by his side. He flashed her a questioning look, getting a playful smile back. "How about you take a break for an hour or 2? She asked, resting her chin on his shoulder. Percy's heart skipped a beat as her moist breath licked his cheek. Sighing, he returned the powder to the jar so that they wouldn't spill it on the floor by accident. Once the lid was secure, he wrapped his arm around Misha, giving her a small peck on the lips, which she reciprocated. Their relationship had evolved a little beyond that of mere collaborators in recent months. Some subtle tension had existed between them since their frantic escape from the guild. Beyond that, getting closer was the inevitable conclusion for two healthy adults cohabiting inside a tiny house for nearly 2 years.
Then again, it had taken quite a while for their feelings to truly blossom. At first, the pressure they were both under hadn't left much room for romance to take root. It wasn't until Percy's return from Atlantis that things had picked up. The scare they had both experienced when he nearly crippled his status made them realize it might be better to take their chances now, while they still could.
"Let me know if anything goes wrong," Percy told Mickey as he pulled the curtains. In the end, their break lasted a little longer than planned. It was dark outside by the time they finished. Usually, Percy preferred not to waste time that could otherwise be spent productively, but Nisha was worth making an exception for every now and then. It was probably good for his mind, anyway. Getting up gently, to avoid waking her up, Percy tossed his clothes on before returning to his desk. He picked up some powder again, intent on spending at least a couple hours working on the mana threads. Distractions aside, he understood he'd never complete his ambitious project if he didn't put in the effort. Blending the soft mana with the powder, he allowed his gaze to sink deep into the process as 3 sets of grains began to form. Some were long and narrow, like hairs, others short and stubby, like rice, while the rest were small and round, sort of like tiny pebbles. Percy had already added a third intermediate step to the process, increasing the number of variables yet again. Luckily, his sorcerer's eye helped him here as well, allowing him to better channel his trait's intuition and accelerating the development of the mana threads massively. "Still too thick," he grimaced a few minutes later, frowning at his latest construct. A quick tug revealed it was rather strong, though it wasn't nearly thin or flexible enough to be woven into a fabric just yet. Even worse, the rapid improvements afforded to him by his mutation had already started to slow down. The rest of the distance to his goal promised to be quite a slog. "Not there yet?" Nisha murmured from the bed. It was only now that Percy noticed she had woken up at some point, watching him work. "I knew it would be tough from the start, but I still underestimated it. I'm probably a couple years away, at least, and that's despite my new eyes doing all the heavy lifting. I can't even imagine how long it would have taken without them." "Percy, you do realize that masterful spells are meant for violets and whites, right? Even blues rarely create one. I wouldn't worry too much about it. In fact, I'm more annoyed that you jumped out of bed to do more work," she pouted. "Hey, you're the one who fell asleep first," he quipped, fighting to hide his amusement. "I'm not apologizing for loving myself a good nap. It's my most charming feature," she replied, with a lazy stretch. "Well, being a workaholic is mine," Percy fired back. The two stared at each other in silence for a few seconds.
She was the first to laugh, though he soon followed.
"You know, I'll miss this place once we're gone," she said after a while.
"Really? Remind me again, who was it that kept complaining about the bad smell and the leaking house when we first arrived here?"
She shrugged. "What can I say? It grew on me."
"We can come back."
"How?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I don't know if my grandpa will manage to eliminate House Tantalus anytime soon, but it doesn't matter. If he doesn't, I'll finish the job myself. One day. This town will fall under my family's control when that happens."
"Dreaming much?" she chuckled. "Do you doubt I can do it?" he asked. She appeared to ponder her answer for a second or two, before shaking her head.
"Nah, I'm sure you'll pull it off. Eventually," she said, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips.
"Though our hair might have grayed out by then." Percy was about to argue back when a wave of panic suddenly slammed into him like a crazed horse, oozing through the ethereal cord.
"Mickey?"
His chair scraped against the floor as he shot up, his pulse hammering.
"What's wrong?"
he asked out loud, for Nisha's benefit.
"They're here," The crow's response shook Percy to his core. This was something they had never stopped preparing for over the past year, though the situation still felt surreal. "Are you sure it's them?" "Yes, House Tantalus, Greens." Percy nodded as Nisha stared at him with bated breath. "How many?" he asked. They knew the enemy family was bound to have sent somebody stronger than Bruce this time, though they also understood House Tantalus couldn't stretch their forces too thin. All things considered, Percy was expecting 2 Greens. Mickey's response caused the color to drain from his face, however. 3. Chapter 83. Eviction. "How long till they get here?" Percy asked, forcing himself to calm down. While he and Nisha had expected 2 enemies to arrive, they had prepared for more. Their ambush might be a great deal trickier to pull off now, but they could do it, as long as they made everything count. "About an hour," Mickey said. "All right, keep your eyes on them and fly lower. Try not to be seen." Strictly speaking, it wouldn't be the end of the world if Mickey got spotted. After all, House Tantalus already knew there was some kind of avian beast involved in their gradual losses. Regardless, some elements of Percy's preparations would work better if their enemies thought they were catching them by surprise. Instructing Mickey to deactivate his boosting arts whenever he was flying by the north side of the town would hopefully make the bird less conspicuous. The enemy Greens had probably chosen to attack in the middle of the night, thinking they were giving themselves an advantage. Little did they know, they were about to regret that decision. The shadowy veil of the night sky did more to cover Mickey than it did them. The fools were about to walk right into a trap. 1 hour, he said, relaying the information to Nisha. "Start packing," he added, getting a determined nod back. They couldn't fit everything inside the spatial amulet, but it contained a lot more usable space than when they had first arrived in town. After all, Percy had already used up over 80% of his stashed elixirs and rainbow grass over the past 2 years. The jar was the first item Nisha stored. There wasn't much powder left in it, as he'd consumed most of it to craft his constructs. Still, it held a few remaining weeks of accumulation that he'd rather not lose if it could be helped. Next were the mushrooms. Nisha stored as many as the artifact could fit, splitting the space evenly between the green and red variants. Sadly, she did have to leave some out, as they'd taken way too many from the troll's den to easily store. Each abandoned mushroom was like a stab in Percy's heart, especially since he'd yet to figure out how to grow more of them. "It's for the best. We don't want the house to look too empty." Leaving Nisha alone, he began working on his own preparations for the ambush. Opening his sack, he retrieved the components of his armor one by one, sliding them in place. At the same time, he took deep breaths, bringing his boosting art to the verge of activating, though he stopped before the final step, not in a hurry to illuminate his body just yet. About 10 minutes after Mickey's original message, they were both done with their respective tasks. Percy sighed as he tossed one last glance around their humble abode. He'd never forget the decrepit condition they had found it in, nor the hours he and Nisha had spent rebuilding it to their liking, one plank at a time. Countless bittersweet memories swirled within his mind. He keenly remembered Nisha discarding piles upon piles of stones she had ruined with her magic, stubbornly trying to build him his forge. Or all the times he'd had to patch the ceiling in the middle of the night when it leaked. This was the place where he had forged and refined his scythes and his armor. And finally, it was where he and Nisha had grown closer. "This is the last time we get to be here, isn't it?" she asked, grabbing his hand. "It is," he replied, his voice quivering. Even if they managed to defeat House Tantalus and return to Bogside Town in the future, Percy knew this little place was unlikely to survive. "Let's go. There's no time to waste," he said, pulling her out. He didn't miss her surreptitiously picking his ocarina up from his pillow right before they left, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The two rushed out of the town, scurrying into the swamp,
but they didn't travel too far in.
They opted to hide in one of the camouflage spots they had previously agreed on, keeping their eyes on the house. While they waited, they used the next few minutes to go over the plan for the billionth time, making slight adjustments based on the latest circumstances.
"They're here," Mickey said eventually, drawing Percy's attention. "Okay, go to the designated location. And, Mickey." "Keep her safe for me." "Of course," the crow replied without hesitation. Percy squeezed his hand to let Nisha know it was time, as the two fixated their eyes on the hut, waiting with bated breath. Soon, a group of 7 men appeared in their line of sight. Only 3 wore the noble family's colors, however. As for the other 4, both Percy and Nisha recognized them, having seen the traitors many times around the town. How could they be so stupid? He couldn't help but ask himself. It wasn't like they had anything to gain from snitching on him and Nisha.
Maybe the idiots thought they were ingratiating themselves to the noble house, or that they would get a free pass the next time an owner of the Drain bloodline visited their town. Either way, they were too dumb or too scared to imagine a better world for themselves and their families. In the end, Percy shook his head. Whatever had motivated these people to turn them in, it wasn't important. The only thing that mattered right now was eliminating all 3 of their enemies. Shifting his focus to the nobles, he scanned them from head to toe, trying to discern any information he could about them. Bald, with a ginger beard. Then that's Grian this time. This was Bruce's cousin, possibly here to avenge him. But that was a good thing. The man had a pure affinity, which should make him far easier to handle than the others. As for the second man in the group, Percy didn't recognize him. The Green had short black hair and no other features that stood out. There were easily 6 possible matches, at least based on his outdated information, though the last one wasn't too difficult to identify. Rambert. Wow, they really brought out the heavy hitters this time. Rambert was one of the younger Greens of the family, around Percy's age. Yet that didn't make him weak in the slightest. If anything, he was one of their most promising talents, only falling short of Mordred and Elaine in the entire province. And Percy was certain it was him. There was no mistake. He was the only yellow-born redhead with the bloodline, his pale skin painting a stark contrast against his deep crimson hair. Seeing him in person, Percy suddenly felt a lot more pressure. From what he'd heard, the guy had never lost a duel against anyone his grade. Then again, this was a good thing. The more high-profile his targets were, the heavier the blow to the enemy family once they were gone. And the more suitable he is for my plan, he grinned.
They hadn't spent 2 years in the Grizzly Bog just for fun. Percy's goal had always been to steal the elixirs from the enemy family's warehouse. The easiest way to do so would be from within. Bruce would have been a decent target, but Percy had needed the man's soul for something else at the time. This was precisely why he'd put so much effort into baiting another wave of attacks. He shook his head. Let's focus on winning first. Percy and Nisha watched as the 4 traitors led the nobles right to their house, pointing at it ominously. With next to no warning, one of the Greens, the one who Percy hadn't recognized, pulled an impressive swell of mana from his core, unleashing a barrage of water droplets on the house to punch dozens of holes through the wall. About a quarter of the roof collapsed, too, though the rest survived. Turning to Nisha, he flashed her a questioning look. 60, she muttered soundlessly. Percy nodded. It was far from ideal, but 60% would have to do. Glancing back at the nobles, he watched as one of them, the same person who'd just ruined their house, kicked at whatever was left of the door, forcing his way in. His expression was nonchalant, without a hint of care for the devastation he'd just unleashed. Had anyone been inside, they'd be dead by now. Then again,
These people definitely knew the place was empty, assuming they'd scanned it with their mana sense already. "Nothing here! Just some glowing mushrooms!" the guy shouted once he was inside. Through his sorcerer's eye, Percy watched the man's silhouette walk to the center of the house, stomping on one of the mushrooms and probably examining it with his boot. Knowing he was occupied, Percy checked up on the other two, clicking his tongue upon seeing they had no intention of joining their friend inside the ruined house. "Good enough," he whispered. "Do it." Nisha tightened her grip as her core flared up. "Dranold!
Get the hell out of there! Rambert suddenly yelled, being the first to notice something was off. The unfortunate water user heeded his teammates' instructions a moment too late, however. Before he could even move an inch, the countless pocket runes Nisha had planted all over the place lit up, the implanted concealment runes failing to hide them any longer. Realizing the danger he was in, the mage tried to jump through the hole in the roof, but he wasn't fast enough. Countless distortions manifested all around him, visible to the naked eye, as the walls, the ceiling, and the floor of the house all shrunk and twisted. Even worse, the tears in space soon bled into one another, interacting violently as they fought over the same strips of reality, pulling and stretching and crushing everything in their path. By the time Dranold reached the hole, his surroundings were unrecognizable. The wooden hut was down to a third of its size, crunched into a misshapen ball, with him caught smack in the middle. He must have realized he wasn't going to escape when a powerful force stopped him in his tracks, dragging him back to the center of the house. Unleashing every drop of mana from his core, he tried to force his way out, but it just wasn't meant to be. Nisha might be a grade lower, but the sheer devastation she'd carved into the place wasn't something a lone green could easily overcome. With a sickening crunch, an entire segment of reality collapsed upon itself as all sorts of colors blended together, from the dull brown of the planks to the vibrant green of the man's silken robes, to the unique pink of human skin. Unable to compress any further, it all exploded with a deafening boom, sending splinters of wood and bloody chunks of flesh raining down all over the town. An eyeball landed by Percy's foot. Just like that, House Tantalus had succeeded in evicting him and Nisha from their cozy little home. The nostalgic scents of the old wood and the forge's fumes were something he would never smell again. Still, the price their enemies had paid to ambush them had been steep indeed. 2 more to go. Chapter 84. Chase. "Run, don't look back," Percy whispered, letting go of Nisha's hand. He didn't even glance at her as she bolted off. His eyes were still glued to their remaining enemies. Taking a deep breath, he finally pushed the mana in his channels past the point of no return, activating synchronization. At the same time, he grabbed the invisible scythe he'd left propped up against the tree's trunk. Naturally, the nobles caught sight of him immediately, the luminous motes leaking out of Percy's body, painting a stark contrast against the darkness of the swamp. But that was the idea. Nesha couldn't move as fast as he could, so he had to keep the greens occupied for a few minutes in order to buy her time. Percy kicked Dranold's eye right towards Rambert before dashing into the bog, hoping it would be enough of a provocation. It must have worked like a charm, too, if the rush of infuriated footfalls thundering behind him was anything to go by. In fact, a second set followed after the first, Grian probably just a step behind the hot-blooded youth. "Good. Now I just have to not get caught," Percy thought, speeding towards the next location. The plan was to take the long way there, giving Nesha the chance to arrive before they did. Running away, he took extra care to weave between the trees in an attempt to block the noble's line of sight whenever he could. Shielding himself intermittently was crucial if he wanted to survive. After all, even his boosting art and 2 cores weren't enough for him to outrun a green in a straight line. His only other advantage was that he was covered in concealment runes from head to toe,
making it harder for them to detect him through all the obstacles. Still, the glowing trail he left behind him ensured they never lost track of him for very long. Their heavy stomps were interspaced with muddy splashes, depending on where they stepped. Their pursuit grew louder by the second as the distance separating the two parties shortened with every breath. Percy didn't let fear slog his pace. He navigated through the familiar landscape with the confidence of a veteran. Tossing a barrage of throwing stars behind him, he tried catching them off guard multiple times. He had long since engraved concealment runes on many of the trees over the past months, making his attacks almost impossible to see coming. The projectiles phased through the rotting trunks, stabbing at the nobles from all sorts of insidious angles.
The sneaky blade seemed to do the trick, slowing the two a little and buying Percy a few more precious moments. Still, the nobles never got hit, always managing to dodge the projectiles at the last second. Not that it mattered much. It wasn't like the flimsy spells would have done much damage had they landed. At some point, the mages grew impatient. Percy caught a bright flash of orange just out of sight as he continued to run. It was accompanied by a deafening explosion, followed by the sound of cracking wood. It wasn't long before trees started collapsing behind him one after the other as Rambert smashed through them with his fire magic. Blazing through everything in his path, the young mage was about to reach Percy. Percy smirked. Too little, too late. They were already at the second location. Gripping his scythe tightly, he turned around, catching sight of his opponents for the first time in a while. The greatest downside of his concealment runes was that they similarly inhibited his own mana sense. Still, his mutated eyes picked up the slack, swiftly bringing him up to speed. Not missing a beat, Rambert launched an enormous fireball at him, trying to reduce him to cinders. Percy leapt out of the way, positioning himself in such a way that the two nobles were lined up behind one another. Grinning ferociously, he hurled his weapon at them with all his strength. At the same time, the blazing spell exploded right by his side, the blast shrouding him in a blanket of fire the following instant. Luckily, his armor kept the second-hand flames from scorching his skin. Unbothered by the heat, Percy's gaze remained fixed on his scythe as it spun towards Rambert. Once again, the young talent noticed the attack at the last second, probably being on guard against the concealed constructs by now. Still, the short window to act forced him to dodge at an awkward angle. As for Grian, he had an even tougher time evading the Soul Harvester, only realizing the danger he was in after seeing his companion's reaction. Both nobles landed clumsily on the ground, but that was just the beginning. Upon impact, a series of pocket runes lit up beneath them, forcing them to roll away before they sank into the pitfalls. So far so good, Percy thought. Not letting up, he launched another barrage of throwing stars against Rambert as he called his scythe back to him. At the same time, a flock of black butterflies wormed their way around the trees, rapidly descending upon Grian. As soon as the Soul Harvester returned to Percy's hand, he tossed it at Rambert again, keeping up the pressure. He forced a young man to keep zigging and zagging around the traps, evading the onslaught by the skin of his teeth. Grian didn't seem to be faring much better, as Nisha kept him on his toes with her own spell. Of course, this was never going to last. Rambert was the first to escape the traps, just as Percy's mana dropped dangerously low. Climbing to his feet, the young green snarled, dashing towards him once more. Not wasting a second, Percy turned around and bolted off again as the sound of cracking wood began anew, Rambert burning down everything in his path to get to this mysterious upstart. However, Percy struggled to keep his lips from curling upwards as he heard only a single set of footfalls chasing after him. He and Nisha hadn't expected to deal any serious damage just yet. Unlike Bruce, their opponents had seen both the pocket runes and Percy's constructs this time, making it far more difficult to catch them by surprise. Suffice to say, killing or even crippling the nobles in this brief exchange would have been a tall order. That was why they hadn't even tried. Instead, their goal had merely been to split the two up, in order to handle them more easily.
Good. Keep coming after me, you bastard!
That said, escaping the enraged Green wasn't particularly easy. Rambert utterly obliterated everything in his path, leaving a trail of devastation behind him as he sped towards Percy. Judging by the sheer rate at which he was closing in, he was probably using his flames to propel himself forward. Such a maneuver was bound to be costly to his mana reserves, though the young man likely had plenty left to fight with. Gritting his teeth, Percy only focused on dodging any direct blows, as the fireballs packed enough force to potentially damage his armor. Other than that, he ignored the explosions entirely, relying on his spell to shield him from the heat. "I bet he's scratching his head in confusion right about now," he chuckled, catching a glimpse of Rambert's grimace as they continued through the bog. The young man couldn't perceive his armor, so he was probably struggling to understand how Percy had even survived this long. That said, they both knew this couldn't go on forever. Even if Percy never made a mistake while dodging, the rising temperature would eventually cook him alive. Luckily, the two were already close to the final ambush spot. Picking up the pace, Percy tried to cover the last stretch of ground to his destination. In his excitement, however, he finally made an error in judgment, failing to dodge one of Rambert's attacks. The fireball exploded right on top of him, shattering his armor and blasting him through a tree. Rambert clearly wasn't satisfied just yet, sending 2 more spells at him and trying to finish him off. Percy, having survived the first attack, barely managed to evade the follow-ups. While he managed to avoid direct hits, the projectiles still landed close to him, the resulting explosions pushing him around like a boat trapped in a storm. The only silver lining was that smoke filled the entire area in the aftermath of Rambert's attack, shrouding Percy while he got back to his feet. Still, he soon noticed yet another fireball coming his way. "He can spot me through mana sense," Percy realized, narrowly evading the blow. It was only now that he managed a fleeting glance at his armor. To his relief, the phantom scale raiment wasn't entirely destroyed. In fact, the second and third layers, arguably the most important ones, were still intact. However, a large chunk of the outermost layer had already been peeled off. Whatever remained of the concealment runes wasn't remotely enough to hide him from mana sense any longer. Shrugging, he dodged the next fireball by leaping atop a nearby tree. Squatting on a thick branch, he looked down at Rambert, calling his scythe back to his hand. At the same time, he allowed his armor to turn visible again. There was no point in trying to hide it now that the cat was out of the bag. "I hope the others are all right," he thought, but he shook his head. This wasn't the time to be worrying about Nisha and Mickey. He had his own fight to focus on, and they had theirs. Probably realizing Percy wasn't going down so easily, Rambert steadied himself. He didn't rush to attack again, allowing the smoke to disperse as the two stared at each other. Seeing that his opponent had chosen to take him seriously at last, Percy couldn't help but feel a hint of respect bubbling up. While the two stood on opposite sides, he knew there weren't many greens on Remior capable of letting go of their pride, let alone acknowledging an orange core as a worthy foe. The roaring flames crackled all around them as the two locked eyes. Both were keenly aware that their fates would be decided by sunrise. Chapter 85. Garden. Grian tried rushing after Percy and Rambert, but Nisha would be damned if she allowed that to happen. Not after all the trouble they had gone through to split them up in the first place. Remaining hidden behind a tree, she moved her butterflies in front of him, blocking his path. At the same time, she crouched even lower, hoping her bandage would continue masking her core's flares. Drawing a large amount of mana from his sternum, Grian unleashed a barrage of daggers,
accurately hitting the butterflies one after the other and shattering them into nothing. Still, Nisha couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the poor display. His mana isn't that potent. The sheer speed and control of his magic was undeniable, of course, befitting his grade. That said, this latest stunt had clearly cost him a lot of his reserves. Then again, it wasn't that surprising. Most pure users were not like Percy. Cursed with the weakest affinity, they were often treated as lesser among their peers, having to put in far more effort just to keep up.
Growing a little more confident, Nisha drew more mana from her core and summoned a new set of butterflies, sending them after him before he escaped. However, it appeared that she had been tricked. Grian's expression morphed into a savage grin as he manifested more bolts. This time, they were even thinner, more akin to needles than knives, shooting the butterflies down the moment they emerged from behind the tree. Unlike before, he used much less mana to deal with her attack too. "There you are," he said, turning to face her before casually strolling her way. At the same time, he created more needles, launching them at the tree. Nisha barely managed to leap out of their path, the series of cyan projectiles drilling dozens of holes through the wood, as well as the ground where she had previously stood. "A space affinity, huh?" he smiled coldly. "What a waste in the hands of an orange-born."
You really thought you'd beat me with just that, didn't you? He looked at her with disdain, manifesting countless more cyan needles around him, about to finish her off. But he never got the chance. Krah! Unleashing a piercing screech, Mickey dove in the attack's path, shielding Nisha with his body. The constructs did draw some blood, though they failed to pierce deeper than an inch into the crow's flesh. A pang of guilt gripped her heart as she realized Mickey wouldn't have needed to endure the attack, had it not been for her foolishness. Still, she rushed behind another tree to disappear into the darkness, unwilling to waste the chance the bird had bought her. She understood the needles wouldn't be enough to take Mickey down. Just as Grian probably stood at the bottom of all greens, Percy's familiar soared above all yellows. With his 2 cores and just as many boosting arts, the crow's flesh wasn't something that could so easily be penetrated.
Sure enough, Mickey took off a moment later, avoiding another round of spells with ease, his injuries failing to slow him down in the slightest. Grian clicked his tongue in annoyance, though he continued to shoot at the crow, trying to pin him down. "I can't let him get hit again. At some point it's going to affect him," she thought grimly. The crow flew circles around the man, acceleration doing wonders for his speed. Even so, dodging the rain of needles was still difficult, a few managing to graze him every now and then. And it didn't look like Grian had much trouble keeping the attacks coming, using minimal amounts of mana for the tiny missiles. At the very least, he seemed content with keeping the bird at bay, slowly whittling down his strength without giving him a chance to counterattack. Carefully observing the two with her mana sense, Nisha waited with bated breath for an opening. Eventually, Mickey attempted to dive at Grian, only to be driven off with another barrage. That was precisely the chance she had been looking for. Creating more butterflies, she made them curve towards Grian as she ran in the opposite direction. Naturally, the man spotted her instantly, pelting her location with more attacks. Thankfully, hitting her on the move was harder, especially since he had to split his projectiles 3 ways to deal with the butterflies while also keeping the crow at a safe distance. Nisha did her best to guard her vitals, though a few needles still pierced her leg. Sadly, her flesh wasn't nearly as tough as Mickey's, and the cyan constructs punched right through, sending her tumbling through the mud. "At least it wasn't for nothing," she smiled bitterly. Crawling away, she hid behind another tree as she followed the battle through mana sense again. Mickey hadn't wasted the opportunity she had created for him, diving swiftly towards Grian while the man's attention was divided. He allowed himself to get hit by a few needles on the way, clearly deeming it a worthwhile sacrifice. He managed to carve a few nasty gouges on the man's left arm and leg, throwing him on the ground. Even though he was bleeding, Grian didn't waste any time before fending Mickey off with more needles. The good news was that he appeared to have trouble standing afterwards, though Nisha wasn't entirely convinced they had come out on top in this exchange. Sure, their opponent had arguably suffered the worst injuries among the three, but his fighting style was probably affected the least. After all, he fought by staying in one spot and shooting spells at them. Meanwhile, Nisha's immobility meant she couldn't repeat her previous move without giving her life up. Even Mickey looked like he was having more trouble flying than usual. Pathetic, she thought, the back of her head making a soft thud as she hit the tree's trunk with it. She'd worked so hard over the past 2 years. For the first time in her life, she'd done everything in her power, just so that she could support Percy and Mickey without getting in their way. And for what? Here she was, as useless as always. It was at that moment that Grian's insult rang through her mind again, truer than ever. This affinity really is wasted on me, isn't it? Taken to its extreme, the space affinity could bridge entire worlds together, overcoming unimaginable distances. And what was she doing with it? She just made a few pretty constructs fly around. No. There had to be more she could do. Right now, her biggest issue was that she betrayed her location every time she tried to get involved. How ridiculous was that? The owner of a space affinity should have complete control over a battlefield, not to hide in some corner, afraid to cast a single spell. Bringing her hands in front of her chest, she drew a handful of mana between her palms, manifesting another butterfly. This time, she only formed one. As she worked, she took extra care to keep all the involved channels hidden behind her bandage, unwilling to draw Grian's attention. Looking over the construct as she sculpted, she couldn't help but crack a faint smile. It really was pretty. She'd definitely grown better at making them. But this is a fight to the death, not an art contest. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on her mana, trying to dig deeper than before. This was space mana. It had to be capable of something more than just flying around. Scanning the battlefield with her mana sense, she allowed her focus to sink into Grian's head. Could she make the butterfly pop right inside that fucker's brain, turning it into mush from within? It should be possible, shouldn't it? She'd never tried anything of the sort, but the possibility sounded like it was within her affinity's alley. Grian wasn't even that far away, just a couple dozen meters or so. Concentrating, she tried every mental exercise she could think of, from simply willing the butterfly to appear in a different location, to imagining it digging through the very fabric of space. At first, her efforts seemed to yield no result, but she didn't give up, knowing this was her only means of helping Mickey. Eventually, she noticed something strange. The butterfly still hovered in the same spot, showing no signs of moving. However, a portion of her mana suddenly vanished from her core, a blob of yellow popping up in a random location near Grian. The man instantly unleashed a barrage of needles to bring it down, but Nisha didn't care about that, instead focusing on what she'd done. It worked. But why like that? She'd wanted to teleport her butterfly there, not a random blob of mana from her core. Why did that even happen? Was it because she was more intimately connected with the mana still in her sternum? Either way, this could work. Did she even need to manifest the butterflies in her hands first? This was space mana, after all. If she could teleport it right out of her core, could she directly form her spells from it at the same time? Trying again, she visualized her mana, the same amount she usually needed when creating a butterfly, vanishing from her core. She pictured it materializing as a butterfly inside Grian's head. Something happened again. More mana disappeared. This time,
It did take the correct shape, though it still didn't go where she wanted it, appearing a few meters away from her target. Spooked, Grian hurriedly took some distance from that spot before destroying the construct. In his panic, he nearly gave Mickey another opening to attack, only managing to drive him off at the last second. Nisha's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Her latest trick wasn't accurate in the slightest, but it could still work. Getting the butterflies to manifest inside her enemy's body didn't seem possible, and neither did she think she could teleport them a second time after they left her core. However, she should be able to control them remotely like she normally did. Repeating her actions, she created a second one, and then a third, and a fourth. One butterfly after another popped into existence around Grian, each of them appearing in a random spot in his vicinity. Taken aback, the enemy mage unleashed much more mana than before, trying to destroy the constructs as soon as they appeared. Still, he seemed to have trouble keeping track of them all at once, especially since they flew around erratically, making it even harder for him to hit them as they all tried closing in on him. Mana kept draining from Nisha's core at a ridiculous rate. It appeared that each construct sucked out a little more than it normally did, the very act of teleporting them, not without its own cost. Still, she paid the extra cost no heed, doing everything in her power to gnaw at Grian's attention. It wasn't until a minute later that her core dried up completely. In the end, she still failed to land a single hit, while the enemy mage had just barely managed to defend himself against the chaotic spell. To her astonishment, her efforts didn't go unrecognized. "Congratulations! Your spell has evolved. Butterfly. Crude to chaotic garden refined." And her status wasn't the only one to have appreciated her efforts. Through Mana Sense, she watched Mickey dive towards Grian one last time. The man shot more needles at the crow, as he had been continuously doing during Nisha's assault. However, his half-assed attempts seemed to have finally reached their limits. The bird dodged most of the needles, choosing to meet the last few head-on. Drawing every last drop of mana from his abdomen, he allowed it to shroud him completely, sticking to his plumage. At the same time, he spun through the air, the wind itself fueling his rotation and swirling right alongside him as he descended. Some of the needles even bounced off him, only a couple actually digging into his flesh. Ignoring the pain, he continued speeding towards Grian, who was in no position to dodge. Eyes gleaming with deadly intent in the moonlight, the crow bored a massive hole through the man's chest, his beak drilling out of Grian's back in a rain of blood and gore. Nisha exhaled in relief, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Evidently, she wasn't the only one with a brand new spell. Chapter 86. Grim Dance. "It was you, wasn't it? Behind all of it?" Rambert asked, though he could already guess the answer. Traveling to Bogside Town, he and his companions hadn't really cared much about Nisha and Percy. They'd heard of them, of course, but they'd assumed the two were just a front, a couple of low-born informants that House Avalon had placed there. Their actual fighters had to be hiding in the swamp, right? It was with that mindset that he'd chased Percy through the bog, hoping to squash the pesky insect before his leaders had the chance to join him. Not to mention erasing the sheer humiliation their family had endured when Dranold had been caught in that trap. But the enemy reinforcements he had expected never arrived. Not when he had chased Percy through the trees, nor when they'd tried to ambush him and Grian with those pitfalls. Throughout the whole thing, it had always been just Percy, and maybe his girlfriend, too. And yet, despite everything, Percy was still alive. Somehow the orange youth had kept up with him, evading him and even enduring some of his blows, while luring him all the way out here. "What even are you?" Rambert asked again, gaping up at his opponent's otherworldly figure. Crouching atop the branch, Percy was clad in an ethereal suit of armor,
shimmering in a pale teal light.
The armor was cracked in many places, an entire layer almost gone, yet the rest of it was in good condition. What was it made of? Some kind of metal? Or was that mana? Percy's entire frame shone in a rich orange through mana sense, yet the sheer amount of mana contained within it would put any yellow to shame. Resting on his shoulder was a huge scythe, made of the same material as the armor, its curved edge glinting beneath the moonlight. And then there was the teal smoke pouring out of his back, flowing into the wind like a cape. Yet by far the most ominous trait was Percy's eyes. Like a pair of gemstones, they shone from within the shadow of his visor, piercing through the darkness. They appeared to stab right into Rambert's soul, their cold gaze sending a shiver down his spine. Percy remained silent, clearly not in the mood to chat. Without warning, he shifted. Robbing the weapon of its color, he swung his arm at Rambert, presumably flinging the scythe at a ridiculous speed. Still, it wasn't difficult for Rambert to sidestep the attack. The construct could be observed via mana sense if one knew where to look. Besides, Percy had already used the same trick over a dozen times. Just the movement of his hand alone was more than enough to betray the weapon's trajectory. Rambert responded with 3 fireballs, the first blowing the entire upper half of the tree into smithereens, while the other 2 arced in an attempt to catch Percy mid-air. Percy twisted his body to narrowly evade both of the projectiles, doing so with relaxed grace. And it wasn't the first time during their fight that he'd done something similar. Can he somehow predict my moves? Rambert wondered. He didn't get the chance to dwell on it for long, as the scythe was already on its way back, about to cut him in half. The youthful green didn't panic, seeing an opportunity instead. Jumping over the translucent construct, he sent 3 more fireballs at Percy. If the impertinent Avalon assassin wanted his weapon back, he'd have to eat the blasts. Unwilling to take the risk, Percy chose to dodge instead. Tough as it was, his armor clearly had its limits. Seeing that his enemy was now unarmed, Rambert capitalized on his advantage by launching a fresh barrage of fireballs at Percy. Each was a little smaller than before, but there were too many of them for his enemy to dodge them all. Left with no choice, Percy barely avoided whatever he could as the rest clashed against his armor, peeling the rest of the outer layer off. Rambert was about to pick up the pace, planning to eat through the second layer too, when he sensed something flying towards him just out of view. What the? How? He barely managed to lean back just enough to not get bisected, though the scythe still carved a deep horizontal cut across his chest, missing his heart by an inch. Ignoring the thick smell of iron and the blood gushing out of his wound, he shifted his attention back to Percy, only to notice the scythe was spinning towards him once more. Hastily pulling a rush of mana from his core, he allowed it to explode out of his right palm, propelling himself out of the weapon's path. Yet, before he even had the chance to catch his breath, the scythe flew at him again, sweeping in from his left. Panicking, he drew even more mana than before, blasting downwards with both hands to shoot himself to the air. But he didn't allow himself to relax this time, scanning his surroundings with mana sense. How was Percy doing this? The scythe couldn't possibly move that fast. Not letting up, Percy shot some throwing stars to distract him as the scythe spun up towards him from below. Unleashing 2 more blasts, Rambert maneuvered around the attacks before resorting to his 6th sense again, still trying to make sense of this mess. Percy continued pressuring him, somehow sending the scythe at him from all sorts of directions, as Rambert tried to piece together what was happening between fleeting glances. For a couple minutes, the only sounds breaking the eerie silence of the bog were the deafening booms of his explosions as he danced in the air, frantically dodging the insidious weapon. It wasn't until his mana was down to about half that he finally understood how Percy was controlling the weapon, the realization causing him to draw a sharp breath. 10! 15!
20!
Percy hadn't just created one scythe. There were dozens of them, scattered around the battlefield and hidden in plain sight. And Rambert wasn't even sure these were all of them. Each one was both invisible and shielded under the same cloaking enchantment. This is why he brought me here. Knowing it would only be a matter of time until he lost his life unless something changed, Rambert decided to switch things up. Dodging the next two sides, at least it didn't seem Percy could control too many of them at once, he propelled himself right at his opponent. Percy leapt backwards, trying to put more distance between them. At the same time, he sent more of the weapons flying at Rambert, clearly hoping to slow the man down. Still, it was much easier for the green to dodge the scythes now that he knew about them, as he always kept track of the nearest ones. Meter by meter, blast by blast, Rambert slowly closed the gap to Percy, delivering a heavy punch into his torso. Furthermore, he unleashed a hefty amount of mana on impact, supplementing the physical blow with an even stronger explosion. Rambert grinned as he felt something crack beneath his fist, sending Percy smashing through a tree. His smile soon soured when he noticed two more scythes spinning towards him. Caught in an awkward position, Rambert hurriedly jumped upwards, out of time to draw any more mana. He managed to avoid the constructs, though the third one he failed to notice in time. He barely shifted his torso to protect his vitals, but the scythe still sliced through his shoulder, cleaving his left arm off. "The bastard got me good," he grimaced as he clutched the wound, landing in a muddy pond with a loud splash, while a fountain of blood continued pumping out of his stump. Evidently, Percy hadn't eaten that attack for nothing. Rather, he'd gambled his armor against Rambert's offensive, hoping to extract an even heavier price in return. The only silver lining was that the pain of the amputated limb had yet to register. Getting back on his feet, Rambert sidestepped another scythe, his furious gaze falling on Percy. Walking towards him, the young man clearly hadn't escaped the previous scuffle scot-free either. Percy's chest plate appeared slightly caved in, countless cracks branching outwards from his sternum. At the same time, a thin stream of blood trickled down from his helmet, painting a vertical line of crimson all the way to his boot. His steps were uneven too, though his eyes still blazed with determination, just like the first moment Rambert had seen them. Looming over his opponent, Percy called upon two more weapons by summoning them to his own hands. He cracked his neck before dashing towards Rambert as another pair of scythes flew towards him. Unwilling to fall behind, Rambert propelled himself forward with an explosion, drawing even more mana to his one remaining hand and lighting his fist up in a scorching blaze. Locking on to Percy's weapons with mana sense, he paid close attention to the invisible edges. He couldn't afford to get hit by them again. The two men dove upon one another, engaging in a new round of fighting with an even smaller margin for error. Chapter 87. Grim Dance. Those people we interrogated weren't kidding about Rambert. The guy is an actual monster. Percy thought, his scythe catching nothing but empty air again. Had it been Bruce facing him, or any other green really, they would have long since been reduced to pieces. The sheer speed by which Rambert was adapting to his fighting style was staggering. The man had already grown used to Percy's invisible constructs, seemingly having no trouble keeping track of them with his mana sense any longer. Even worse, after giving up on hitting Percy with long-ranged attacks or taking him out with a single blow, Rambert had switched to a fast-paced, closed combat style. He was trying to wear Percy's armor down, one piece at a time, while conserving his mana reserves. Unlike the heavy blast he had used earlier, Rambert now released lots of tiny explosions all over his body, each giving him a significant but momentary burst of speed. Even down to one arm, he maneuvered around the battlefield like a hurricane, dodging Percy's sides while looking for openings of his own to pounce on. Every time he took a step, a series of fireworks went off, bathing the gloomy swamp in flashes of red and orange.
The shock waves sent the muddy waters rolling and tumbling as the heat slowly caused them to boil, transforming the landscape into a pond taken straight out of hell itself. But Percy was no slouch either. Initially, his greater foresight hadn't been particularly effective, as the surgical application of Rambert's mana was far removed from anything he'd seen before. As time went on, however, Percy's eyes slowly adjusted to his opponent's movements, the spell growing more accurate with every passing moment to expand the predictive window slightly. "And I doubt you've seen anything like my moves either," he grinned. Percy's fighting style was arguably even more exotic than Rambert's. He might not have the physique of a Green, or countless explosions to push him along, but he had his own footwork, honed over years of grueling practice. His moves ranged from the wild swings and wide pivots of the dance to the much narrower, but no less rapid, strikes of Takeo's style. The ethereal nature of his constructs also added an entirely new dimension to his offensive. While scythes were technically two-handed weapons, normally too clunky to be wielded as effective combat implements, Percy bypassed most of their limitations by taking advantage of their transitive properties. Whenever one of them was about to stab into the ground or collide into another, he would phase it out, allowing it to continue on its path unobstructed. Carving a soundless crescent with every swing, the weapons danced with eerie grace, their insidious edges stopping at nothing short of their prey's flesh. At the same time, broken shards of teal constantly fell off his crumbling armor as his mantle oozed into the air, permeating the swamp. Every now and then, he tried to catch Rambert unawares by manifesting a dagger out of the substance, or by summoning another stray scythe from their surroundings. Still, the guy hadn't dropped his guard for a moment, seemingly always ready to react in time. It didn't help that Percy couldn't target his opponent's soul directly, unwilling to compromise its structural integrity too much. Damaging it would affect his plans for the man. Everything considered, it was hard to tell with any certainty who held the upper hand. Both of them struck true every now and then. Occasionally, Percy would graze Rambert with one of his weapons, leaving the man's body covered in shallow cuts.
These were increasingly significant, as the guy had already lost a ton of blood, thanks to his amputated arm. So each additional drop seeping out of his wounds brought him a second closer to death. Then again, Rambert had landed plenty of blows himself. They didn't carry the same weight as that first one, but they'd still dealt a lot of damage to Percy's armor. Each hit caused the cracks in the phantom scale raiment to expand, as more and more of the enchantments failed with every passing moment. Overall, the teal armor was dangerously close to failing completely. Should that happen, the very next blow Percy received would be his last. Worse still, Percy's body was bruised and battered. Even breathing was painful, that first blow having damaged his lungs to an extent. But he persisted, without allowing the burning agony in his chest to interrupt his rhythm, unwilling to lose synchronization. "I need to do something different, or I'll die," he thought grimly. It was easier said than done. Just keeping up with Rambert took everything he had, and then some. There were too many things constantly begging for his attention. Reading his opponent's moves, dodging, weaving his own attacks in between, shifting the constructs from corporeal to ethereal and back whenever he needed to, absorbing the blows through the network of strings holding his armor together. The list was endless. Mickey, the original Mickey, had been quite talented himself, hadn't he? A strange thought suddenly crossed his mind. The sheer elegance and finesse by which the fallen gladiator had wielded not one, not two, but a whopping 4 weapons at once wasn't something Percy would easily forget. Like extensions of his body, Mickey had effortlessly manipulated his constructs to unleash a blinding flurry of blows against that beast in the Colosseum. Despite all his gains over the years,
Percy wasn't even close to reaching his friend's skill.
And it wasn't just due to the lacking pair of limbs either. In theory, he could replace the missing arms with his willpower, handling another scythe or two without having to touch them. Not in practice, though. Ever since Rambert closed the distance between them, Percy had a lot more trouble attacking with his spare constructs. It was just too difficult to hit his opponent without harming himself in the process. Is there a way to do better? He wondered. While his combat experience couldn't yet compare with the decades Mickey had spent fighting in the arena, Percy had his own advantages to fall back on, namely, his eyes. Was there a way to leverage his mutation once more, to elevate his fighting style to the next level? The battle raged on. The mud boiled with greater fury, the explosions growing louder and more frequent as Rambert picked up the pace to do everything he could to murder the upstart orange. Yet Percy remained unfazed. The faint teal mist leaking from his cape, painting a stark contrast against the infernal scenery. The cold glint of his sides splitting the air with undeniable lethality. Though one thing was different now. As the two mages fought for their lives, Percy allowed his focus to sink into the shadowy projection of Rambert's fist, faintly glimpsing a future not yet realized. This was nothing new by itself, though one small detail had changed. Along with Rambert's attacks, Percy tried to visualize his own, to better understand how the two would clash and what the outcome would be. Of course, his greater foresight worked by reading a person's intentions through the flickers of their soul or the flares of their core. Naturally, Percy didn't have the luxury of examining himself in the midst of combat, which meant that his spell failed to capture the essence of his own moves. But that was okay. He didn't need any help, as he was already privy to his own thoughts, even without the aid of a spell. If anything, his moves appeared even clearer inside his mind. Two sets of actions, two opposing wills, fought for dominance over the swamp. Each tried to exert control over the battle, to steer it into a different direction. And wherever they met, blood was drawn, or mana-forged constructs shattered. Soon, Percy realized he might have bitten off way more than he could chew. Reading the flow of the entire fight was, frankly, impossible. Even keeping up with the present moment was a tall order, especially against such a fearsome opponent, let alone trying to peer into the endless possibilities the future might hold. It doesn't matter. This is enough, he thought, his eyes burning with determination. He didn't need to see the future. Not all of it, at least. A tiny piece would do. He only needed to give himself a small opening. That would be plenty. And it was only a matter of time, too. Perhaps not with every clash, but once every couple of minutes, his and Rambert's movements were bound to align in a slightly favorable manner. And, sure enough, there! Sidestepping a brutal blow that left a blazing trail behind it, he swung at Rambert's torso, trying to cleave it in half. The man easily leapt above the weapon, avoiding the strike with instinctive grace. He was already rolling in the air as the scythe completed its arc, about to land a hit on Percy's face with his backhand. Percy didn't panic, however. He merely watched the burning fist enlarge in his eyes, a faint grin hidden behind his helmet. If Rambert stayed on this course of action, he would lose another hand. Sadly, it wasn't meant to be. The green seemed to notice something was off at the very last second, releasing a small blast from his palm instead and pushing himself out of the way. Percy crouched to avoid the scorching air blowing at his face, watching in frustration as a scythe spun right through the spot where Rambert had stood just a moment ago. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, but didn't give up. Letting go of one of the weapons he was holding, Percy grabbed the new one at a more favorable angle before pouncing towards his opponent, pressing on his advantage. Rambert was suddenly on the back foot, clumsily dodging Percy's wild swings while desperately trying to restore his footing into something more sustainable.
Percy wasn't having it. He'd worked too damn hard to get this far. He wasn't about to let it go to waste. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, he did everything in his power to land a hit. Just one good slash was all it would take. The scythes kept missing Rambert by a hair's breadth as the latter abandoned all caution, consuming his mana thrice as rapidly as before to barely dodge the lethal swings by the skin of his teeth.
Percy was about to push himself even further when he caught wind of a sudden counterattack his opponent had brewed up. Apparently, the talented green wasn't about to go down so easily. Releasing a significant amount of mana all at once, Rambert discharged a powerful explosion between them, forcing Percy to leap backwards and bring his offensive to an abrupt end. And that was only the beginning. Realizing that caution and patience weren't going to get him anywhere, the fire mage leapt after Percy himself this time, fueling his attacks with even more mana than before. The sheer rate by which he was draining his core wasn't sustainable. He would run out in the next minute or so. "Getting desperate, are we?" Percy smiled coldly. Impulsive as it was, Rambert's strategy was brutally effective, however. Within mere moments, he landed several more hits on Percy's armor, smashing the second layer into bits. Even the final layer was already damaged severely.
Percy doubted it would last longer than Rambert's remaining mana.
"Bring it on, then. Let's see which one of us gives out first."
Chapter 88. Grim Dance 3. Percy swung both scythes at Rambert, hoping to trap him within their lethal embrace. The man leapt above the closing stranglehold with relative ease, trying to land a blow of his own. But Percy wasn't deterred so easily. Letting go of his weapons, he used a third scythe to divert the attack. The construct still shattered in the process, unable to survive the full brunt of the green's fury. Yet Percy wasted no time, doubling down with another slash from a fourth scythe, and soon discarding it for a fifth after that also failed. Locked in furious combat, the two men fought with everything on the line, hinging everything on their battle's final act. Whenever Rambert's fist made contact, Percy's armor crumbled.
Without the hardness runes keeping the pieces stable, the absorption runes alone struggled to fend the powerful attacks off. At the same time, Percy's bones cracked, his flesh turning to mush beneath the armor, exposing bloodied patches in several locations. But he wasn't without his own victories. Using the scattered weapons as disposable replacements, he pressed onward with greater confidence, inflicting more injuries on Rambert, predominantly physical ones. They'd still destabilize his soul a little, but not as much as if Percy had targeted it directly. The man's already pale skin had grown even paler, making him resemble a corpse more than a living person, his gaunt body seemingly animated through sheer grit and unyielding rage. Percy couldn't care less about his opponent right now. He even ignored his own pain and the very real possibility of death looming around the corner. Instead, he allowed himself to fall into a trance, grasping at a new opportunity emerging by the edge of his consciousness. Swapping his scythes one after the other, he failed to properly wield them, often resorting to all sorts of awkward grips out of necessity. Sometimes he held one with his elbow, other times even using his armpits. The circus act wasn't particularly effective, unless his goal was to make Rambert laugh. Still, the feeling of the mana-fueled constructs pressing against the inside of his joints inevitably jogged some long-buried memories, bringing them to the surface of his mind. These weren't merely his own. They were experiences he had shared with a friend all those years ago. Naturally, they were from the Colosseum back on Huehue, when Mickey had patiently demonstrated how he fought. Doing his best to remember, Percy capitalized on the lingering remnants of muscle memory, trying to reconstruct part of his friend's style and adapt it to his current needs.
After all, he couldn't use it in its original state, as many of his circumstances were different, from his affinity to his physiology and to the very nature of his weapons. At first, he made several mistakes. He'd accidentally drop a scythe at an inconvenient moment or swing it without putting enough force behind the attack, and Rambert made sure to punish him each time, making his situation even more dire. But Percy wasn't an amateur, and this wasn't the first time he'd tried replicating Mickey's style over the years. In fact, his growing connection to his teal constructs only made his job easier. At the same time, his heart beat wildly, just like it had on that fateful day. Little by little he improved, making fewer errors as his weapon's shafts rolled along his limbs, their edges spinning elegantly in ever-shifting arcs around his body to carve an inviolable zone of death in their passing. Regardless, he wasn't as good as Mickey. This was nothing but a cheap imitation.
Or at least, that was the case, until his status spoke.
Congratulations! You have mastered a new spell. Wild Art, Grim Dance, Refined. A refreshing wave of clarity washed over his mind, his blossoming understanding of the fighting style growing ever firmer as the shadows of his own moves finally emerged before his eyes, though these worked differently from the projections created by greater foresight. Those were formed by reading his opponent's intentions, predicting their moves. In other words, it was a tool which relied on external stimuli. As for the grim dance, it drew its strength from within, fueled by Percy's own thoughts. It was more of a learning aid, showing him how his moves would manifest a second in advance and giving him an opportunity to adjust them, to perfect them before committing. Working in tandem with his mutation, the new spell finally lifted a heavy load off his tired mind.
It allowed him to improve several times faster than before, while giving him the freedom to continue experimenting. Percy swung his scythes again. Seeing Rambert avoid the initial strike, he let go of the weapons to send them after the tenacious mage. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Percy grabbed another pair of scythes from his surroundings before giving chase. Rambert was clearly taken aback by the sudden shift in momentum. Surviving the relentless barrage was a struggle, as scythes were abruptly flying all over the place. Some were still clasped in Percy's hands, others rolling down his limbs, many more spinning towards Rambert from random directions. Countless crescents clawed at him, most of them above ground, though a few stabbed at him from beneath his feet, trying to catch him off guard. Wielding 3 or 4 or even more of them at once, Percy used every nook and cranny of his body and every last drop of his willpower. He turned the very battlefield into a demon's maw, its many fangs biting hungrily at his opponent. Rambert did his utmost to evade the attacks, but it was futile. One cut about halfway into his thigh, nearly slicing his leg off. Another headed towards his heart again. Pivoting at the last second, he prevented the worst of it, though the weapon still shaved a slice of skin off, drawing even more blood. It wasn't long before Rambert's feet wobbled, as the damage he had endured over the course of the fight had finally reached a critical point. Even if the blood loss hadn't taken its toll, his core was almost empty. Either way, he was screwed. Flashing Percy a hateful glare, he called upon whatever dregs of mana he could still summon, rushing at this impossible opponent for his final stand. And he instantly paid the price. 3 more scythes carved deep into his flesh, 1 into his forearm, 2 more on his torso. Ignoring them, he gritted his teeth as he opened his bloodied palm, aiming at a gap in Percy's armor. It almost worked, too, Rambert's sudden move being too quick for Percy to evade completely. Shifting his body slightly, Percy instead forced the green's grip to land in a different spot, one still guarded by a loose plate of mana. Grunting with the effort, Rambert closed his fist at the last second to punch Percy with as much strength as he could muster. A wet cough escaped Percy's lips as he was sent smashing through another tree, the remains of his armor finally falling apart. "Nice try,"
Percy spat amidst pants, speaking for the first time since the start of the fight. Rambert's final move hadn't been random. Percy knew his opponent had tried to use his bloodline to save his own life, but he'd be damned if he allowed Rambert to recover. "Would you look at that? He can actually speak," Rambert chuckled weakly.
For a moment there, I thought you were mute. Neither of them spoke over the next few minutes, nor did they move. They couldn't. Darkness took over the swamp once more as the battered shards of Percy's armor sank into the mud, robbing the place of even their dim light. Silence prevailed, too, only occasionally broken by the two men's soft, ragged breaths. The only evidence of the apocalyptic battle that had taken place mere moments ago was the scent of charred wood blending with the stench of spoiled eggs. Percy wasn't very worried. As bad as his injuries were, Rambert's were worse. The man would bleed out long before he did. "Mickey, how are things on your end?" he asked through the cord, finally getting a chance to check up on his companions. Still, he never took his gaze off Rambert for even a second. Percy wouldn't allow himself to relax until he was sure the man had lost the ability to move. "We won." The response was prompt, but tired. A faint smile took root by the corner of Percy's lips. Their work wasn't over quite yet, of course. He'd need help standing up, and they'd also have to clean the place up before he could move on to the next phase of his plan. Examining Rambert's crumbling soul again, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The next few hours were bound to be painful and exhausting. He sure wasn't looking forward to any of it. But they'd worked too hard to falter here. At least the worst of it was finally over. Despite the shocking force that House Tantalus had chosen to unleash on them, they had prevailed. Together, 2 yellows and 1 orange had defeated a group of 3 greens. Yes, buddy. Yes, we did. Chapter 89. Rending Tornado. It wasn't until late the following night that the trio left the area. Their injuries weren't nearly as fatal as those of their opponents, but they were still quite serious. Mickey's wings were full of small holes, making it difficult for him to fly, and rather painful. While Nisha wasn't in any danger of bleeding out, she couldn't walk on her maimed leg. As for Percy, he had it the worst among the 3. His whole body was swollen, his skin purple and bleeding in many spots. "Such a waste," he sighed, looking at the handful of green mushrooms left in his spatial amulet. Most of his stash had been destroyed inside the trap they'd used to kill Dranold. The rest they'd been forced to consume to fix the worst of their injuries, just barely allowing them to move. Naturally, the mushrooms were far less effective when eaten raw. Sadly, Percy didn't have the time or mental capacity to figure out how to brew them into potions in time to use them. "Do you want to take a detour to the Troll's Den before we go? We can get some more from the trolls," Nisha suggested. He grimaced at the very thought. Honestly, he'd spent enough time in the grisly bog to last him a lifetime. Even over the past day, he and Mickey had stayed in the swamp, tending to their myriad of essential tasks. They'd cleaned the various battlefields up, getting rid of any lingering runes. The enchantments Percy used weren't anything special, but the vault's script differed a lot from Remier's. He'd rather not deal with the fallout, should somebody stumble upon them by accident. Being hunted for the Aurora Dew is bad enough. On top of that, he'd tried to salvage as many of his construct's fragments as possible. Obviously, he hadn't bothered to scoop every tiny shard from the filth. It would have been too much work. But he did manage to collect some of the still intact scythes, as well as the largest pieces of armor he could find. All in all, Percy had retrieved about 20% of the teal powder he'd invested into the ambush, adding another week or 2 of accumulation back into his trusty jar. Not that he looked forward to replenishing the rest, or reforging his armor. Most of his time, however, had been spent on something different. his primary objective for the past 2 years. Whether his efforts would bear fruit remained to be seen, but given Rambert's status in his family, Percy knew his chances couldn't have been any higher. "Nah, let's leave it. Honestly, I just want to go home right now." He could ask Baldy to help him grow more mushrooms once he was back at the mansion. Percy had a hunch his grandpa's clones would be an excellent place to plant the parasitic mushrooms. With any luck, Archibald's violet life mana would accelerate their growth, too. And there was another favor he wanted. "How did the townsfolk treat you, by the way?" he asked, changing the topic. Since he couldn't exactly appear in front of others until he came up with a way to hide his glowing eyes, the job of scavenging through their house's rubble had fallen on Nisha. Not that she'd found much. Just a couple of vials of Dranald's elixirs that had miraculously survived the implosion, along with another mushroom or two. "Most of them, like a hero. They offered us some food and a new place to stay if we wanted, but I declined." Percy nodded. It was what they had agreed on. As nice as it would be to rest for a few days before traveling, they wanted to reach his family's mansion before their enemies caught wind of their latest losses. "What about the snitches?" "Ha! You should have seen the looks on their faces. Are you sure you don't want to get back at them, though?" Percy shrugged. Truth be told, he had considered it. The bastards definitely deserved to be punished for what they had tried to do to him and Nisha. But at the end of the day, he didn't care enough to waste more time on such small-minded people. They weren't worth it. "Did you tell the others about it?" he asked. Nisha nodded. "Then that's enough. Their neighbors wouldn't treat them too kindly moving forward." Not after such a betrayal. And that was the least of the traitor's problems. After all, they were the ones who had reported Percy and Nisha to House Tantalus, only for the family to end up with more dead greens. Naturally, this wouldn't look great on their informants. Shaking the worthless men out of his head, Percy wrapped his arm around Nisha. The two supported each other, trudging through the swamp as they began heading west. Mickey walked beside them, apparently not finding flying to be particularly pleasant at the moment. Technically, their current location could be considered an extension of the Grizzly Bog, though it wasn't treated as such by mapmakers, or anyone else, really. The trees here were much scarcer, and the soil less mushy. Even the wildlife rarely progressed beyond the occasional red critter. If they traveled along a proper road, the trip to House Avalon would only take them a few days. However, that wasn't an option. They'd have to circle around the province to avoid running into more of House Tantalus's people. The extra distance, coupled with the rough terrain, would greatly extend the trip. Their poor condition wouldn't do them any favors either. Everything considered, they'd probably need over a week to reach their destination. "It's not going to be as bad after we cross the River Glane," Percy said after noticing his companion's sour expressions. While this was his first time making this trip, he did remember a few details about the area. The soil was supposed to be firmer on the other side, as the swamp gradually transitioned into a proper forest. That, in turn, grew progressively denser, until it was populated with the unique variety of trees producing the melodic cones that the Whistling Woods were known for. That would be a much safer direction to approach his family from. Not that it was impossible for House Tantalus to venture in that area, but it was far less of a risk, especially given their current lack of manpower, which Percy and Nisha themselves had contributed to. His reassurance did seem to cheer the others up a little. Still, this promised to be a long and tedious trip. To kill some time, Percy opened his status, checking up on his familiar. From what Nisha had told him, the crow had most likely registered or upgraded a spell. Mictlante Kutli, Percival's familiar, mana cores. Mana core 1, yellow, beast. Mana core 2, orange, air. Mutations. Soul predator. Allows one to more easily interact with the souls of others. Wind dancer.
allows one to augment their flight using air mana. Spells: Wild Art, Rending Tornado, refined. Circulation, refined. Decrees: Moirai's Decree, grants a second mana core. Percy couldn't help but crack a smile. Upgraded to refined? Way to go, Mickey. The bird didn't say anything, but Percy didn't miss the wave of pride seeping through the cord. And honestly, it was well-deserved.
Getting that far as a yellow beast was no small feat. It was proof that his familiar had worked hard over the past 2 years, just like him. As did Nisha, he thought, squeezing her shoulder gently. She had arguably progressed the most out of the three. Sure, the sheer number of refined spells he had registered vastly eclipsed hers, despite his lower grade. Still, he had plenty of advantages aiding him, while she had started completely from scratch. Over the next few minutes, he asked the others for more details of their fight against Grion, hoping to understand his familiar's new spell a little better. Unlike Acceleration, which used much less air mana over a prolonged period of time, the Rending Tornado consumed nearly all of Mickey's reserves to deliver one powerful, deadly strike. Should the crow resort to this move at the wrong moment, or fail to finish his opponent with it, he'd end up in a world of trouble. Luckily, the bird had already proven smart enough to use it wisely. With this, all three of us have ended up with new refined spells. Granted, the events of the past few days had been exceedingly dangerous. Even with all of their arguably paranoid preparations, they had barely managed to survive the ambush. Percy was keenly aware that they owed their survival to his lucky trip to Atlantis. After all, they had already planned to face off against House Tantalus long before his clone had ended up in Enki's body. He'd really thought that their traps and his phantom-scale raiment would have been enough. And they might have been, if their enemies had only sent 2 greens like they had expected. Or if Rambert hadn't been among them. However, the final clash had been so close that Percy was sure he wouldn't have survived it without both of his wild arts. I've got to be more careful in the future, he decided. It was true that risks often came hand in hand with rewards, as was the case here. And Percy needed that, if he hoped to ever realize his ambitions. But he'd need to prepare himself better the next time, as he wouldn't always get so lucky. Especially since it wasn't just his own life on the line anymore. Chapter 90. Food. I'm hungry, Mickey complained for the billionth time. Percy sighed. All right, I suppose we could all use a break. They'd already crossed the river a while ago, so the place didn't stink of rot anymore, which had admittedly been ruining their appetite. Walking over to the nearest tree with Nisha by his side, they sat on an exposed root. Smiling apologetically, he opened his spatial amulet and tossed a chunk of meat to his familiar. It was a poor replacement for a mana core, even a red one, but they weren't in any condition to hunt for live prey, nor had they seen any in a while. Finally, he grabbed a loaf of bread, splitting it with Nisha. Gods, I miss Freddy's honey rolls so damn much, he groaned, nearly breaking a tooth on his stale meal. If I could go back in time, I swear I'd kidnap him. I think your buddy really dodged an arrow there, Nisha chuckled. I doubt he'd have enjoyed hiding from the divine root. However, turning to Mickey, who had already finished his own food, her smile faded. Say, what are we going to do about him? Our supplies will run out in a few days. Percy nodded wearily. This was something he'd been thinking about for a while. He and Nisha would be fine, as they'd reach his family's place by then, but Mickey was a different story. There was a reason why beasts above red were known to be aggressive, dangerous, and rare. It was all caused by their insatiable appetite, their bodies demanding a ridiculous amount of food and mana to survive. This was obviously why they had left for the fungal spire in the first place, in addition to his own need for elixirs, of course. And the problem was even worse now. As the crow had evolved again,
making the whistling woods an even poorer habitat for him.
Mickey had eaten quite well after the last battle, but it had been some time since then, and his body had needed plenty of food just to recover from its injuries, so his hunger was already back.
"I suppose there's only one solution," he said. "Mickey, come over here." The bird acquiesced, waddling over clumsily. His injuries had improved a little since they'd left the grisly bog, though not as much as they would have if he'd had more food. Flying wasn't impossible for him, though he still preferred walking for now. In any case, the crow didn't seem to care about his wounds much, reaching him and Nisha promptly, excitement glinting in his silver eyes. Seeing him like that, a pang of pity gripped Percy's chest. The poor thing probably thought he was going to get more food. Well, he's not entirely wrong. Though it wouldn't be real food, just a substitute to quell his hunger. Hopefully. "What is it?" the familiar asked. "I'll show you one of my spells."
I'll need you to start working on it as soon as possible. I think it'll help, Percy explained. Hearing that he was getting a new chore instead of a meal, Mickey's head drooped in disappointment. Though, to his credit, he didn't complain. Clearly, he also wanted to do something about his ravenous appetite. Percy was thinking of his soul conversion spell, or, well, a version of that suitable for Mickey's affinities. It hadn't been an option for him back when they had left for the guild, for multiple reasons. Most importantly, the crow had lacked the cognitive ability to understand the process, not to mention that they hadn't even repaired his second core yet. And Percy hadn't been able to spare any of his own soul mana for his familiar, as he'd also had his own injuries sapping at his reserves. It hadn't been until recently that Percy had even considered this approach, since the books he'd read in the vault had opened new doors for him. It simply hadn't been a priority, while Mickey still had the option of hunting in the grisly bog. They'd had other, more pressing concerns to worry about at the time. "Will he be able to do this in the next few days, though? Didn't you spend months on it?" Nisha pointed out. But Percy shook his head. "It took me several months to upgrade it to refined. It would be nice if he can get there, but even a crude variant would improve his situation. If he could convert around 15 to 20% of his air mana, it would do wonders for his body's needs." He was confident in that assessment, though there was something he'd left unsaid. It wouldn't be easy, nor particularly pleasant for the bird. Due to the grade disparity between his two cores, as well as the low conversion rate at the start, Mickey would have to spend several hours per day to sustain himself. Then again, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. The more practice he gets, the faster his efficiency will improve. Over the next couple of hours, Percy demonstrated his refined spell a few times, having Mickey observe the mana flow between his cores. Additionally, he went a step further, sending his familiar a few images and thoughts through the cord to better explain everything. It wasn't until they were back on the move that Mickey started practicing the conversion himself, with Percy paying him close attention. Initially, it didn't go well. The crow was careful not to send too much of his mana to his beast core at once, as Percy had instructed, though the conversion lacked direction. Without Mickey properly guiding the process, his core simply devoured the mana automatically, wasting nearly all of it. "I really hope he gets better at it soon," Percy thought. The trio continued on their arduous journey for 2 more days, until they were well within the whistling woods. By now they could hear the nostalgic tunes of the cones rattling in the wind, and Percy even started recognizing some of the scenery. They'd already reached his old haunts. "So, we're almost there, I'm guessing?" Nisha asked, after Percy pointed out the spot where Mickey had advanced to orange all those years ago. "Yeah, we can reach my place in a few hours if we want, though I'd rather get Mickey's situation sorted first." Nisha nodded, letting him focus on his familiar without distraction. The crow had improved a lot over the past couple of days, his wounds having nearly closed. His conversion rate had also climbed steadily,
and he even asked to be fed less frequently, which was a great sign that Percy's plan had merit. That said, the bird's efficiency was still lower than they'd like. At this rate, Percy was afraid that Mickey would struggle to survive off the scarce food sources in the woods, even if he spent all day using his new spell.
Of course, it was just a matter of time until Mickey improved enough. But time was the one resource they were currently short of.
His lack of experience aside, the situation is the complete opposite of mine, Percy couldn't help but notice. In his case, his pure mana was a lot more malleable, almost as if it wanted to transform into something else. It was mostly his soul core's ability to assimilate the transfer that was lacking, making his job harder. For Mickey, it was the other way around. His air mana felt a lot more rigid, as if it was too fixated in its own ways to bother changing into something else. Instead, it was Mickey's beast core that did all the heavy lifting, forcefully replacing the mana's qualities with its own. Comparing the two of them, an idea suddenly flashed in Percy's mind. If this worked, it might solve the problem. Is this even possible? Percy couldn't think of a reason why not. In any case, they had nothing to lose, even if it failed. Calling Mickey over, he explained what he had in mind, getting a nod back. Drawing some mana from both of his cores, Percy fused it before pushing it through the cord. As early as when they had first joined the guild, he had learned that the ethereal cord only accepted soul mana. Still, while they'd never had much of a reason to try this, he was confident that his teal mana in its incorporeal state would work just as well. It was functionally identical to soul mana, after all. Sure enough, the fused mana flowed through the cord without much difficulty, reaching Mickey in mere seconds. Try feeding that into your core. Mickey did as he was told, under Percy's supervision. Of course, neither of them expected the attempt to work on the first try. The crow had never wielded this type of mana in his life, let alone having any experience using it to fuel his latest spell. They couldn't have been more wrong, however.
As if the two were made for one another, Mickey's beast core greedily absorbed the fused mana, converting it with even greater eagerness than ever before. On the other side, the mana itself was quite agreeable, happy to meld into its surroundings and submit to being restructured into a new type. It did seem to have a little more trouble doing so than Percy's pure mana, though. Apparently, the portion made of soul mana held the substance back from its full potential. Still, this is nearly double Mickey's previous efficiency. Percy grinned. It would be a little annoying, as he'd have to keep fusing and sending his mana to Mickey over the next few days, but it should buy the bird time to improve some more. It shouldn't be long before he could sustain himself on his own. You look happy, Nisha noticed. Have you solved it? We should be good for now, Percy replied before turning to Mickey. Just don't slack on the spell. The sooner you stop relying on me, the better. And keep an eye out for people. This place is busier than the swamp. Only after he got a nod of agreement back from Mickey did he and Nisha leave the bird behind, after dropping him a few doses of Aurora Dew to last him for a while, of course. Turning away from the safety of the trees, they headed to his family's mansion. It was finally time to meet Elaine and Baldy again. Chapter 91. Homecoming. Galahad. Galahad curiously pushed through the crowd, making his way to the center of the room to see what the commotion was all about. The main hall had always been one of the busiest places in the mansion, serving both as a lounge for everyone to mingle in, as well as the lobby where they could select their missions. That said, things had changed a little since the advent of the war. Nowadays, the family avoided assigning non-essential missions, as Archibald was afraid of risking people's lives unnecessarily. However, this only made the place busier than before. Not only was there a higher concentration of people inside the building, but everyone seemed more inclined to spend time with their relatives during these uncertain months. In response to the increasing need for seats, the family's management had installed more couches and tables, turning the place a little more comfortable and welcoming. Still, that wasn't what was going through Galahad's mind at the moment. Another thing that had changed in recent years was how few outsiders visited them nowadays. Anyone coming in was bound to draw a lot of attention. Ignoring the sharp gasps and hushed whispers, he finally reached the source of all this unrest. 2 people. Yet one of them wasn't an outsider at all, despite how long it had been since the last time anybody had seen him. Most curious was Percy's appearance. His gruesome wounds aside, he wasn't wearing the family's colors, like the day he had left the mansion, nor was he wearing the guild's robes. While nobody had ever spared the boy much thought, other than the brief period when they had wanted him to stop guzzling down elixirs, it wasn't a great secret that he had gone to the Alchemists' Guild. Most people assumed he was still stuck there, as the Divine Root had locked the entire community down, with very few members allowed to leave its confines, following the Aurora Dew fiasco. Did he give up earlier than that? Galahad wondered. It was the only logical explanation. How else would he have escaped the blockade? Perhaps he had failed to make a living as an alchemist. It wouldn't be that strange, and had been forced to leave with his tail tucked between his legs. Presumably, he must have tried his luck outside, only to fail there as well, before ultimately returning home. At least, that was what Galahad would have assumed in the past. He'd long since decided to stop making assumptions about the boy, however. No, he's not a boy anymore, he soon corrected himself. Percy's outward appearance was arguably more pitiful than ever before. The torn scraps of clothing and the numerous injuries still oozing blood aside, it was the filthy bandage looping around his head that was the most lamentable by far. Had Percy gone blind? That would certainly explain why he had returned. Eyeballs were intricate organs. While they were relatively small, it would take a powerful and experienced healer like Archibald to repair them. But then, why is he smiling? Percy's expression wasn't that of a scared kid anymore, nor was it that of a defeated man. There wasn't any sign that he had abandoned his ambitions, nor any trace of shame in returning home like this. Instead, he radiated the unyielding confidence of a victor, the unmistakable shine of triumph. Even more strangely, he didn't act like a blind person either. He slowly scanned the room, his non-existent gaze seemingly landing on Galahad of all people. It then examined him from head to toe, as if Percy could still somehow see. And through the blindfold, too. No, it's more than that. It was as if Percy could peer right through his flesh, observing his soul. The very notion sent a chill down Galahad's spine. "Uncle, is Grandpa in his office?" Percy asked, his voice hoarse but oddly calm. "Come, I'll take you there," Galahad replied stiffly. Turning around, he headed towards Father's office with Percy and his girlfriend following behind him. Had this occurred years before, Galahad wouldn't have even spared his nephew a moment. He would have chastised him for ruining his opportunity and embarrassing their family in the guild. Then he would have admonished the boy for seeking to waste more of Archibald's time, but he no longer knew what to even think. At the very least, the boosting art Percy had contributed to the family was a treasure valuable enough to warrant the bare minimum of respect. What if Father's blatant favoritism towards him hadn't been an error in the old man's judgment? Was I wrong to treat him like that? That shouldn't be the case, right? At the end of the day, the most important thing was somebody's grade at birth. Even if a Redborn had a special or prodigious bloodline, they were better off just passing it along to the next generation rather than trying using it themselves. After all, there was a limit to how much they could accomplish with a weaker core and a shorter lifespan. There was no doubt that circulation was valuable, but Percy didn't need to be given expensive elixirs, did he? He had plenty of time to have many kids with his bloodline and to bring more interesting techniques to their family as he was, without robbing them of supporting a stronger fighter they could deploy on the front lines. Why waste resources on him just to bolster his pitiful personal strength?
Baldy taught you circulation, didn't he? Percy suddenly asked, breaking him out of his thoughts.
How can you tell? He asked, halting his steps. Other than your strange behavior, you mean? Percy chuckled. All the channels in your body are far more developed than the average person's. Questions clawed at Galahad's mind, but only one escaped his lips. Do you disapprove? Surely I'm the last person you'd want to have it, am I not? Surprisingly, Percy shook his head. I admit I've never liked you much. Frankly, I think you're an asshole, he said, completely uncaring about the difference in age, status, or power. But I understand why he did it. If the future leader of the family, and our second strongest mage, can't even be trusted with a secret, House Avalon is doomed. Hearing his nephew's response, Galahad resumed his walk down the corridor. Despite the questions, he couldn't stifle the derision that bled into his thoughts. And do you even care? You haven't been around in what, 7 years? About the family as a whole? Not that much. But there are people I care about here, and their survival might depend on you one day. Honestly, I was planning to tell Baldy to teach you the technique regardless. Galahad raised an eyebrow, though he didn't say anything else. Soon, the three reached their destination. Knocking on Father's door, he waited respectfully for a couple minutes to be allowed in. A strange concoction of surprise, joy, and concern painted the old man's face as Percy walked through the door. It was by far the most expressive Galahad had seen Father in months. As Archibald stood, an orange glint shifted on the patriarch's shaved head as it reflected the afternoon sunlight coming through the window. Some moisture even seemed to gather by the corner of his eyes, though it was gone as soon as he blinked. Stepping forth, he hugged the young man firmly, but also gently. At the same time, a powerful wave of life mana gushed out of his core, shrouding Percy from head to toe, the cuts and bruises along his body closing and fading within mere moments. Still, the old man seemed to be at a loss for words. Been a while, hasn't it? Percy was the first to speak, a grin plastered on his face by the time Father let go. Without waiting for a response, he pulled the girl forward, placing his arm around her back. I know there's a lot to catch up on, but first things first. This is my friend, Naisha of House Veritas. We've spent the last 3 years working, traveling, and living together. Grandpa, can you please heal her too? It's nice to meet you, Naisha. Archibald offered the girl his hand with a warm smile. Likewise, she replied, grabbing it gratefully, her shoulders relaxing for the first time since they had set foot inside the mansion's walls. Another burst of life mana bathed the office in a vibrant green color.
The girl recovered even faster than Percy did, since her wounds weren't nearly as serious, nor as numerous as his.
Archibald opened his mouth again, seemingly about to speak, yet he hesitated, exchanging a glance with Galahad, a silent question lingering between them. Percy chuckled, probably guessing what they were thinking. You don't have to worry about what you say in front of her. Honestly, she knows more about me than either of you at this point. Before the two even had a chance to respond, Percy pulled the bandage off his head, opening his eyes. It was only now that Galahad realized it wasn't an injury which Percy was trying to conceal from the rest of their family, but something else entirely. Galahad and Archibald found themselves speechless once more as they examined Percy's glowing teal eyes, his slit pupils staring at them ominously. Shrugging, the young man pulled out 2 chairs after a few minutes, passing one to Naisha before plopping down on the other.
I'm sure you've got a lot of questions.
Chapter 92. Homecoming. Percy. Percy was about to start explaining everything to his uncle and grandpa when somebody else knocked on the door. and they did so rather eagerly, too. Grabbing his bandage again from Baldy's desk, he was about to put it back on, though he relaxed upon recognizing the person speaking. "Grandpa, is Percy here?" It was a chirpy female voice, though a little more mature than Percy remembered. Still, he would have recognized it anywhere, regardless of how long it had been. "Come in," Archibald said. Elaine didn't even waste a second, spilling into the office like a flood. Her gaze instantly landed on Percy, her eyebrows briefly shooting up as she noticed his mutation, but she didn't dwell much on it. "Seriously? You come home after being gone for 7 years and quiet for the last 2, and you don't even bother to look for me?" she asked, some bitterness seeping through.
"You were going to be my next stop." Percy smiled wryly.
Elaine opened her mouth, seemingly about to snap at him again, but she held herself back upon seeing the caked blood still dirtying his clothes. Her anger faded the very next instant as she rushed at him, hugging him tightly. Percy felt his bones creak. As always, his cousin wasn't the best at controlling her own strength. "Wow, I hope you don't hug your baby brother like this," he spat out with difficulty, getting a chuckle back. "So, are you not going to introduce me to your friend?" Elaine asked with a hint of playfulness. "Ahem. Like I just told the others, this is Nisha. We actually registered on the same day, though we didn't really get to know each other until years later." "Oh, really? So you're just colleagues?" Elaine jabbed at him mischievously with her elbow, nearly bruising his ribs again. "Look, it's going to be a long story, so just grab a chair and sit like the others." Percy rolled his eyes with amusement as he dodged the question, though he did catch a hint of red flushing on Misha's cheeks. Once everyone was seated, he looked at the others in the room, slightly surprised they hadn't interrupted his little reunion with Elaine. Not Baldy as much, but that prick Galahad was acting rather oddly today, probably thanks to circulation. Percy didn't think his uncle had suddenly changed his entire worldview because of it, but the older man clearly wasn't in a rush to outwardly dismiss or insult him anymore. Instead, he was mostly observing Percy in silence, probably trying to understand him. Oh well, I don't really care. The only thing Percy wanted from his uncle was for him to be a strong and trustworthy leader for their family, in case something happened to Baldy, and that was something Archibald himself could vouch for. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught Galahad to use circulation in the first place. Beyond that, Percy wasn't interested in improving his own relationship with the man. Shrugging, he proceeded to give his relatives a quick summary of his time in the guild, as well as his clone's adventures. Apparently, it wasn't until now that Galahad finally understood how Percy's bloodline even worked, or how it had allowed him to accomplish such impossible feats at such a low grade. Even Baldy and Elaine stared at him wide-eyed as he described the world of the floating cats, the demonic infestation in Takeo's world, the bizarre technology in the Vault of Magic, and the underwater world of Atlantis. This was the first time they were hearing that the status which everyone on Remior enjoyed actually came from a decree, the very qualification a god needed to call themselves a titan. Their jaws dropped upon learning that his new eyes were the result of a brand new decree, which was also an excellent opportunity for him to flex his second core to his uncle. Of course, he did water some specific elements down, not wanting to worry everyone. While he'd referenced the mysterious girl he had possessed and the spectral trait he had acquired as a result, he didn't go into detail about how that clone had died on the way back to Remior. As for the vault, he avoided mentioning his dealings with Metatron or the corresponding decree, making it sound like his adventure there was more of a one-off experience than a recurring thing. However, he didn't shy away from bringing up his and Nisha's connection to the Aurora Dew, as that was relevant to his family. "Have you lost your damn mind?" Galahad yelled, losing his composure for the first time.
What madness possessed you to pick a fight with the divine order?
And worse, to even bring this nonsense to our doorstep.
Percy shrugged. I haven't brought anything to your doorstep, as long as nobody speaks of this conversation again. Why do you think I didn't involve our house in the first place? If anything goes wrong, just disown me and say I did this behind your backs. It's the truth, anyway. Nobody spoke for a while, everyone seemingly trying to wrap their minds around this revelation. Even Baldy and Elaine found the confirmation of his involvement more shocking than anything else he had shared, despite having previously suspected it by their own admission. In the end, it was Archibald who broke the silence first.
Why bring it up now, then?
Like I said, I didn't want to involve you, especially since I had no way of talking to you in person before now. However, now that I'm here, I'd never forgive myself if I didn't at least give you the option to benefit from the new elixirs. If you want, we can find a way for me to brew a few doses.
Maybe just for the people in this room, since we don't want it to leak.
Sighing, he turned to face Galahad directly. Uncle, I know this is risky, but it can also be a huge boon for our family. If you could shave a few years off your next advancement, it would place our house in a significantly better spot. Seeing that Percy was only thinking of the family in even bringing the precarious situation up, Galahad's expression mellowed somewhat as he discussed the issue with Archibald over the next few minutes. In the end, he shook his head, however. It's tempting, but it's probably unwise of us to accept, he ultimately said. Percy nodded, not pressing the issue. Honestly, he'd expected this very reaction. While he and Nisha had the freedom to travel around Remior and hide from the divine root, it simply wasn't an option for Baldy or Galahad. They couldn't exactly bring the whole family around with them, after all.
They had too many people to care for, so they couldn't risk the secret leaking out one day.
Very well, he said. I'm still hoping to get one of the petals, however. Galahad sighed. Father mentioned you might want one, back when he taught me circulation. Honestly, I'm still against it. It was Elaine's turn to snap, the girl having mostly remained quiet during the previous conversation. Seriously? Even after what he's done for our family? That's just unfair. The man shook his head, regret lining his features for the first time in Percy's memory. It is unfair. I'm not denying it. And if I ever become the leader of House Avalon, I can promise you now that I won't be a fair leader. Galahad's declaration left Elaine speechless, but he continued. A leader's responsibility is to ensure the family survives and thrives, not that every member feels like they're treated fairly.
Circulation has greatly boosted my power, as it has yours and Father's, but there is no reason why we should give up a petal to a Redborn for it either.
Besides, we can't even justify it. We can't speak about any of Percy's accomplishments, so how would we explain this to the others? Hell, if we can't tell them about his second core, it means he shouldn't even want a petal in their eyes. Surprisingly, he flashed Baldy a quick glance before turning to Percy. That said, I'm not the current leader of the family. Father is. If he wants to go through with this madness, I can't stop him. Nor will I try. Percy immediately swung his gaze to Baldy, curious about his reaction. The man didn't say a word, seemingly torn between Galahad's scathing opinions and his unwillingness to let him down. Out of nowhere, Percy chuckled. You aren't wrong, Uncle, but I've had plenty of time to think about this issue, and I haven't returned home empty-handed. I've brought something tangible to exchange for the petal, so that nobody can criticize your decision. Oh? Baldy tilted his head, the others in the room sharing in his confusion. Even Nisha didn't look like she knew where he was going with this. Opening his spatial amulet, Percy took out a small pouch he had stuffed in a corner, tossing it on Baldy's desk. The man opened it curiously, spilling its contents on the aged wood for all to see. The thick scent of iron permeated the room as he sifted through the pile,
lining the torn pieces of fabric up next to one another. Elaine wrinkled her nose in disgust, though her eyes remained glued to the objects, much like everyone else's. 19 of them in total, of which 15 were yellow and 4 were green, all depicting the same insignia, that of a man's face sporting a set of strangely elongated canines. And all of them were drenched in blood.
Chapter 93. Homecoming. Archibald. How? Galahad asked, unable to fathom how Nisha and Percy could have possibly taken a single green out, let alone 4 of them. Even Archibald was taken aback, though he did know a little more than his son. Percy hadn't mentioned Mickey earlier, but the crow should have progressed a lot after all these years. Between that and all the other shocking secrets Percy had claimed from the stars above their heads, it wasn't impossible for him to have caught a green by surprise. Besides, at the end of the day, "Does it even matter?" he asked. Whether Percy had poisoned them in their sleep or faced them head-on in a duel, the end result was the same. No green besides Elaine and Mordred had contributed as much to their family over the years. However Percy had done this, it was definitely enough to warrant him the last petal. "Do you know their names?" Galahad asked, still having trouble believing it. "That one is from an Earth user called Bruce. We actually killed him over a year ago. As for the other 3, they are much more recent. They belonged to Dranold, Grian, and Rambert." Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing the list of names. They'd been in this war long enough to have a decent idea of their enemy's ranks. The difference between killing a random green and taking down Rambert, of all people, couldn't be overstated. That young man had single-handedly slain plenty of Avalon's own mages. "Are you certain?" Galahad pressed again. "Of course. Pale guy with red hair. Had the bloodline and a fire affinity. Fought by using lots of small explosions on his body to propel himself. I took him down personally." Now even Archibald was starting to get curious. While he'd definitely expected more from Percy than his son did, climbing to the level where he could take on a genius green in such a short span while remaining at orange was still unfathomable. "Anyway, is that enough to justify my petal?" Percy persisted, seemingly oblivious to their inner turmoil. "Honestly, Percy, I would have given you one regardless. While I respect Galahad's opinion, I don't share it. Giving us circulation is more than enough in my eyes. And now, I doubt anyone else will dare complain. Not after the news of your accomplishments spread," Archibald said. Percy nodded, exhaling in relief. At the realization of his grandson working so hard for this opportunity, Archibald felt his heart clench. "Anyway, how is the war going?" Percy asked, changing the topic. "We were pretty cut off from news over the past 2 years." The young man proceeded to detail his and Nisha's stay in Bogside Town, and how they had kept their heads low while staging one ambush after another in the dark depths of the nearby swamp. Of course, he glossed over many details, though he did share enough for everyone to understand the sheer magnitude of perpetual danger the 2 of them had faced. "The situation is a little calmer on our end, probably thanks in no small part to your contributions," Galahad explained. "Little by little, we have been gnawing away at their forces, eking out lots of small victories here and there. Overall, they have lost more people than we have, forcing them to fall behind the river. Nowadays, they've really slowed down their offensive, and they're probably worried we might start invading their own side of the province next." Percy spent a minute or 2 digesting the information before Archibald interjected. "So, what are your current plans?" he asked. "Are you only here for the Lotus?" "Wait, what?" Elaine exclaimed, clearly not having considered her cousin's plans. "You're going to leave again?" "Afraid so," Percy sighed. "Look, Elaine, one thing I've come to realize over the past few years,
is that I like traveling and seeing new places, whether that's on Remior or elsewhere. Besides, I can't grow while holing up here, nor do I want to bring you any more trouble than I already have.
But you just got here,
she said, clearly not quite ready to see him leave. He shrugged. Hey, I'm not going right away. We'll be here for another month or so. It's plenty of time to catch up. Where are you heading next? Archibald cut back in, still curious about his grandson's plans. I originally wanted to snatch some elixirs from House Tantalus to restock our stash. I'm not sure if that will be possible, but I do know the next best place to obtain elixirs, Percy said, and it's also conveniently close to the best place to drink them. Galahad slammed his fist on the desk. Are you seriously going to keep pushing your luck like this? We are already wanted criminals, Percy shrugged.
What's the harm in breaking another law or two? Wait, what are they talking about? Nisha asked, joining the conversation for the first time. Archibald rolled his eyes at the girl's question. Evidently, that irresponsible grandson of his hadn't even brought his girlfriend up to speed. You're talking about the Thirsty Valley, aren't you? Archibald asked, getting a nod back. That's a bold move. Then again, you've never shied away from those, have you? Nisha drew a sharp breath upon hearing the name, putting two and two together, though Elaine still seemed confused. Grandpa, can you please explain what you're all talking about? She asked. He sighed. As you know, the fastest way to advance is using the elixirs, he said, Elaine bobbing her head in agreement. Strictly speaking, the same thing is true for the members of the Divine Order. However, they have a way to speed the process up even further. Speed up? You mean they can cleanse their cores faster than everyone else? Yes and no, Archibald said, before elaborating. There is a special location on Remir where time passes many times faster than everywhere else. Unfortunately, this asset has a limited capacity, which is why it isn't publicly available. The Divine Order reserves this place for their own members, as well as the people of the Divine Root. Of course, it doesn't give them an advantage in terms of their lifespan. Spending 100 years inside the Thirsty Valley still brings them a century closer to death, but it does allow them to advance faster than the rest of Remir. Or, more importantly, the rest of the universe, Galahad added. After all, the gods of other races are the Divine Order's opponents, not mortals like us. Based on what I know now, I'm guessing this place is probably a decree, Percy pitched in. It was a well-known fact that Phoebe wasn't the first Titan to lead the Divine Order, though most people on Remir didn't really understand the implications of such a title. The previous Titans had either died or otherwise disappeared by now, but their decrees should still be around, at least according to the information Percy had just revealed. It's possible, Archibald agreed. Based on what Guinevere once told me, Remir has birthed 3 Titans in total. The first was Iapetus, the owner of a life affinity. I believe he is the reason why we have bloodlines. As for the second one, Phoebe's predecessor, he was Kronos, the owner of a time affinity. I don't like this, Percy, Elaine muttered, her voice shaky. It sounds like an unnecessary risk. Percy shook his head, offering his cousin an apologetic smile. It's a risk, but not an unnecessary one. The Divine Root is already looking for us, and they'll find us eventually. I can't afford to wait entire decades or centuries to advance. Besides, the city near the Thirsty Valley is a good place to buy elixirs and other materials I need for my projects. Elaine didn't seem particularly happy about his explanation, though she let it go for now, apparently unwilling to spoil the limited time they had left with petty arguments. Overwhelmed by the sheer scope of Percy's revelations, everyone agreed to bring the meeting to an end due to having covered all the urgent matters. Galahad went off to tend to his own responsibilities, while Elaine took Nisha out to show her around the mansion. Only Percy remained in Archibald's office, saying he had a few more things to discuss with the Patriarch. "How's Mickey?" Archibald asked once they were alone. "Better than ever," Percy smiled. "He can speak normally now, and he is currently teaching himself how to survive without as much food." Archibald nodded, though his curiosity weighed heavily on his thoughts. "So what did you want to talk to me about?" "I'd like to ask you for a couple of favors," Percy admitted before elaborating. "I'm teaching Nesha circulation, but the physical training is taking forever. I was hoping you could help her out for a few weeks, if you're not busy with the war, that is." "It's fine. Like we mentioned earlier, things are a bit quieter right now. Galahad can take care of things for a while." "You're the best, Grandpa," Percy said, trying to hug him again. Archibald pushed him back, rolling his eyes at his grandson's antics. "What's the other thing?" Percy flashed him a sheepish grin. "Well, about that. Do you think I could borrow a clone or two from you? And, when I say borrow, sure, you can have them back after I'm done with them, but I don't think you'll want them." Archibald creased his brow at the odd request. "What for?" His grandson scratched his head in embarrassment. "I want to plant a few magical mushrooms on them." Chapter 94. Homecoming. Nisha. Nisha stood still, basking in the water's warmth, as dozens of tiny rivulets splashed over her shoulders, trickling down her back, and gently caressing her. Only after a few minutes of silent appreciation did she begrudgingly step out of the stream. She didn't want to keep Elaine waiting for too long. Picking an expensive-looking glass bottle from a marble shelf on the wall, she opened it, dripping a viscous liquid that smelled of lavender into her hand. Sighing happily, she applied it to her hair, bubbles forming as she scrubbed away the accumulated dirt and grime. "Gods, I missed this so damn much." She hadn't had a proper shower since before their escape from the guild, and not for a lack of wanting one. Sadly, for the longest time she'd had no choice but to wash herself with whatever laughable amount of cold water would fit in a barrel, which, for the record, hadn't always been enough to rid herself of the swamp's stench. Strangely enough, it wasn't her time in the guild flashing through her mind as she scrubbed, but a series of nostalgic memories from even further back. Scenes from a tender age long past days within walls long destroyed. Not that she'd enjoyed her childhood much at the time, yet she couldn't help but miss it, and even that asshole of a father, now that they were all gone. "Despite everything, I was so lucky to be born to a noble house," she sighed. Most nobles took simple pleasures like warm showers or fresh food for granted, and Nisha wasn't an exception. It took living for 2 years among commoners for her eyes to open to the hardships which the have-nots faced on a daily basis. Of course, even nobles were deprived of such amenities when they were traveling, but that was just a temporary arrangement. Not having a proper house to return to was downright depressing. That said, her time in Bogside Town hadn't been all bad. Her relationship with Percy aside, the sheer progress she had made with her magic was far beyond what she would have thought possible. And she wasn't just thinking of her refined spell. The runes she had studied alongside Percy were quite literally out of this world. Much like him, Nisha had actually grown rather interested in the field after all this time. Overcome by curiosity, she leaned forward, trying to make out the runes carved on the wall. They were there to control the water's flow and temperature, similar to the ones she had used in the guild. Sadly, her poor eyesight, in tandem with the thick layer of steam filling the room, didn't make her job easy. Thankfully, she wasn't in a rush. "Wow, these are really crude," she realized, as she traced their contours with her fingers. There was no doubt the enchantments were functional, but they were far bulkier than they needed to be for such a simple task. Not to mention the rather expensive materials they seemed to have been engraved on. Such a waste. Before Bogside Town, Nisha hadn't really been in a position to criticize Remior's runecrafting techniques, though things were different now.
I wonder how House Etna would react if they saw our runes. She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. House Etna was another of the 7 great houses, and they were the leading authorities on rune crafting. Most noble families on Remior commissioned any necessary enchantments from them. Even the Alchemists' Guild had probably employed their services back when they had built their settlement all those thousands of years ago. Percy's spatial amulet had likely been crafted by one of their experts too. If the old geezers in charge of the family were to see how much more compact and effective the vault's runes were, they'd stop at nothing to get their hands on them. Better be extra careful then, she thought, a shiver washing away her amusement.
The last thing we need is another great house after us.
Stepping beneath the water again, she allowed it to wash away the foam in her hair. Reluctantly finishing the task, she brushed her hand over the runes once more to stop the flow. Finally, she grabbed a towel hanging on a nearby rack, drying herself. Only then did she walk out of the bathroom after wrapping the towel around herself. Elaine smiled as she emerged, handing her a set of neatly folded robes.
Must have been a while since you had a proper shower. Sorry I took so long, Nisha hurriedly apologized, her cheeks heating up. Ha! You call that long? Elaine's grin only grew wider. Every time I take a shower after a mission, I have people banging on the door to make sure I'm still alive. Nisha nodded, her lips curling happily as she ran her fingers over the soft silk. Wearing something nicer than the rough patches of linen she'd grown used to was another small pleasure she'd been looking forward to.
How did my jerk cousin get you to spend 2 years in such a lousy place anyway?
Elaine suddenly asked, probably noticing something from her expression.
Nisha shrugged. He didn't. I followed him of my own volition. Initially, I did it for the sake of growing stronger, though I've come to enjoy spending time with him and Mickey. Besides, it's not like I had anywhere else to go. Elaine raised an eyebrow. Forgive me if I misunderstood something, but I was under the impression the guild only recruits nobles. Couldn't you go back to your own house? Nisha sighed, placing the clothes on the nearby bed before sitting. They were currently in Elaine's room, as the girl had been kind enough to lend Nisha her private bathroom. Apparently, the Yellowborns in House Avalon were given better accommodations than everyone else. Not that different from House Veritas, actually. My house no longer exists. I'm all that's left, Nisha said, her voice cracking a little more than she would have liked.
She was surprised at it too, not having realized she still felt so strongly about it.
Elaine gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Nisha was about to reassure the girl, to let her know it wasn't that big a deal, though Elaine moved first. Sitting on the bed beside Nisha, she grabbed her new friend's hand.
Nisha, I'm so sorry to hear that. Percy should have brought you here right away, instead of making you live in those conditions. I swear I'll give that idiot a piece of my mind later.
Nisha shook her head.
Don't worry about it. I admit I'm not completely over it, but it has been nearly a decade since it happened. Do you know who did it? Elaine asked again. I do know which family attacked us, but I've been thinking. They couldn't have pulled it off by themselves. There's probably someone higher up pulling the strings. Elaine remained silent for a couple minutes. Is that why you're trying to get stronger? She eventually asked. Ridiculous, isn't it? Nisha chuckled.
A lone Orangeborn, going up against an entire noble house? Possibly a great house, too?
Not nearly as ridiculous as whatever Percy's trying to accomplish. And I think he might actually pull it off one day, too. I mean, a Redborn killing Greens? That's insane. I know, right? It's why I chose to follow him in the first place. I figured if I can copy even a fraction of what he does, taking my revenge won't be as hopeless. Though another thought occurred to her, and she sighed. Then again, keeping up with Percy might be even harder. Well, regardless, Elaine slapped her thigh before standing up.
You've always got a home here. Even if you break up with Percy one day, I'll ask Grandpa to let you stay." You don't have to do that," Nisha panicked. "Are you kidding me? An orange born with a rare bloodline, a space affinity, and who knows runecrafting and circulation? Any family would be lucky to have you."
Hell, you'll be the one doing us a favor.
I don't know circulation yet, Nisha muttered weakly, taken aback by Elaine's warmth and straightforwardness.
"I'm sure you'll learn it in no time with Grandpa helping you," Elaine insisted. "You should have seen how much trouble it gave me, but I still figured it out in the end. And you're more talented than I am, too. I mean, going from zero to a refined spell in only 2 years. That's amazing."
Nisha squeezed Elaine's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears.
"Thanks, Elaine, for everything."
The aquamarine-haired girl flashed her another radiant smile, her face beaming even more brightly than before somehow.
"I didn't even do anything."
Elaine pulled Nisha to her feet, dragging her along.
"Come on, Percy must have finished talking to Grandpa by now. I want you both to meet Owain."
"Hold on, Elaine," Nisha said, struggling to keep up.
"Let me dress first. I'm not even wearing shoes."
Chapter 95. Homecoming. Elaine. In the end, it didn't matter much whether Elaine and Nisha rushed or not, as they still had to wait for Percy to wash up. Owain was a highly impressionable toddler by now, and Elaine had no intention of bringing a veritable caveman along to meet him.
"Looking much better," she exclaimed once she saw her cousin dressed in some proper clothes for a change. "Though, are you planning to keep that thing on forever?" she asked, pointing at her eyes to indicate his bandage. Percy shrugged. "For the time being, at least. I'd rather not have to explain my mutation to the rest of the family." "That won't work forever," Elaine insisted. "At some point, everyone will start wondering why Grandpa has taken so long to heal you. You know that, right?" The bandage Percy had wrapped around his head wasn't enchanted like the one hiding his second core. It didn't have to be, as barely any mana was gathered in his eyes. Their effect was mostly passive. Suffice to say, he'd used nothing but a simple strip of cloth to conceal them. Not that it looked any less conspicuous, of course. "I'm only staying here for a few weeks anyway. I'll reveal my eyes in public as soon as Nisha and I reach our next destination." "Is that wise?" Nisha pitched in. "Actually, I think we can spin it in our favor," Percy replied, before elaborating. "Imagine you knew nothing about me, and you just met me for the first time. What would you think of my eyes?" "I suppose I'd assume it's your bloodline," Nisha said, "right?" Percy grinned. "That's going to be everyone's first thought. Nobody will consider decrees or mutations. And remember, we've already had to disclose our bloodlines when we registered in the guild. Officially, Percy's bloodline is clone..." Elaine and Nisha exchanged a glance. Indeed, if used correctly, Percy's strange eyes could easily serve as a mask to divert people's attention from him and Nisha in the future.
At least it would make it harder for anyone to link him to his real identity.
"But isn't it going to be suspicious if you show up in public with a pair of glowing eyes right after Percy spent a month wearing a blindfold back home?" Nisha asked again, still not entirely convinced. "Maybe, but I imagine people are more likely to accept it as a coincidence than guess the truth." He shrugged. "After all, nobody just gets a second bloodline, or a mutation. That would be an even greater leap of logic." The trio remained silent after that, walking to Mom and Dad's room. Elaine was about to knock on the door, but she stopped herself as she caught somebody approaching them out of the corner of her eye. In fact, she failed to conceal her surprise upon recognizing the young man walking towards them. She certainly hadn't expected him, of all people, to seek Percy out at this time.
"It's Tristan,"
she whispered in Percy's ear, guessing he might have trouble identifying him based on his grade and soul alone.
"Tristan, my condolences," Percy said, extending his hand.
I know it's a few years late, but I really was sorry to hear what happened to Hector.
Elaine figured Tristan would say something snarky in response, but the young man shocked her by opting to shake Percy's hand instead.
I'm the one who should say he's sorry, Tristan replied, prompting her to raise an eyebrow. You know, when we heard you'd left for the Alchemists Guild, we felt guilty about the way we'd treated you. We were just dumb kids having fun. We'd never meant to take it that far. At least, I know he would have wanted me to apologize on his behalf too.
Percy chuckled.
I didn't leave because of you. I had my own reasons.
Tristan sighed.
I figured as much, as soon as I heard what you've accomplished.
We always made fun of you for your lower grade, but you were more hard-working than both of us combined, weren't you?
Wait, what?
Percy seemed taken aback.
People already know about it? It's only been like an hour or two since I told Galahad and Baldy. Percy, I don't think you understand how much of a morale boost this is for our family.
Elaine jumped in.
We've been in this war for years. Suddenly learning that House Tantalus is 4 greens down isn't a small thing.
Tristan bobbed his head in agreement.
Right. Besides, Uncle Galahad had to tell Morgana that she's no longer getting a petal. Ugh. Will she try to murder me in my sleep? I suppose it's difficult to believe I've pulled this off,
Percy muttered, a hint of anxiety seeping into his voice.
Don't worry about it,
Tristan replied with a chuckle.
She was definitely pissed off, but nobody is doubting the information itself. If Grandpa and Uncle Galahad believed you, that's enough for the rest of us.
That's good to hear, Percy said, exhaling in relief. Honestly, Elaine was right with him. Her cousin had worked plenty hard over the years to get this far. He definitely deserved some bloody recognition from their relatives for once.
You know, it was Rambert who did it,
Tristan said, oblivious to her thoughts.
The one who killed Hector, I mean,
he added after noticing everyone's confused expressions. Elaine's eyebrow shot up at the sound of that. While she'd heard about Hector's death soon after it happened, this was her first time hearing this particular detail. As for Percy, he seemed to be at a loss for words. Thankfully, Tristan just patted his shoulder before walking away. Well, that was weird, Percy said once they were alone.
Not that weird, honestly, Elaine said. Tristan has matured a lot over the years, especially after his brother's death. In fact, everyone in the family has grown closer during the war, too. More kind towards one another. Huh. I wish I'd been around to see that, Percy replied with a bitter smile. Indeed. He'd really been unlucky in that regard. From what Elaine had heard, this wasn't the first time their family had changed in such a fashion. Things had been similar right after the massacre, some 20-odd years ago. Sadly, most relatives had gone back to being self-centered assholes by the time she and Percy were old enough to remember. The same would probably happen after this war ended. Shaking the pointless thoughts out of her head, she finally knocked on her parents' door and entered as soon as they greeted her. She felt some second-hand embarrassment rising as she remembered how messy the place was. Tiptoeing around the towering piles of clothes littering the floor was a genuine struggle, and it wasn't due to a lack of space either. Other than yellowborns, lowborn couples were also given larger rooms with ensuite bathrooms to make life easier for families. Still, Gawain and Ragnell had somehow managed to run out of space, despite their room being even larger than hers. To their credit, Percy and Nisha didn't comment on it. At least. Uncle Gawain! Congratulations on being a father again! Auntie, it's been a while! Percy greeted them happily. Percy, it's good to see you again, Dad said. What happened to your eyes? It's a long story, but don't worry about it. I'm doing fine. Percy waved the concern away. Wow, little Percy's all grown up, Mom exclaimed. Please excuse the mess. We don't get visitors too often. Mom, Dad, this is Nisha, Percy's girlfriend. Elaine jumped in to introduce her,
after realizing her idiot cousin wasn't going to. "Nice to meet you, Nisha. Welcome to House Avalon." What her parents lacked in tidiness, they more than made up for with friendliness.
Thanks for having me. Nisha blushed awkwardly. During the earlier meeting, everyone had agreed to keep Nisha's status as a noble a secret from the rest of the family in order to leave House Avalon some plausible deniability in case they got busted.
"And who's this handsome young man?" Percy asked, turning to Owain, who was playing with his toys in a corner. Shy, as always, the kid got spooked by the attention. Elaine had to pick him up to bring him closer to Percy and Nisha, who both failed to hold back their gasps at the boy's cuteness. "Say hello to Percy. He's your cousin," she patiently explained. Sadly, Owain just sucked his thumb in typical Owain fashion, refusing to say a word. "He can speak," she chuckled. "He just takes a while to warm up to strangers." "Well, that's a pity," Percy sighed, rather theatrically. "And I was looking for somebody to give this amazing ocarina to," he added, showing the boy a somewhat crudely crafted musical instrument made of wood.
Owain's eyes widened at the novel sight as he let go of all his previous misgivings.
"Me? Can I have it, Uncle?"
he said in his usual chirpy voice, making Elaine's heart melt. Still, she had to go ahead and correct him, like a good older sister.
"Percy is your cousin, not your uncle."
Owain bobbed his head absent-mindedly, his eyes still glued to the object.
"Well, there you go then," Percy shrugged, handing the ocarina to the small boy with a smile.
Elaine chuckled as she returned him to his corner, letting him fiddle with his new toy.
"You know he's going to get drool all over it, right?" she asked Percy.
"I'll just make myself a new one later," he said, prompting Nisha to jut him with her elbow.
"Great!" Mom clapped her hands. "So, I guess the two of you will be staying over for dinner, right?"
In the end, the whole family had pasta together as Percy and Nisha recounted their story to Mom and Dad. Or, well, a version of it that was safe to leak, at least.
Owain played with the ocarina until over an hour past his usual bedtime. Eventually, he fell asleep while still holding it. Bidding the couple a quiet farewell, the trio tiptoed out of the room carefully to avoid waking him up. It wasn't until they were alone in the corridor that Elaine turned to Percy. "Say, did you get a chance to check Owain's core with your weird new eyes?" "I did," Percy said, causing her heart to skip a beat. "And?" He shook his head. "Nothing. I don't think I'll be able to tell his grade or his affinity before he awakens. I guess you'll have to be patient for a couple more years." "I see," she replied, struggling to contain her disappointment. It wasn't until she dropped the two off to Percy's old room, luckily their family hadn't repurposed it, that she spoke again. "What are your plans for tomorrow anyway?" "Well, Grandpa has agreed to help Nisha train," Percy said, prompting her and Nisha to high-five one another. Percy rolled his eyes at them before continuing. "As for me, Grandpa is going to help me too, with a different project." Nisha wrinkled her nose. "A somewhat nastier one." Chapter 96. Homecoming. Mickey. "I wish Percy was here," Mickey lamented as he stuffed his face with the 5th Goblin Core. While the Whistling Woods were a nostalgic place for both of them, it was especially so for him. After all, some of his earliest memories were of him and Percy hunting here together, back when he was little more than a young, dumb chick. A single red core, no spells, nor any shred of intelligence worth mentioning. Every single kill had been hard-earned, a constant struggle between life and death. And the food had been so fulfilling, too, each meal more than enough to fill his belly. Nowadays, not so much. The place even looked different than it did in the past, to him at least.
The same trees that used to tower over him like colossal pillars of aged wood had shrunk many a time.
Even the thickest branches on their crowns had difficulty supporting his current weight. If it wasn't for the melodic tune of the cones sounding the same as they swayed in the wind, he might have thought this was another forest entirely. Should I look for more goblins? He wondered. Both their flesh and their cores tasted just like he remembered them, though they hardly qualified as snacks now. In the end, he shook his head, knowing it wouldn't be worth the effort. He'd burn through more stamina searching for the next group than he'd get back after consuming them. His best bet was to master the new spell, like Percy had instructed him to. Flying to the largest tree he could find, he sat upon the sturdiest-looking branch. It creaked and groaned as it bent, but luckily it didn't snap. Adjusting himself slightly to better conceal himself within the dense canopy, he turned his focus inwards. He concentrated as he pulled another sliver of air mana into his first core, beginning the conversion process anew. The efficiency was abysmal, as usual, and it didn't help that his stomach was constantly grumbling at him either. Sure, Percy sent him a morsel of fused mana whenever he had the chance, but those moments were a little scarcer than he would have liked. Though it couldn't be helped, Mickey understood his partner was busy spending time with his family today. Mickey had intentionally downplayed the sheer extent of his hunger to avoid worrying Percy and Nisha. The truth was, he'd never had it nearly this bad before. It felt as though his very body was about to start eating itself. The beast mana violently thrashed against his blood vessels, gnawing at their walls and desperately trying to break his own flesh down to sustain him. It doesn't matter. I need to get through this on my own. I can't keep relying on him forever, he thought, his eyes glinting with determination. Back when Mickey was younger, he hadn't put much thought into his future. But he knew better now. Percy always based his decisions on what was best for Mickey. That had been the case when they traveled to the fungal spire, as well as the grizzly bog. Sure, Percy had had his own reasons for choosing those locations too, but a huge part had been about finding a good place for Mickey to live in, to hide in, to hunt in, to thrive in. Even going behind the Divine Order to sell the Aurora Dew had largely been to earn the money for Mickey's second core. The thought of having somebody looking after him warmed his heart, but also stabbed it full of guilt. The last thing he wanted was to be a burden, dragging his companions down, restricting their every move, forcing them to keep accommodating him. No, he had to figure this out. Yet, it's easier said than done. He couldn't be certain, but he didn't think his efficiency had improved at all today. At this rate, it would be weeks until he managed to reach an acceptable level, assuming he didn't starve before then. I guess my air mana can't compare with Percy's fused mana. It contains the pure affinity, after all. Mickey actually understood a little about how affinity fusion worked. Percy had explained it to him in detail, back when the human was trying to help him fuse his own mana types. It wasn't until after he reached yellow that they understood it wouldn't work the same for him. Their current theory was that his mutations were his version of affinity fusion. The thought caused him to instinctively halt the conversion process, a new idea taking root in his tired mind. Tossing his plumage a glance, his gaze landed on the dark green feathers decorating it. Supposedly, those were the very spots where his two mana types met and combined. How does that even work? Was it a one-time thing that happened when I evolved? Or is my body continuously doing it passively? Mickey never bothered to think this deeply about his magic. Percy was honestly better at this sort of thing, but perhaps this was exactly the kind of mindset he needed to rid himself of, if he wanted to stop being a burden. So far, all of his spells were ones he'd either stumbled upon by accident, thanks to his mutation, or ones that Percy had taught him how to use. And he was finally beginning to understand how much trouble Percy had run into
trying to elevate his spells to the masterful tier. I'll never get far if I wait for him to do all my work for me. Mickey had often been reminded that his was a unique existence. In all likelihood, there was nobody else in the universe with the same combination of affinities as his. It made him strong and unpredictable, sure, but it also meant he had to be more proactive if he was to ever tap into his potential. Making his mind up, he activated Mana Sense and concentrated on his feathers.
He had a hunch he was onto something.
Huh? There's definitely some mana flowing there, he noticed after a couple minutes. He'd never paid much attention before, especially since beast mana had a natural tendency of circulating around his body by default. However, his feathers were drawing a little more than normal, and there was a faint trickle, barely perceptible, coming from his abdomen too. I guess both of my theories are correct. The bulk of it must have happened when I evolved, but the feathers are still constantly drawing mana to sustain themselves. Curious to test his suspicions, he pulled more mana from his second core, about to hack at the conversion spell anew. Only this time, instead of moving the mana directly to his sternum, he took a detour and steered it to his plumage. It wasn't long before his feathers lit up as a coat of mana enveloped them. This was essentially the same process as his acceleration spell, after all.
But Mickey didn't try to fly.
Nor did he withdraw his mana. Instead, he allowed it to remain in place, soaking into his feathers as he contemplated his next move. I could just use circulation to move the beast mana to my sternum, but that would only burn my stamina faster than I can replenish it. Circulation essentially sped up his blood flow, consuming his energy at a rapid pace in exchange for a boost in strength. What if he did the opposite? Figuring he had little to lose, he tried to manually reverse the flow, actively fighting against his body's instincts. It was even harder to execute than his boosting art. It just felt so wrong. Within mere moments, a wave of prickling numbness overcame him, as if a million ants had been poured inside his veins, crawling through his very flesh. At the same time, he felt profoundly weak, a sense of vertigo slamming into his head. Mickey was about to stop, but he hesitated. It was working.
The beast mana wasn't quite flowing in reverse, but it had slowed down a little. The difference wasn't huge, but this process might allow him to better conserve his strength. Of course, he had still failed at his original goal. He couldn't see any mana flowing from his feathers to his core, so he hadn't managed to improve the conversion process just yet. That said, he was confident that was still possible with some consistent effort. At the very least, his new breakthrough should buy him some precious time. Curious to see whether his efforts had been recognized by Percy's status, he reached out to him through their connection, explaining the situation and asking him to check. Of course, he still glossed over how dire his circumstances were, not seeing a need to worry his friend just yet. Sure enough, the response came back swiftly, Percy even making the effort to give Mickey the same experience that every person on Remir was privy to. Congratulations! You have mastered a new spell. Wild art. Hibernation. Crude.
Chapter 97. Homecoming. Rambert. Several days earlier, not long after the battle. A frog hopped atop a protrusion jutting out of the mud, its rhythmic croaks echoing within the depths of the bog. Big mistake on its part. Suddenly, a mound of dirt surged outwards, startling the poor creature. Frightened, it leapt away, trying to escape, but it wasn't nearly quick enough. Catching up in an instant, the object snapped shut around the frog, trapping it in an iron grip. Over the next second or two, the critter visibly shriveled, its very life sucked right out of its tiny frame. Its skin sank inwards, wrapping around the bones tightly. At the same time, mud flowed down the culprit, revealing a few patches of skin beneath the filth. It was a person's hand. However, it wasn't in much better shape than the frog. It was pale as milk, covered in lots of nasty cuts caked in dried blood.
It was nearly desiccated, too, the almost skeletal fingers looking even worse than the critter did. At least, that was the case at first. Soon the frog was reduced to nothing, its drained body crumbling into fine dust. The desiccated grains trickled through the gaps between the digits, scattering silently in the soft breeze. With difficulty, Rambert pushed himself to his feet, coughing erratically as he struggled to spit the viscous sludge out of his lungs. The water's texture was both slimy and grainy, the aftertaste of rot and decay making him gag. Somehow, that was the least of his problems. Even standing was painful, as one of his legs was injured badly, threatening to buckle. Squinting up, he tried to locate the sun through the dense canopies of the trees around him. "It's morning," he guessed, based on the few gentle rays that had managed to pierce through the branches. Orienting himself, he limped in the direction he thought would lead him out of this cesspit of a bog, shifting most of his weight to his good leg. As he hobbled along, he checked the stump on his shoulder. Blood still spilled from it, though it wasn't as bad as before, mostly because he'd lost a ton already. If he didn't have the physique of a green, he wouldn't have been able to even move. Scowling down at his filthy clothes, he noticed they were torn from the fight. An even larger patch was missing right around where his insignia should be. Ignoring that for the moment, he tore another strip out, wrapping it tightly around his shoulder and trying to halt the blood flow. It helped a little, but didn't stop the hemorrhage entirely. "I can't afford to lose another drop." Taking a few deep breaths, he gathered a few traces of mana in his core. With a pained grunt, he ripped another patch of cloth from his garments, stuffing it in his mouth. Finally, he pulled the mana to his remaining hand, pressing it against the wound. His flesh hissed under the sizzling heat, a wave of agony slamming into his brain. Rambert's teeth cut through the dirty silk and ground against one another, cracking sounds reverberating through his skull. That hurt like a bitch, too, though not nearly as much as his shoulder. But he didn't pause. He had to cauterize the wound. It wasn't until a minute or two later that he finally stopped. He breathed heavily, trying to regain his bearings as he scanned his injury. It still oozed blood, though it was much better than before. "It's the best I can do right now," he sighed. Taking off, he allowed his mana sense to spread through his surroundings, keeping an eye out for more critters. A living body released several times more life mana when broken down by his bloodline than what would fit inside a core of the same grade. Even then, a few red squirrels wouldn't do much for him. Certainly not with the strange suction force in his abdomen drinking all the life mana before it even got the chance to send as much as a trickle to his wounds. His guest had warned him about this. It seemed he wouldn't be able to heal himself without his passenger's help. No matter which angle he considered this from, it appeared he'd have to give in to the bastard's demands after all. Either way, there clearly wasn't a point to actively hunting the animals down, but he wasn't going to say no if one of them was dumb enough to cross his path. Should I return to the town? He wondered. The peasants would make for a much better tonic than the pests. He considered it for a few seconds before opting against it. There were several problems with that idea. First, he wouldn't be able to take the whole town on by himself, even on a good day, let alone in his current state. He was much stronger than any single peasant, but there were hundreds of them. Usually they wouldn't dare fight back. But that would swiftly change if he went on a murder spree. It wouldn't take long for the townsfolk to decide it was in their interest to finish him off and pin the crime on Percy and Nisha. Secondly, even all that life mana might not be enough to overcome the obstacle, and there was a good chance he wouldn't be allowed to go through with the massacre in the first place.
I fucking hate them so damn much. Gritting his cracked teeth, he launched a bolt of fire with a wave of his hand, piercing through the nearest tree. Its trunk exploded into splinters as the acrid scent of burnt charcoal assaulted his nose once again. The act did very little to vent his frustration, however. His physical pain aside, the sheer humiliation of getting his ass handed to him by a Redborn was a stain he'd never wash away in this life.
Luckily, he did find a couple more animals on the way, but he ultimately chose to keep their carcasses intact to munch on during the journey. As things stood, they were more useful to him as food. Returning to his family took longer than he'd have liked. Normally, it was a 2-day trip, shorter if he rushed. Not like this, though. It wasn't until half a week later that he finally made it to the mansion. At least the long and painful journey had served as an opportunity to calm himself down and to evaluate his situation carefully. His current priority was to survive, with everything that entailed. Entering the building, he made his way towards Father's office, ignoring the startled gasps and long stares he got from his relatives. Most of them took a few seconds to recognize him, but nobody tried to stop him. Despite his state, his core still blazed in its usual green color, the tattered remains of his clothes sporting the unmistakable colors of House Tantalus.
Or maybe they were just too scared to approach. I do probably look like a reanimated corpse, he thought, smiling bitterly. He paused once he found himself outside the door, hesitating. Returning home after a failure was a novel experience for Rambert. Normally, he was the one delivering the good news to Broteus. Reporting how everything had gone to shit was typically a shame reserved for the others. I hope this doesn't change things between us. Steeling his resolve, he was about to knock when he heard shouts coming through the door.
Lord Broteus, I still think it was a mistake to attack House Avalon in the first place.
Elder Knock, the oldest Blue in the family, yelled.
Look at what has happened since then. We've lost more people than them. Not this nonsense again, Father shouted back. As always, you can't look beyond what's right in front of your nose, Knock. You think I had an option?
What do you think will happen once Galahad gets a petal? Uncle, we've already tried to assassinate that bastard, but we all know how that ended. I don't think we'll get another chance. The lotus will bloom in a few weeks, Halcard said.
Halcard was also a Blue. On paper, he was Rambert's cousin, but he was a few centuries older.
You think I don't know that? I still can't, for the life of me, understand how you and Lendin managed to lose to him together.
The meeting went on for another 20 minutes or so. Rambert waited patiently by the entrance, not daring to interrupt. The last thing his father and his elders needed to hear right now was how the mission to the Grizzly Bog had ended. Listening to the heated debate, he understood once more just how badly the war was going for his house. That said, the people in the office didn't seem to have the slightest clue of what they were truly up against. If Percy taught his relatives half the tricks he used against me, we never stood a chance. Rambert wished he could go back in time and tell his father not to ever pick a fight with those people, but it was too late for that, and Rambert had no choice but to put his own interests first. Eventually, the meeting ended, and the elders filtered out of the office. Finding him unexpectedly standing there, looking like a corpse, they flashed him curious glances as they passed. Still, nobody was in the mood to ask him any questions. Ignoring them, he strode into the office with as much boldness as he could summon, causing Broteus to raise an eyebrow.
Don't tell me you fucked up too, Rambert. Father spoke somberly, his barely concealed rage boiling beneath the veneer of calm. They had 4 greens stationed in the bog. Rambert lied through his teeth, too embarrassed to look Broteus in the eye.
I didn't even get to see their faces properly.
Broteus sighed.
This is all happening because of my cursed affinity, he muttered before snapping. Why the hell couldn't I have been born with any other element?
Rambert knew what the man was talking about, since they'd had that conversation many times. Unfortunately, Broteus already had a water affinity, meaning that he couldn't boost his strength with a petal. Obviously, Archibald couldn't use it either, but others in their rival's house would still benefit a lot more from the exotic treasure. While House Tantalus did have a couple of blues who could upgrade their affinities, they were just trash compared to Galahad. If it hadn't been for this looming danger, they would never have taken such a massive gamble with the war.
Can I still get mine?
Rambert asked cautiously. It might have not been the best time to bring the topic up, but it was one of the main things stressing him out.
You have the nerve to ask me that? After losing both Grian and Dranald?
After showing up looking like this, Father gestured at him, his face distorting in disgust. Rambert swallowed hard. He wanted to protest, but chose to hold his tongue instead, not wanting to pour any more oil on the fire. Fortunately, Broteus exhaled in defeat a moment later.
You're lucky everyone else in this family is an even greater disappointment than you. Just get the fuck out of my sight. I can't bear to look at you any longer, he spat, waving Rambert out dismissively. Rambert hurried to leave the room while he was still ahead, though his father spoke again before he crossed the threshold, stopping him in his tracks. Can you even fix yourself? You look like a complete mess. I'd rather not waste the petal, just for you to die a week later. Rambert clenched his fist against the impact of his father's callous words. The old man seemed to care more about wasting resources than his own son's well-being.
Then again, it wasn't anything new. It was just how House Tantalus operated. Rambert just wasn't used to being treated so harshly, since he was typically more useful than most.
You don't have to worry about that, he said grimly, leaving the room. I'll heal my body, even if I have to bring the whole house down in the process, he added, though he kept that part to himself. Chapter 98. Growing Mushrooms. Finally, I can get started on this, Percy rubbed his hands in anticipation. Perhaps he was a little too excited to be working on his somewhat disturbing project, but who could blame him? He genuinely enjoyed alchemy, and he'd been looking forward to brewing potions for a while now. Storing the fresh batch of Aurora Dew away, he stood up from his desk and walked to the center of the room. His gaze landed on the two bodies lying face up on the floor atop a large, white sheet. They weren't corpses, evident by their open eyelids and their soft, rhythmic breaths, though they couldn't be considered alive either. Not a hint of emotion was present in their vacant expressions. These were the clones he had borrowed from his grandpa. Amazingly, this wasn't the only thing Baldy had given him. Percy was currently using a previously unoccupied room, which he had repurposed into a temporary lab with Archibald's permission. After all, his old bedroom was already a little cramped with two people living there. Plus, he didn't want to be running this sort of test anywhere close to his belongings. Sorry in advance, fake grandpa, Percy said, flipping the first body around. Grinning with excitement, he manifested a short cyan dagger and thrust it into the clone's back. Or tried to, at least. The construct barely broke through the skin before snapping in two. Okay. Hoping to bridge a gap of 4 grades with regular pure mana might have been a little too ambitious. Sighing, Percy returned to his desk to take his jar out of his spatial amulet. Using a handful of the teal powder, he spent a few minutes to craft a sturdier knife. Let's try this again, he muttered, stabbing the clone with more confidence. Dragging the tip along the clone's spine, he sliced a long vertical line into its back, ignoring the blood seeping out of the wound. Once he was satisfied with the depth, he opened a small leather pouch he had strapped to his waist, revealing a new powder shimmering in a vibrant green color. The glowing particles were the spores he had previously extracted from the mushrooms. Careful now. Percy coated both of his hands in a thin film of pure mana, unwilling to get any of the substance on his skin.
Not that it would be the end of the world if he touched the spores by accident. From what he knew, they needed blood to grow.
And even if he somehow planted some on himself by accident, they wouldn't be difficult to get rid of. Still, it was easier to just avoid dealing with that nonsense entirely. Sprinkling some of the spores into the cut, he leaned forward, watching them with bated breath. He had no idea how fast these mushrooms were supposed to grow, but he figured Baldy's violet life mana, combined with the clone's equally fertile flesh, would have a positive impact on the process. Still, he vastly underestimated just how compatible the clone was with the mushrooms, staring at the reaction in shock. The moment the first drop of powder fell into the incision, blood stopped spilling out of that spot, getting sucked inward instead. At the same time, the wound frothed up with an eerie green light, a handful of mushrooms taking shape mere moments afterward. And that was only the beginning. While Percy had paused in alarm, the mushrooms didn't wait for him to pour out more spores.
Releasing some of their own, they caused new mushrooms to sprout along the cut. Within less than a minute, dozens of them had popped up in a vertical line across the clone's back. Each one was larger than any Percy had seen before, including the ones the Troll King had planted on himself. The madness didn't stop quite yet, however. Percy watched in awe as the clone convulsed, the flesh on its back squirming as if an entire colony of ants were trying to dig their way out, struggling to pierce through the surface at first. He couldn't look away, fascinated by the increasing movement, until the reaction reached a critical point. The clone's back tore open with a sickening squelch, erupting in blood and gore. An entire layer of skin and muscle was blown away, chunks of flesh flying across the room. Percy instinctively tried to shield his face from the spray of viscera. Between the protective expanse of his upraised arms, he witnessed hundreds of mushrooms springing forth among the remains, reaching full size within a few heartbeats. By the time they were fully grown, the clone's entire body had shriveled, the rest of its blood sucked dry. "Holy shit!" Percy spat as he frantically wiped the filth off his face, afraid of meeting a similar fate. He did calm down a moment later, realizing the same thing was unlikely to happen to him. At the very least, the mushrooms which the trolls had planted in their bodies hadn't grown nearly as aggressively as these. "I won't be running out anytime soon," he laughed nervously, glancing around the mushroom-infested room. On the bright side, his nearly exhausted stash of green mushrooms had just gone up by a few hundred specimens. However, he really wasn't looking forward to cleaning the place up. "They're still at orange, though," he grimaced as his mutated eyes inspected the darned things. The biggest problem with potion making on Remia was that ingredients above orange were notoriously difficult to find. This was one of the primary reasons why it was viewed as a lesser branch of alchemy. After all, potions weren't particularly effective for the people who actually mattered. Not that it was impossible to drink a potion of a lower grade, but the body's natural resistance made them too inefficient to be worth the time. On paper, a hypothetical yellow potion would contain as much mana as 3 orange potions. In practice, however, a yellow mage might need to drink 5 or more orange potions to get the same effect. And the issue got worse as the gap in grades increased. A blue or violet mage might need to guzzle down a whole bucket of healing potions to get any value out of them. Percy had really hoped that his grandpa's mana would be the key necessary to elevate the grade of the mushrooms. Evidently, that was nothing but wishful thinking.
While the clone had definitely helped him produce a lot more mushrooms, and a lot faster, each new fungus wasn't much different from the originals.
I suppose people would have already figured it out if it was that easy. In any case, Percy wasn't about to give up on higher-grade potions just yet. He knew the answer had to be out there, waiting for him to discover it. Besides, regular potions were still useful for him and Nisha, what with their cores still at orange. He shook the distracting thoughts out of his head. First things first. Let's actually brew some potions before worrying about their grade. Grabbing a different pouch from his waist, he repeated the process with the second clone, though he wisely stood a little farther back. Just as rapidly, the clone met a similar fate to its sibling, a gleaming canopy of crimson mushrooms rapidly growing from its shriveled remains.
Wow. Baldy can probably make a fortune doing this, Percy mused, running some mental calculations in his head. He didn't know how much each mushroom would go for, though he could harbor some guesses. He estimated he could probably brew a single potion out of each, if he excluded the losses due to his lower yield, of course. The guild sold potions of that quality for 10 points apiece, admittedly at a loss. Consequently, each mushroom was probably worth somewhere between 5 and 25 points. Arguably, his grandpa could probably earn anywhere between 1,000 and 5,000 points from each clone. Never mind, it's not actually worth the effort for him, he quickly realized. The clones couldn't be salvaged afterwards, and each of them took Baldy 24 hours to cultivate. 5,000 points wasn't a small sum, but any mage at blue, or even green really, could easily make more in the same amount of time.
Better not waste them then.
Picking some of the green mushrooms, Percy carried them to his desk and took out his alchemy equipment. He was hoping to brew 2 types of potions, though he figured it was better to start with the simplest one. He wouldn't need any secondary ingredients for the healing potions, just the green mushrooms and the extraction principle. In fact, he doubted it would be much different from the lesser regeneration pills he had learned to brew alongside Enki. With my eyes helping, I'll have the recipe down by tomorrow. He grinned, eager to get started. Yet, just as he was about to toss the first couple of mushrooms into the cauldron, somebody knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's Archibald. Are you all right in there? My connection to the clones was just severed." Percy scratched his head as he made his way to the door. Opening it, he found Baldy standing outside, Nisha breathing heavily by his side. They must have been in the middle of a training session when they decided to come check on him. "Why are you covered in blood?" Nisha gasped upon noticing his grimy appearance. Curious, Baldy also tried to peer inside the room, though Percy didn't let him, expertly blocking the gruesome sight with his body. "Trust me, Grandpa, you don't want to see what's in there." He flashed the patriarch a sheepish grin. Chapter 99. Domain. In the end, Percy managed to successfully brew a couple of healing potions by nightfall. In fact, things went even more smoothly than he'd originally expected. He only wasted a handful of mushrooms before learning to extract their essence properly. If he'd known it would be this easy, he would have brewed some before fighting Rambert. If nothing else, they would have made his trip home less unpleasant. That said, his yield was still much lower than he'd like, but he figured it would climb rather quickly as he brewed more doses the next day. "I shouldn't use more than a quarter of my stash," he decided, taking a mental inventory of his newly grown resources. According to his calculations, the freshly grown ingredients should get him a few dozen doses. That would be plenty to last the 2 of them for months, assuming they didn't get into too much trouble. He could always brew more later, if they ran out, though he'd rather save most of the mushrooms to experiment with the other type of potions. Satisfied with his plan, he was about to pack his stuff away for the night when he heard another knock. Grandpa again? Have they finished training for today?" Tossing his blindfold back on, just in case, he made his way to the door. As he swung the heavy panel open, he was surprised to discover somebody else standing there, however. "Uncle Galahad, what brings you here?" While their relationship wasn't nearly as strained as it used to be, he didn't expect to get very chummy with his elitist uncle either. "Meet me in the 3rd training room by sunrise," the man spat before walking away, not bothering to elaborate. Weird, but okay. Percy did have a bunch of things on his plate, but he didn't mind taking some time to see what his uncle wanted from him.
Of course, he didn't exactly appreciate being bossed around like a kid. Then again, Galahad was a few centuries older than him. At the very least, he hadn't detected any hint of his uncle's previous disdain towards him just now. Come morning, Percy reached the agreed-upon location, finding Galahad already waiting for him. He was meditating on a mat by the center of the room, an empty vial sitting by his side. Wow, he's punctual, if nothing else. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Percy swiftly downed 2 doses of Aurora Dew. To maintain the silence, he sat opposite his uncle, silently accompanying him in his cleansing session. It wasn't until half an hour later that both of them were done.
You must be wondering why I called you here, Galahad said, opening his eyes. Percy didn't say anything in response, but he did toss the older Blue a duh glance back. When Father taught me circulation, he asked me to thank you for the art, and to apologize for the way I'd treated you. Huh, is that why you brought me here? Percy chuckled. Too embarrassed to be seen apologizing to a Redborn? No, Galahad replied calmly. If you took any offense from that jab, he didn't show it. I brought you here because I don't believe in empty words. I'd rather speak with actions. Meaning? Percy eyed his uncle suspiciously. Starting today, I'll spar with you for 2 hours every morning. Until the lotus blooms, at least. Hearing the offer, Percy couldn't help but crease his brow. He didn't doubt the experienced Blue had a lot to teach him, but he struggled to imagine himself lasting a second against his uncle.
Even the weakest Blue on Remir was currently an insurmountable obstacle for him, let alone somebody at the top of the grade. I know what you're thinking, but these won't be regular spars. I have a very specific objective in mind, Galahad explained. I won't force you, but I believe you'll be grateful for these lessons sooner or later. Domain? Percy asked, as something specific occurred to him. Galahad nodded, confirming his guess. Based on what you've told us, you seem to be as strong as a green. Unlike a real green, however, I doubt you can withstand a Blue's domain for even a second. Domains were the special ability that all mages unlocked as soon as they reached Blue. Its greatest advantage was that it didn't require a shred of mana. Fueled entirely by its owner's willpower, it was best known as an efficient and powerful tool for subjugating those significantly weaker. Of course, domains were much more than glorified fly swatters. If one was sufficiently skilled with theirs, they could potentially incorporate it within their magic, allowing them to employ their domain against equal or stronger opponents. If used correctly, it offered the possibility to tilt the scales of a difficult battle in one's favor. You want to prepare me to fight against Blues? He asked. Not exactly. If you end up being targeted by a Blue, you and your girlfriend will die, regardless of what I teach you. Simple as that. Then what's the point? Percy asked, not disagreeing with Galahad's assessment in the slightest. He wasn't under the delusion that he would be able to hold his own against a Blue anytime soon. Even if he ignored the existence of domains entirely, the colossal gap between greens and Blues wasn't something even he could bridge in the foreseeable future. Well, to start with, I want to drill into your head how important it is to avoid provoking a Blue in the first place.
If you keep going down this reckless path, you're going to get yourself in serious trouble. Beyond that, maybe this training will bear fruit a few years down the line. Percy nodded. He'd do everything in his power to avoid being targeted by a Blue, but it wouldn't hurt to be able to at least move inside a domain. Either way, getting trained by the most talented Blue in the province was definitely a unique opportunity. So, how are we going to do it? It's simple, really. I'll unleash my domain on you, and you'll do everything you can to not suffocate. Bonus points if you can stay on your feet. Percy was about to ask more questions, but his uncle never gave him the chance. The very next moment,
a powerful pressure descended upon him, squeezing the air out of his lungs. Landing on his knees with a muted thud, Percy struggled to even lift his eyes enough to look at his uncle. He knew that there was nothing happening to his body physically. The effect was all in his head, but it didn't make the experience any less real. How come he's such a prick even when he's trying to be nice? Percy smiled wryly. Or tried to, at least. Even twitching his lips was a slog, given the circumstances. Of course, this wasn't his first time experiencing a domain. He was quite certain that the Starry Queen had employed one against him, back during his escape from the fungal spire. In theory, his uncle's domain shouldn't even qualify as a breeze compared to a violet's. Then again, he'd never felt the Queen's domain directly, just whatever cheap knockoff she could manifest while controlling the Starry Knight's body from afar. Better focus on this, or he's going to laugh at me. Gritting his teeth, he dragged the tip of his thumb across his palm, a millimeter at a time, and pulled the faintest sliver of soul mana from his core.
Repeating the exact set of actions that had allowed him to break free of the Queen's domain the previous time, he stabbed himself with the hastily crafted construct, using the pain to clear his mind. Standing up was still too difficult, but the jolt of agony did allow him to take a breath at least. Greedily inhaling one mouthful of air after another, he slowly pushed more and more mana into his channels, activating his boosting art. It took him 3 times as long as it usually did, but synchronization eventually took effect. A wave of power washed over him as his body transformed in its usual manner. Percy lifted his eyes just in time to catch a hint of surprise in his uncle's expression. With another heave of effort, he managed to climb back to his feet, failing to suppress a smug grin. "Interesting," Galahad muttered. Percy could have sworn he saw the faintest shadow of a smile tugging at his uncle's lips for a moment there, but it was gone the very next instant. "I guess I don't have to hold back. Not as much, at least," Galahad added a second later. Before the words even left his mouth, a renewed wave of pressure slammed onto Percy. It took him by surprise, too, sending him face first into the floor even more forcefully. At the same time, his uncle's domain felt entirely different from before. It was several times stronger, of course, but that was merely the beginning. Beyond the sharp increase in the sheer quantity of the pressure, its quality seemed to have taken a drastic shift too. Percy's muscles grew numb as a jolt of electricity ran up and down his skin, prickling his flesh. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he could even smell a blend of ozone and charred wood mixing in the air, wisps of smoke rising out of the floor. Percy was about to call his uncle out for cheating. He wasn't supposed to add mana to his domain. But he held himself back upon failing to spot a single mote leaving Galahad's core. "Seriously? Is this still just his domain?" Unlike before, the pressure had evolved into something tangible, directly affecting the environment. Percy had some difficulty believing that one could accomplish this solely with their presence. Still, there was no denying the facts. What you experienced earlier was nothing more than the most basic domain. All blues obtain that benefit immediately after advancing. A veteran can take it much further, however. We can infuse our very understanding of magic into our domain, giving it new features. What you're feeling is my lightning affinity giving a different flavor to the domain, stunning and burning your body. A splitting headache thrummed within Percy's skull as he struggled to register his uncle's words. Just like that, the domain had grown over 5 times as troublesome, to the point that his previous tricks weren't enough to snap him out of it any longer. Of course, Percy had heard about domains before, but it wasn't until now that he truly understood how terrifying they could be. He chastised himself, as Galahad's demonstration had made one thing abundantly clear. Ugh, it's going to be one hell of a month, isn't it? Chapter 100. Crimson Mushrooms. Percy's training session only lasted a couple of hours, though to him, they felt closer to years. And that was despite Galahad cutting him some slack every few minutes or so, just to keep him from passing out. By the time they were done, Percy wasn't even sure he had improved in the slightest. If this training was useful, it wouldn't show for a while. Dragging his tired feet through the corridor, he wanted nothing more than to take a quick shower and go to bed. Of course, he couldn't actually do that. It was still rather early in the morning, and he had a ton of tasks begging for his attention. It's only a few more weeks of this. I guess I'll have to soldier through it. Sighing, he entered his lab, only to find somebody else waiting for him there. "Good morning," Elaine greeted him. "Don't tell me you plan to spend all your time at home holed up in a training room." "I don't have much of a choice," Percy shrugged. "This is the first time in 2 years that I don't have to constantly look over my shoulder. It's a golden opportunity for some last-minute preparations before we head out." Elaine pouted at the sound of that, but she didn't press him. She probably understood how important these next few days would be, given the perils waiting for them in their upcoming trip. "Say, do you mind if I spend some time with Mickey then?" she asked. "I've missed him too, you know." "Knock yourself out. He's currently trying to learn a new spell in the Whistling Woods." "Will I be disturbing him?" Percy shook his head. "Just help him catch a meal or two, and you'll more than make up for it." Motioning for her to wait a moment, he withdrew several vials from his amulet, tossing them in a pouch. "Since you're going, would you please take these to him? I've packed some Aurora Dew for you, too. It's enough to last both of you for a week." Elaine drew a sharp breath upon hearing the generous offer. "Seriously? I thought Uncle told you not to give us any. Besides, aren't you running low already?" Seeing her reaction, Percy failed to suppress a chuckle. "Nobody has to know. Besides, we're good for another couple of months or so. Between me, Mickey, and Nisha, we're already drinking 12 doses per day. Taking that up to 15 for a bit won't make that much of a difference." "You sure?" Elaine asked again, still not entirely convinced. Percy grinned. "As long as you never forget who your best cousin is." Elaine rolled her eyes, though she still squeezed him in one heck of a hug before leaving. "It's official. My relatives have teamed up to kill me," Percy thought amidst coughs as soon as she was gone. That said, he felt better knowing she'd be watching over Mickey over the next few days. He understood the bird was struggling more than he'd let on. Then again, it would be hypocritical of him to call the crow out on it, given all the reckless things he'd done himself over the years. I hope he manages to get the spell down. In theory, it should be fine. Between the fused mana the bird was regularly receiving through the cord, his new hibernation spell, and his growing understanding of mana conversion, it was easy to believe his familiar would figure it out. All right, no sense in worrying about him. Mickey and Nisha had their training to focus on, and Percy had plenty of tasks of his own. Closing the door, he finally removed his blindfold while walking to his desk. As he settled in, he took out all his supplies, as well as his alchemy equipment, scanning everything carefully while planning how to best manage his time. I still have a little under 3 weeks left until the lotus blooms. I need to brew more Aurora Dew, more healing potions, rebuild my weapons, and work on my projects. Realizing he couldn't possibly fit everything in his schedule, Percy understood he would have to prioritize the most important things. Sadly, that meant shelving his phantom scale raiment, for a while at least. As powerful as it was, he knew he didn't have anywhere near enough powder for it, nor the time to reforge all the pieces. Those issues notwithstanding, he knew how difficult it would be to maintain it while on the move. While it was a crucial part of his arsenal, the thrice-evolved, refined spell was prohibitively impractical. I should make a push to learn some basic Magiscript during my next visit to the vault, he decided. He already had an idea as to how he could eliminate the armor's greatest drawback, but that was for later. Right now, he could only afford to spend the dust and time on a couple of his weapons, as they were far simpler to craft and replace. That said,
he couldn't exactly make too many of those either.
2 scythes. It's not ideal, but it's probably the most efficient use of my current supplies.
Estimating how much powder that would leave him with, he nodded in satisfaction upon realizing it would be just enough to convert the last few doses of elixirs into aurora dew without having to condense more crystals. That settled, his eyes fell on the mushrooms again as he re-evaluated his decision not to use too many up. The healing potions were laughably easy to brew, and they were far more compact to store than an equivalent quantity of mushrooms. Perhaps he was better off brewing more of them, now that his amulet had some additional space, as it wouldn't be as easy in the future.
After all, the greatest challenge was growing the mushrooms themselves. If he planted them on regular corpses, it would likely take a lot longer than on Baldy's clones. I'll ask him to give me another 1 or 2. I can pay him back with some of the red mushrooms. Maybe he can use them to empower his clones or something. Having made his mind up, he calculated how much time all these tasks would consume. Between Galahad's lessons and alchemy, he'd need to spend all his remaining mornings, as well as the better part of his afternoons, leaving him only the evenings to work on something else. Replacing his scythes wouldn't take too long by comparison, just a night or 2. As for the rest of his time, he could spend it either on his mana threads or on the second variant of potions. It's probably better to focus on the latter. The potions will help me a lot sooner. Happy with the plan, he grabbed one of the crimson mushrooms from the desk and tore a chunk off, tossing it in his mouth. He wasn't looking forward to the after effects, but there was no better place to experiment on himself than in a house full of life users. Besides, it had to be done. He couldn't work on the potions without first understanding how the ingredients worked. It's fine. The troll used dozens of them before ruining his body, and he'd been injecting them straight into his blood. Eating a single piece shouldn't be too troublesome, he thought, as he chewed the chunk down. Its texture was soft and spongy, its flavor quite spicy. Percy was forced to wash it down with some water before focusing his mana sense on his stomach. Within seconds, a wave of mana spread outwards rapidly, heating his body up. Everywhere it passed, his blood boiled and his organs burned. It didn't take long for it to reach his heart either, at which point the changes accelerated greatly. Thrumming violently within his chest, his heart pumped more blood into his arteries, sending the mana farther through his veins. Not long after, his skin began to redden, while his muscles tensed in a manner quite similar to synchronization. However, there weren't any glowing lines of mana on his body, but rather a network of veins bulging from head to toe, much like the ones he had observed on the Troll King a few weeks ago. Taking a seat, he waited for a few minutes until the effect of the mushroom fizzled out, his heart rate dropping back to normal. The wave of energy previously coursing through his muscles was gradually replaced by some lingering soreness and fatigue. Nothing he couldn't recover from after a good night's sleep, but that was partly because of the low dosage, and partly because he hadn't tried exerting himself while under its effects. Okay. It's not the most pleasant sensation, but this much is manageable. Of course, a single piece of one mushroom wasn't nearly potent enough to help him in a fight either. If he brewed this into a proper potion and drank several of those at once, he was confident he could use them alongside synchronization to strengthen his body beyond its usual limits. In fact, he even hoped the potion would temporarily increase his capacity for the boosting art, helping him to keep a larger quantity of mana inside his channels. The only challenge was figuring out how to mitigate the side effects to a safe level so that he wouldn't kill himself in the process. Admittedly, a rather important detail to worry about. Obviously, the green mushrooms are the key. This pairing was what the Troll King had relied on, though his attempts had been rather clumsy. Percy understood that using two foreign sources of mana at the same time was highly inefficient,
as they would inevitably interfere with one another, ultimately lowering their efficacy.
That was largely why the creature had been forced to keep consuming both types of mushrooms, as well as why his body had ended up in such a crappy state afterwards. If Percy was to follow in the demi-human's footsteps, he'd have to approach this in a more sophisticated manner. He grinned. Luckily, I already know everything I need to accomplish this. Chapter 101. New Recipe. Percy spent the next few hours brewing Aurora Dew and healing potions, though his mind had drifted elsewhere. He was thinking over his plan, fleshing out the details. Alchemical principles were typically quite broad and could be applied in several ways. While pacification, redirection, and deattunement were generally considered the pillars of elixir making, there was no reason why he couldn't use them while brewing potions too. In fact, that's probably how the guild's alchemists brew some of the potions I've seen before, he reminded himself. This concept was something he had deduced years ago, but his understanding of alchemy had grown a lot since then. By now, he was confident he could even pinpoint the exact steps his colleagues had taken when designing their recipes. The healing and magic potions were the simplest ones, only involving a single primary ingredient each, as well as the extraction principle. The enlightenment potions were probably a step beyond that, requiring at least one round of pacification too, maybe more, to get them to last for hours. As for the rejuvenation potions, they were easily the most complex of the bunch. Not only did they involve two primary ingredients, but they likely demanded a round of deattunement to blend together without issue, as well as several rounds of pacification to stretch their effect overnight. What Percy hoped to do with the mushrooms would fall somewhere between the enlightenment potions and the rejuvenation potions in difficulty. Pacifying the essence of the green mushrooms would cause the healing potions to act in a delayed manner. That way, they'd behave more like regeneration potions, enhancing the body's natural recovery over a prolonged period of time. Thinking back, he was confident the moss he'd used on Atlantis was actually a naturally pacified ingredient. In any case, the slower regeneration definitely aligned better with his current needs. After all, it wasn't a sudden spike of healing that he needed, but a more extended effect, which lasted as long as the boost of the crimson mushrooms did. With a similarly timed release, it would more easily counteract the damage from the red boost before the degrading effects had the chance to spread and accumulate in his body. As for deattunement, it could help him combine the two ingredients more smoothly, so that they wouldn't mess with one another. Of course, neither life nor fire mana were quite as aggressive as beast mana, but they weren't exactly docile either. If he could prevent them from lowering each other's efficacy, the resulting potion would be both safer and more potent. I should break it into 4 steps: extraction, pacification, deattunement, and extraction again. The recipe was pretty much set in stone. The life mushrooms had to be extracted first, as he only wanted pacification to affect them. The crimson mushrooms already acted slowly enough. Once they were stable, he had to deattune the resulting regeneration potion before extracting the crimson mushrooms directly within it. Suffice to say, going through so many steps would negatively affect his yield. Then again, that wasn't a huge problem. First of all, while growing more mushrooms wasn't always convenient, it wasn't remotely as difficult as procuring more nectar. Besides, he didn't need much of the potion. He only wanted to have a couple of doses available, to keep as a trump card in case of an emergency. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't really use it more often than that, as he doubted he could completely eliminate the side effects. Okay, assuming this works, I'll need 2 types of secondary ingredients. Luckily, Percy still had some crushed rainbow grass left, as he'd packed more than he needed before leaving the guild. Unless the mushrooms proved incompatible with it for whatever reason, which was unlikely, he probably had deattunement covered. Sadly, he didn't have anything suitable for pacification on him. Hopefully Baldy can help with that,
As far as Percy knew, his family didn't have any active alchemists currently in their ranks. House Avalon made enough money to cover their needs via other ventures, whether that was through the towns they owned or through the healers they lent to their allies.
It had been centuries since they last needed to send one of their members to the guild. However, they'd probably accumulated a ton of junk in their warehouse over the years, and some ingredients could survive for a long time before going bad. If he got lucky, he might find a batch or two that he could use. All right, I'll go ask him in a couple hours. He's probably still training with Nisha right now. Activating synchronization, Percy began fusing and sending his mana over to Mickey for the next hour or so, hoping it would be enough to top him up. From what the crow communicated, he'd already met up with Elaine, and she was currently out looking for some food to bring him. Apparently, Mickey had even made some progress in consuming his air mana through his mutated feathers, confirming that it was indeed a more efficient way to go about it. Currently, he was working on fully integrating this variant of mana conversion into hibernation. Wow. This will definitely be a refined spell once it's done, Percy whistled in appreciation.
Keep it up, buddy.
Once he was sure his familiar was doing well, Percy stored his alchemy equipment away, leaving only his jar outside. With his boosting art active, he grabbed a handful of teal powder before starting to work on replacing his first scythe. All his reinforced constructs were made of 5 variants of teal mana nowadays: regular mana, crystallized mana, and 3 intermediate steps. While his mana threads weren't up to par quite yet, he did constantly discover stronger and stronger alloys to use for his armor and weapons while experimenting. Of course, he had already run into diminishing returns, with the improvements being both scarce and modest. Reminding himself that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, he instead took it as an indication that he was getting closer and closer to his goal. "I'll craft the second one tomorrow," he exhaled, wiping the sweat off his forehead. Packing everything else up, he left only the newly forged scythe in the lab. Sadly, it was too large to fit in his amulet, and he didn't want to carry it around the house either. Turning it invisible, he propped it up against a wall, hoping none of his relatives would come snooping overnight. Worst case scenario, I'll have to answer a bunch of awkward questions. He shrugged, too tired to worry much about spies within his own family. Having sorted everything, he headed to Baldy's office, hoping to catch his grandpa there. The patriarch ought to have finished training Nisha by now. A couple minutes later, Percy knocked on the door, getting invited in almost immediately, to his relief. "How's Galahad treating you?" Archibald asked, cutting straight to the chase. "Huh, I didn't know he told you about it. The training is definitely tough, but I appreciate it." Baldy nodded. "He's not a bad person," he sighed. "A little stern, perhaps, and quite prejudiced against lowborns.
But he does want what's best for our family."
Percy remained silent for a moment. He pulled a chair across from Baldy, plopping down comfortably as he gazed at his grandfather.
"I get that, but that's exactly why I was surprised by his offer. After all, your hopes of starting a new branch of the clone bloodline are going to get dashed when I leave. Isn't training me a waste of his time? From the family's perspective, I mean."
But Archibald shook his head. "I think he's starting to see you as more than just your bloodline, as he should. He'd be a fool to not realize your potential by now. I can't speak about your grade or lifespan, but I can tell you one thing. I'd be surprised if your fighting strength doesn't surpass mine at some point."
Hearing his grandpa's high praise, Percy failed to suppress a smile. Reaching a violet's strength as a redborn wasn't a small feat, and he did feel confident he'd get there, given how far he'd come in less than a decade.
That said, fighting strength wouldn't be enough to reach his goals. Sure, it would help him, both in protecting himself and earning whatever resources he needed, but it wouldn't extend his lifespan. Only advancements could. This was why he had to keep drinking Aurora Dew, and to keep searching the cosmos for another solution. It was also why he had to leave his family's mansion and head to the Thirsty Valley. Currently, it was the fastest way for him to reach Yellow. "How's Nisha doing with her training?" he asked, changing the topic. "She's working hard, very hard. Harder than the three of us did back in the day, actually. After all, I only have less than a month with her, whereas we spent several back then. So she's asked me to push her more." "Do you think her body will be ready for circulation by the time we leave?" Percy asked, though he could already guess the answer. "Unlikely, but she'll be close. Between the training she did on her own over the past few years and my accelerated sessions, she's over halfway there already, and we still have some time left." Percy nodded. "What about your fancy mushrooms?" Baldy asked. "I trust you won't let my clone's sacrifice go to waste."
"About that," Percy grinned. "That is actually why I'm here."
Chapter 102. A Favorable Deal. Over the next hour or so, Percy brought Baldy up to speed on the mushrooms. Of course, he'd already briefed the elder on his plans previously, but it wasn't until now that he'd come to understand his ingredients better. At first, he didn't expect his grandpa to be too interested. They already had a lot of healers at home, so the green mushrooms would only be useful for people heading out on missions, and only if they didn't have a life user accompanying them, which didn't happen very often. It was generally a dumb idea for a group to not include a healer, doubly so given their abundance in House Avalon. Even then, all their yellowborns reached green by the time they were old enough to be allowed out, making potions essentially useless for them, let alone their raw ingredients, which were even less potent. In theory, redborns might benefit more from the mushrooms. Sadly, they were rarely strong enough to risk sending on missions, not to mention how few of those the family even had left, ever since the massacre. This all meant that the green mushrooms would only be used in a few niche circumstances. Specifically, if and when a group of young orangeborns decided to head out unaccompanied by a life user, for whatever reason. "They wouldn't be worth it if they were more troublesome to cultivate," Archibald explained. "But things are different, given how easily I can replenish them." Percy nodded. The best thing about the mushrooms was that they didn't need any dedicated infrastructure or personnel to grow. Archibald could easily maintain a stock in their warehouse by himself. He'd only need to give up a clone whenever they were close to running out. Sure, they wouldn't be too effective without an alchemist to brew them into proper potions, nor would they be needed often. Still, it would be handy to have a few around for an emergency. At the very least, it was easier than purchasing normal healing potions from the guild. Additionally, Percy could brew his family their first batch before leaving. "What about the red ones? Their effect is a little more exotic. I was hoping they might be useful when consumed by your clones." Baldy shook his head, however. "Each of my clones would need several hundred mushrooms to get a boost, more than I can produce by sacrificing one. Even then, the effect would be minimal. Besides, I already have a spell that does something similar." Hearing that, Percy deflated. He had certainly hoped his latest acquisitions would prove useful for his house, to curb his guilt over all the time and attention he was siphoning from his grandpa again. "But that's not to say they're useless," Archibald added a moment later, causing him to perk up. "I may not personally need them, but many of our younger people have yet to master our family's secret arts. They'll be more effective on their clones, too, thanks to their lower grades." His words rekindled Percy's enthusiasm somewhat. Yet there was still an issue to solve. "Do you think they're safe to use in a battle, though?" Percy asked. "You saw what happened when I planted them into your clones." Baldy grimaced upon remembering the resulting carnage. "Looking at my own mutilated body is something I'll never get used to, no matter how many times I see it. Still, it's not that big of a problem. It only happened because I wasn't there to supervise the process. Withholding my mana from the mushrooms to slow their growth down would be trivial otherwise." The two spoke for a while longer, ironing out the details of their arrangement. Archibald agreed to give him a couple more clones, which Percy would exclusively use to grow green mushrooms. He didn't need any more of the red ones. He already had plenty to experiment with. Over the next few weeks, he would brew as many as he could into healing potions. That intention was both to extend his own stash and to leave behind any excess he couldn't fit into his amulet, for his family. Additionally, Baldy would allow him to take any secondary ingredients he wanted from the warehouse, assuming they even had any, of course. I'm definitely getting the better end of the deal here, he thought, a fuzzy feeling worming its way into his heart. Clearly, his grandpa had heavily skewed the exchange in his favor, looking for any excuse to help him out. After all, the 4 clones he had received were easily worth 10,000 contribution points, probably more. Meanwhile, the potions Percy would be giving them in return barely cost a fraction of that. And that was without even mentioning the free training he and Nisha were getting daily. Thanks. I'll make it up to you, when I can. Just focus on your own progress, Archibald said, casually waving away his concerns. You've done plenty for us, too. Not arguing the point further, Percy bid the man a grateful farewell before heading to the warehouse. There, he found his Uncle Gareth on guard duty, along with another guy whose name he didn't quite remember. A quick scan via Mana Sense revealed that the guard was at Yellow, probably a relatively young Orange-born, though he wasn't sure how distantly they were related. Either way, it was already nearly midnight, way too late for new acquaintances. Explaining his reason for being there, he handed the two a written permit Baldy had given him, while asking to be allowed inside. They complied, of course, even offering to help him search due to his apparent blindness. It'd be so much faster by myself. He couldn't help but roll his eyes from behind the blindfold as he sifted through the place. Even partially obstructed by the cloth, his enhanced vision had already picked up on a couple mana-rich spots that his regular mana sense had missed. Unfortunately, he still had to maintain the facade around others. In the end, it took the 3 of them a couple hours to search the whole place through, with some mixed results. Percy was positively surprised to have found a couple crates of alchemical reagents, even recognizing a few pacification ingredients among them. Unfortunately, the boxes were positively ancient, covered in an inch-deep layer of dust, and their contents weren't much better. The overwhelming majority of the reagents had long since gone inert, not a shred of mana left within them. And that was despite magical plants generally having a much longer shelf life than mundane ones. In fact, several even crumbled to powder in his hands as he tried picking them up. Percy creased his brow as he tallied the surviving reagents. A few pale carrots, some moonflower petals. There wasn't much. Barely enough for him to brew a handful of doses, if everything went well. Granted, this was all he really needed, though it also meant he didn't have much leeway for experimentation. He'd have to get the recipe down in the first couple of attempts, if he wanted to avoid wasting his limited supplies. What made it even more complicated was the fact that he'd have to use a different ingredient each time. All right, I guess I should probably test the other steps separately, to get more familiar with those first, since I'll only get a couple shots at pacification. It would inevitably cost him a few more mushrooms, but those were more disposable, given the circumstances. Helping his relatives put everything else back, he thanked them before returning to his room. It wasn't until he was alone that he finally took his blindfold off again. Well, Nisha was technically there too, but she was sleeping so heavily that she hadn't even noticed him enter. Tossing her a glance, he didn't miss the traces of exhaustion still creasing her pretty face as she lay sprawled over the bed like a starfish. Baldy wasn't kidding about her. She's really giving it her all. Sighing, he pulled the curtain open to look at the starlit sky blanketing the heavens. To his relief, it didn't seem the sun was quite ready to rise just yet,
though he knew he barely had a couple hours left.
Taking off his clothes, he carefully pushed Nisha to one side, trying his best not to disturb her as he joined her.
Imagine the look on Galahad's face if I sleep in, he thought, barely suppressing a chuckle. It was tempting, really. Not just as payback for all the shit the Blue had given him in the past, but also because he really wasn't in the mood for another one of those brutal training sessions. In the end, he shook his head, however. No sense in antagonizing the man, now that their relationship had finally started turning around. Besides, as tough as it was, Percy knew he had struck quite a bargain there. Forcing all the stressful thoughts out of his mind, he allowed his head to sink into his soft, nostalgic pillow, a more positive note taking hold of him right before he fell asleep. 16 more days until the lotus blooms. Chapter 103. Brown Potion. 2 weeks went by in a flash as everyone pushed themselves to their very limits.
Percy didn't actually get to spend much time with Nisha. Even when the two got a few minutes together, they were typically too tired to talk. From what little they did speak, however, he understood she was already well on her way to mastering circulation. He knew she had cleared her remaining channels a long time ago, as merely opening them didn't require her body to be trained. That said, she wouldn't be able to temper them, nor could she experiment with her mana flow until her physique was fully honed. Admittedly, this milestone was still a few months away, despite all the time she'd saved with Baldy's help. As for Percy, he'd also made a ton of progress on multiple fronts. Not all of them, though.
I don't think this will work,
he grunted between pants, droplets of sweat dripping off his chin one after the other. Percy, don't be too greedy now. You've done remarkably well given your grade. I doubt there are many yellows who can resist even the most basic domain, let alone an orange hoping to withstand mine, Galahad consoled his nephew, in a manner somewhat atypical of him. Percy sighed, knowing his uncle was right. Despite all his hard work, the best he'd managed to accomplish was to remain conscious for a prolonged period of time. Still, he couldn't even twitch a muscle after all these grueling sessions. I guess this is all I'll be able to do before my next advancement. He only hoped his efforts wouldn't be for nothing, even if their results weren't immediately obvious. In any case, thanks for all the help, he said as soon as he managed to steady his breath. If nothing else, this was certainly illuminating. Galahad nodded. Percy turned around to leave when his uncle's next words froze him in his steps. I am sorry for the way I treated you, you know. Looking back at Galahad, Percy caught a fleeting hint of sadness. Regret, even. One he'd never expected to see in the man's expression. Percy chuckled. Don't get all sentimental on me now. Cold indifference suits you better. I'm sure it does, Galahad replied, letting his lips curl upwards. I just want you to know that House Avalon was lucky to have you. It's not an easy thing to admit, especially not for an aspiring leader. But I honestly believe we'd be better off if I hadn't contributed in pushing you out. Percy remained silent for a couple of seconds, letting the words sink in. It was true. Galahad was quite influential in the family. While Percy's decision to leave had ultimately been his, things might have been different had Baldy agreed to give him the elixirs he'd needed back in the day. Had that been the case, he might have sought out a different solution for Mickey, too, and he would never have gone to the Alchemists' Guild. But it was too late for regrets. 2 doses of elixirs weren't remotely enough anymore. Percy currently needed 22 of them. Per day! There was no way they could possibly justify such an outlandish expenditure to the rest of their family, not without spilling all his secrets. Maybe not even after doing that. Not to mention the mess he had raised back in the guild. The divine root was bound to come for him sooner or later. Right now, every second he spent with his family was a risk for everyone involved.
No sense in regretting the past, Uncle, he said. If I hadn't left, I wouldn't have met Nisha. The Aurora Dew might have never come to be either. It's impossible to say which path is better. The last thing Percy heard was a sigh as he closed the door behind him, leaving the training room. Galahad's words swirled within his mind for a few more minutes as he made the familiar trek to his lab, but he shook them away by the time he arrived. He still had some work ahead of him, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Fortunately, his other projects had been a lot more successful. His sides had been ready for a while now. In fact, he'd even recycled them once already a couple of days prior. His alchemical ventures had progressed just as smoothly too, if not better. To his great joy, Percy had finished converting his remaining elixirs to Aurora Dew, and he had condensed 3 clones worth of mushrooms into effective healing potions. By now, his spatial amulet was packed to the brim with supplies, and the excess had already been handed over to Baldy. The only thing left is to make the final push for the other potion, he thought, his eyes burning with determination. Closing the curtains, he took out his equipment, preparing everything with precision. He'd already familiarized himself with most of the steps in his free time. He'd practiced extracting both of the mushroom's essences separately, as well as deattuning and mixing them together. Admittedly, it wouldn't be exactly the same when he did everything in the correct order. Still, he was at least confident that his only potential point of failure would be the pacification step, which he hadn't had a chance to practice like the rest. "Here goes nothing," he said, pouring 4 vials of healing potions inside his cauldron. With a steady hand, he grabbed a handful of white powder, adding it to the concoction before turning the heat up. Percy had actually mixed the crushed pale carrots with the moonflower petals to end up with a more homogenized resource. A rather bold move. Normally, adding multiple secondary ingredients during the same step was ill-advised. If Oren were here, he'd probably want to slap his protégé. After all, introducing too many variables drastically reduced one's yield. However, Percy estimated he was better off risking this, as it would ensure that all 3 of his attempts were as similar to one another as possible. Using a different reagent each time would likely hurt him more. So far, so good, he thought as he played around with the enchantments, responding instinctively to the concoction's whims. Objectively speaking, the session was going terribly, as he'd already ruined 1/3 of the ingredients less than a minute in. He wasn't deterred in the slightest, however, his enhanced eyes gathering valuable feedback with every passing moment. Information that would help him greatly in his next attempt. Not a single drop, he smiled bitterly, staring at the inert sludge inside the cauldron. He'd known not to expect anything from the first batch, though he'd secretly hoped to salvage at least some of it. This was just a single step of pacification, after all, nothing too revolutionary. It is what it is. I just need to make the last 2 batches count. Washing his equipment over a wooden basin, he left everything to dry by the window for a few minutes, as he allowed the gentle breeze to soothe some of his fatigue away. It wasn't until an hour later that he was in the right headspace to give it another shot. This time, Percy was better prepared right off the bat. Avoiding some crucial early mistakes he'd made in the previous attempt, he preserved a lot of the ingredients as he progressed through the session. That said, he didn't allow himself to relax for a second, knowing he was still doing far worse than he would be with proper practice. 180 drops, he estimated, distilling the foam inside a couple of vials. Shaking them a little, he spent a few moments appreciating the pale green liquid swirling within the crystalline confines. These were essentially regeneration potions now. They could be more useful in a fight than regular healing potions under some circumstances. But he figured the potions he actually wanted to brew would help him more. Mentally calculating what this output meant for his yield, Percy soon grimaced in disappointment. Nearly 2 doses were infinitely better than 0, but he'd still started his attempt with 4 vials of healing potions. Had he been better at this, he should have preserved more than 3/4 of that. And I'll still lose more in the next steps, he shrugged. The only thing he could do was to try to improve from here on out. The third attempt got him around 2.5 vials of regeneration potion, bringing the total to just over 4. Still not perfect, but good enough. There were some inevitable losses during the final 2 steps, though not nearly as many as before. By the time he was completely done, Percy had collected a grand total of 2.5 vials of a brown, syrupy liquid.
Its appearance somewhat resembled the rejuvenation potion he had used before, though its color was a little closer to yellow. It smelled of mint, yet it also left a lingering burn in his nose, subtly hinting at its spicy flavor. Some bubbles faintly fizzed through its volume as the fluid struggled to contain the magical fury sealed within. This should barely be enough to affect my body for a few minutes. He could probably withstand a little more than that, thanks to his second core and his boosting art. Well, assuming the recipe worked as successfully in reality as it did in his mind. Still, it was better not to drink too much on his first try, since he wouldn't have an opportunity to actually test the potion's effects beforehand. Pouring the contents of the 3 vials into a small leather flask for easier access, he hung it at his waist, nodding in satisfaction.
Hopefully he'd never have to use it. But just having it with him already made him a little more confident in leaving the mansion without his trusty armor. He knew what to call it, too, having settled on its name a long time ago. The Troll's Fury Potion. Chapter 104. Regulation. Percy allowed his thoughts to sink into the ethereal cord in his sternum, watching the live feed provided by Mickey with bated breath as the crow shared senses with him. His blood flow had greatly slowed, an oppressive feeling of numbness enveloping his body from beak to talon. Mickey didn't seem deterred in the slightest, however, clearly accustomed to the weakness brought about by hibernation. Instead, he focused his attention on fine-tuning the spell to the best of his ability. The beast mana traveling through the bird's veins had halted almost entirely, massively lowering his expenditure. And that wasn't even the interesting part. In some places, the mana even flowed in reverse, swimming upstream through the crow's arteries and fighting against the current of blood. All of those tiny rivulets stemmed from the roots of Mickey's mutated feathers, now dimmer than ever before, despite constantly being flooded with a ton of air mana from his abdomen. The beast mana headed straight into Mickey's core, carrying some traces of air mana with it. Even more interesting was the fact that the air mana appeared to rapidly decrease throughout its journey. Only half of what Mickey drew from his feathers ever reached his core, the rest of it consumed along the way. Unlike Percy's soul conversion, which solely took place inside his first core, in Mickey's case, the spell's effect seemed to span his whole body. Contrary to other affinities, the beast mana greedily chipped away at the air mana with every chance it got. In the end, only about 20% of it got converted, barely enough to qualify as a crude spell on its own, though the additional component of hibernation made it a great deal more impressive. Still, Mickey clearly had his work cut out for him, since his new spell had plenty of room for improvement. That said, this was already good enough for them to finally solve their issue for the time being. The crow's status had noticed, too, seeing as the entry had changed since the last time Percy checked it a couple days prior. "Congratulations, buddy! Your spell has evolved. Wild Art, Hibernation. Crude to Wild Art, Regulation, Refined." Admittedly, Percy felt a little silly reproducing the notifications for his familiar, but he didn't want his pal to miss out on one of the most thrilling parts of practicing magic.
While his status had grown more comprehensive since incorporating Ia's decree, to the point that it registered more than just spells for him, it still failed to properly extend all its features over to Mickey. He sighed. Maybe the next time I upgrade it. Oblivious to his thoughts, Mickey allowed himself to relax, a wave of exhaustion oozing through the bond. It was accompanied by some lingering traces of hunger he hadn't quite managed to quash.
Still, it was all dwarfed by the sheer exhilaration and overwhelming pride the familiar felt over his accomplishment. "You can stop sending me mana now," Mickey said. "Are you sure this is enough?" Percy asked back, not entirely convinced. Mickey remained silent for a couple of seconds before sending a mental nod. "It won't be pleasant, but I think I can go on for weeks like this without having to eat much more than you guys." Percy exhaled in relief upon hearing the confirmation directly.
While he'd been confident in his idea, it had all been theoretical until just now. And truth be told, they'd have needed a spell like this sooner or later, even if they'd never left the grisly bog. After all, Mickey's core would eventually advance again, his hunger growing right alongside it. The fungal spire was one of very few places on Remior where Mickey would always be able to eat his fill. Until Violet, at least. But now, he can mitigate it as long as his second core keeps up. Of course, this still wasn't a permanent solution. Unfortunately, Mickey's second core was growing more slowly. It was bound to fall behind the other one eventually. Percy estimated it would reach yellow before the first one hit green, but he wasn't sure it would comparably progress to green before the first one reached blue. Well, at any rate, they should be good for the next few decades. As Mickey's conversion rate continued to climb, he'd grow more comfortable too. Right now, he'd have to keep the spell active for several hours per day, not to mention dealing with the fatigue it left behind afterwards. However, he should eventually cut that time down massively with continued use, and they had many years to come up with something better before the gap between his cores widened again. "Is Elaine still with you?" Percy asked, changing the topic. "No, she left once I assured her I'd be okay. She should be back in the mansion soon, if not already. She said she wants to spend some more time with you and Nisha before we all leave." Percy nodded. His short vacation was finally nearing its end. According to Baldy's explanation, their family should be receiving their petals within the next couple of hours. "I can't believe it's already been 5 years since Hermes' message." He smiled. So much had happened since the first time he had ever heard a god speak. His growth aside, he'd somehow managed to inadvertently piss that very same god off. Who'd have thought? Not to mention his even more bizarre dealings with a different god. A foreign titan, no less. Bidding Mickey farewell, he closed the connection and promptly headed to Baldy's office. As he entered the open doorway, he found the room quite crowded. In addition to his grandpa, Elaine and Nisha were also waiting for him. Galahad and Mordred were present too, likely waiting for their own petals. Upon taking a seat next to Nisha, Percy caught Mordred tossing him a fleeting glance. He couldn't make out his cousin's expression through his blindfold, but he did notice traces of curiosity flickering within the young man's soul. The two were essentially complete strangers, having never interacted much in the past. Mordred's presence was undeniable, however, making Percy inadvertently feel even more on edge than he had while facing Rambert, despite knowing his cousin wasn't his enemy. If he hadn't explicitly been told otherwise, he might have even guessed his family's resident prodigy had awakened his domain ahead of time. At any rate, Galahad didn't seem to have spilled any of Percy's secrets to his son. Annoyingly, it did mean Percy had to keep the blindfold on during the meeting, though. "Ahem. Now that we're all here, I should explain what's about to happen," Archibald said, drawing everyone's attention. Nobody else uttered a word, waiting eagerly for him to continue. Every noble house was contacted by the Divine Root a few weeks after Hermes' first message. We were privately given some more detailed information about how the petals are going to be disseminated. While today marks the official 5-year anniversary since the message, the lotus has already bloomed. Nearly a week ago, in fact. The petals are already being delivered, with some provinces getting theirs a little sooner than others. Ours will be handed to us by an emissary of the Divine Order, a demigod, later today. Everyone in the room drew a sharp breath in response. Elaine was the first to speak, however,
voicing the question at the forefront of all their minds. They're sending their demigods? As errand boys? Even Galahad seemed surprised at this. Percy wasn't sure anyone present, Baldy included, had ever personally seen a wight, let alone a demigod, standing at a level above even the leaders of the great houses. Technically, the Order's demigods were still considered mortals, though they were just a step beneath divinity. Supposedly, any of them had the potential to take that very step at any given moment. In other words, the person delivering their petals today could just as easily be a god tomorrow. Well, on paper. Obviously, it was a little more complicated than that. Only the tiniest fraction of demigods had ever managed to shed their mortal coil in Remir's long history, despite each of them having a lifespan of tens of millennia. Either way, assigning the elevated humans to such a menial chore was unprecedented. Insulting, even. Archibald shrugged. They didn't really have a choice. The last thing anybody wants is to see such a valuable treasure wasted. As Hermes has already mentioned, the petals only last a little over 3 weeks before withering. Even for violets and whites, that's not necessarily enough time to reach the most remote houses. Not to mention how inconvenient it is for a leader to leave his headquarters for months on end. A few others spoke up, firing more questions, though Percy tuned them out, his thoughts lingering on something else. I hope the demigod doesn't suspect anything about me. It would probably be fine, otherwise Archibald would have warned him already. These people weren't personally involved in the search for him and Nisha, nor would they be likely to bother with something so far beneath them. Still, Percy had plenty of secrets he didn't want to leak, and he had no idea how perceptive such a lofty individual could be. Perhaps it would be safer for him to hide in his room until the emissary was gone. Just to be safe. I'm more surprised the gods haven't decided to withhold the petals from everyone, to force us all to help them search for the culprits behind the Aurora Dew, Mordred said, completely oblivious to the fact that those very culprits were sitting right next to him. What would be the point in that? Galahad asked back. The overwhelming majority of mortals would already gladly hand them over to the Order if they could. Besides, Hermes has already given us his word about the lotus. Going back on it would only tarnish his reputation. Mordred was about to reply when somebody knocked on the door. Father, there is a high-profile visitor waiting in the main hall. He wishes to speak to you, Uncle Gareth said. Everyone in the room exchanged glances with one another. The demigod had arrived a little sooner than they were expecting. Is His Grace here for the petals? Baldy asked, as he hurriedly stood up and joined his son at the door. Gareth's next words caught everyone by surprise, however. His Grace? Sure, he's from the divine root, all right. But why are you being so respectful towards him? He's just a kid at Green. I think he said his name was Jason? Nisha grabbed Percy's hand, clenching it tightly. It trembled, betraying her inner turmoil. At the same time, several pairs of eyes turned towards them as Percy felt the blood drain from his face, his very breath growing cold inside his lungs. Seriously? Now? You must be fucking kidding me! It felt like a bad dream. Of course, he and Nisha had always known this day would come. But he'd hoped to secure a few more months of freedom before their pursuers caught up to them. He certainly hadn't expected this to happen mere hours before he finally got his petal. And after all the trouble he'd gone through to earn it, too. But perhaps he should be grateful it had taken them this long in the first place. It would have been significantly worse a year ago. Or earlier. Baldy had frozen in his steps. Turning towards Percy, he placed his hand on his grandson's shoulder, squeezing it gently. The moment felt so damn fleeting, Percy's heart racing in his chest. Grandson and Grandpa exchanged a silent glance, conveying 1,000 unspoken words with that gesture. Percy wanted to pull his blindfold off so badly, to get one last look at his grandpa's face. Elaine's, too. Who knew if he'd ever see either of them again? He was about to do it, and damn the consequences, when Nisha squeezed his hand even more tightly. Baldy did the same to his shoulder. Keeping up the facade about his eyes was important, now more than ever. Not that they didn't trust Mordred, but their leeway for unnecessary risks had just been cut short. Letting go, Baldy left the office as Percy turned towards Elaine for a fraction of a second. He didn't utter a word, however. Neither did she, nor anybody else in the room. They couldn't afford to delay any longer, nor implicate anyone more than they already had. He and Nisha bolted out of the room, hoping Baldy would buy them enough time to get as far from this place as possible. One thought rang crystal clear in everyone's mind. Things were about to go to shit. Chapter 105. Jason. Earlier, Jason had grown sick of tasting his own blood, but he couldn't help it. Biting his cheek was a habit he'd inadvertently picked up over the last couple of months. By now, it had grown a little out of hand. He'd already chosen to ignore multiple calls from Deimos, afraid his boss might order him to return to the guild. Of course, not answering was a serious offense in and of itself, but he could still play dumb later. Defying a direct order, on the other hand, wasn't something he'd be able to downplay as easily. He grimaced as he continued to follow the latest trail. I really hope this is the one. Eventually, a large wooden mansion faintly appeared on the horizon, drawing his attention. And the two karmic threads were pointing straight towards it. A noble house. It has to be one, right? This was certainly more promising than the shitty towns and fields the last couple of threads had led him to. On second thought, it wasn't that surprising. He'd already exhausted more than half of the trails, so he just had to be getting closer to Nesha.
Well, unless she's also dead.
One possibility he hadn't given as much thought to was one where the alchemist had murdered both of his accomplices, Percy and Nisha. Should that be the case, the threads extending out of her clothes might never lead him to his target. I suppose there's no sense in worrying about that. If that's the case, I'm screwed anyway. He shrugged. What province was this again? Camelot or Sentin? Getting a little closer, he managed to make the insignia out, carved on several spots along the outer walls. It depicted two faces looking away from one another. Digging through his memories, he tried to recall which families had a similar symbol. Briareus, Cottus, Avalon? Jason froze in his tracks upon thinking of that last possibility. Avalon? As in Percival Avalon? The dead runt? No, that couldn't be the case. Why would Nisha or the alchemist visit the family of their dead collaborator? Merely avoiding their own families wouldn't have been that strange. After all, Nisha's house was already destroyed. The alchemist might not want to stay at a conspicuous location either. But there were so many alternatives to choose from if they just wanted to divert attention. So why pick Percy's house? The only possibility that made sense was that the boy was still alive. Why would they even keep him around? Did they grow fond of him? Was the alchemist perhaps a relative of his to start with? Jason's heart skipped a beat as countless possibilities swirled within his mind. He still had no idea what to make of this mess, but it didn't really matter. The odds of having finally stumbled upon something important had just shot through the roof. Taking out the device, he was about to activate it, though he hesitated. If he contacted Deimos now, there was no going back. His superior was bound to lash out at him over his failures and the missed calls. All would be forgiven if his current lead yielded a result, of course. But if not, it's not like I have a choice. I doubt I'll get another chance anyway. If this one is a dead end, I'm screwed. It's best to know what I'm dealing with first. Making his mind up, he opened the watch, pouring his mana into it. He barely had to wait a moment before the other side picked the call up. "Jason!" a furious voice yelled barely a second later.
If you ignore one more of my calls, I swear I'm going to skin you alive. How dare you disappear for weeks on end?" Having expected the outburst, Jason had already leaned away from the device, though the sheer fury contained therein still caused him to flinch. "Deimos, just shut up and listen. None of that matters. I think I've got some real results this time," he hurriedly said, before his boss had a chance to interrupt him again. Deimos remained silent for a few seconds, letting his claims sink in. When the demigod next spoke, he did so far more calmly, some cautious optimism inadvertently spilling into his voice.
"If you're lying to me, I'll give you exactly one chance to reconsider," he grumbled through gritted teeth.
"Look, I can't be 100% sure, okay? But I'm confident in this one. The thread has led me to House Avalon." Jason doubled down. "Can you check if there's anyone else in the guild from that family? Besides the Redborn, I mean." Deimos hung up without saying anything. It wasn't until about an hour later that he called Jason again. "Nobody. House Avalon hasn't sent anyone else here in decades." "I see. Well, Nesha has to be around, otherwise her clothes wouldn't have brought me here. Percy has to be too, as nothing else makes sense. I don't know if the alchemist is with them, but I'll make them spill his whereabouts regardless." Activating his karmic vision, Jason saw the threads were already on the move. He wasn't deterred in the slightest, however, his lips parting into a feral grin.
The fact that they'd chosen to run as soon as he arrived could only mean that he was correct.
"Run then, as far as you can. You won't escape this time." He could chase after them right away, though he'd rather speak to the family's leader first, to gauge the house's stance on the culprits. It was the Divine Root's protocol to do so in cases like this, to not give their adversaries a chance to come up with believable excuses. "I've missed doing my job properly so damn much." As for his targets, they were no longer of any concern. He'd only need a couple hours to catch up to them, now that he'd singled out the correct threads. Resting one leg over the other, he leaned back, sinking into the couch. This was the first time he had been able to relax in years. Ignoring the hushed whispers of the local nobles, he patiently waited for the Violet Patriarch to arrive. "Forgive me for the delay," a bald man said politely, stepping into the hall. "You've chosen a rather strange day to visit."
You see, we're expecting the emissary of the Divine Order to arrive.
Jason raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that today?" So long had he been on the move, he hadn't even registered the passage of time. Not that he was particularly concerned with the lotus. The petals weren't even compatible with his affinity. "You must be Archibald, then," he asked again with a shrug, after not getting a reply to his last question. The man nodded, studying his face intently before speaking. "I won't presume to know what matter was important enough to bring the Divine Root to our doorstep, but I'll do my best to entertain you." "Really now?" Jason asked nonchalantly. "Why do I have this sneaking suspicion you know exactly what I'm here for?" Archibald remained placidly silent, however. "Fine. I'll play along. I'm looking for Nesha Veritas and Percival of your house. I know they were here just minutes ago, so don't even try to pretend otherwise."
"I'm sure at least one of your relatives will crumble under the slightest bit of pressure," Jason said, gesturing at the other nobles milling about.
"Did you come into my home to threaten me, boy?" the powerful Violet hissed. At the same time, a suffocating domain descended upon Jason, pressing him into the pillows. The latter's smile only widened, however. He could sense the old man was holding back a great deal. No way his domain was weaker than Deimos's. He just didn't dare harm a single hair on Jason's head, and they both knew it. "Threatening you isn't quite as serious a crime as obstructing the Divine Root's official investigation. Or would you like to personally explain to the gods of the Divine Order why everyone on Remior is still drinking the regular elixirs after all this time?" The man's features softened as he withdrew his domain. The fury in his face all but evaporated, replaced by unconcealed concern.
What does that have to do with anything? Do you deny that the two people I seek were here, or that they came here from the Alchemists' Guild? Archibald appeared to ponder the questions for a few seconds. I do not. It's true that my grandson used to be in the guild. He left our house years ago, of his own accord, after we denied him the elixirs he needed for his growth. A rather common story on Remier, is it not? You do know the guild has been on lockdown since Hermes' message, right? Naturally. Percy claimed he'd left months before the incident. You can't really blame me for believing him either. Are you telling me a young lowborn like him somehow got involved in such a grand matter? Or that he managed to slip through the guild's perimeter without anybody finding him for years? Jason could smell something fishy going on.
Archibald's words made sense, but he couldn't shake the impression the man had intentionally delayed meeting with him, buying time for his grandson to escape.
Well, if either of them knew of my affinity, they wouldn't have counted on that.
He struggled to suppress a smirk. For now, his best bet was to get the man to implicate himself further. What about the girl? Didn't you question where your grandson picked her up? Also, was there a third person with them? Archibald furrowed his brow, appearing to search his memories. It was just the two of them. Of course I asked Percy about his girlfriend. Our house is in the middle of a war right now. We can't afford to let outsiders join willy-nilly. Honestly, I didn't even know she was a noble. They both showed up in filthy rags, claiming she was a commoner he'd met in some town. You understand how serious the repercussions will be if you're lying to me, right? Jason pressed. Do you take me for a fool?
I've lived dozens of times longer than you, boy.
Archibald stared him in the eyes, completely unfazed. If the patriarch was lying, he was good at it. This is the first I'm hearing of my grandson's involvement in this matter. House Avalon had nothing to do with this. Of course, we'll fully cooperate with your investigation. Glancing around at his relatives, Archibald purposefully raised his voice for all to hear. From now on, Percy is excommunicated from the family, until such time as the divine root determines his innocence. If he tries to contact any of you, you are to arrest him on sight and deliver him straight to me. His girlfriend, too. Jason shrugged. This discussion hadn't been particularly helpful. Guilty or not, the old fox clearly knew to say all the right words. Either way, it didn't matter. The fate of House Avalon was something for his superiors to decide. His only remaining responsibility was to capture the culprits.
Then he could finally wash his hands of this nonsense. Leaving the mansion, he activated his ocular technique once more, pinpointing the conspicuous threads he'd identified earlier. They'd already traveled a few degrees to the north, probably varying their paths to ditch him. A bunch of fools. Such tactics might have worked on anybody else, but not him. Against a karma user, their best bet had been to escape in a straight line, prioritizing distance above all else. Not that it would have made much of a difference, though. At most, it would have bought them another hour or two. Cracking his neck, he sped after them, eager to finally get his hands on the bastards that had screwed with him for so fucking long. Chapter 106. Diplomacy. Percy dragged Naisha through the whistling woods, sprinting blindly in the darkness. The moonless sky wasn't doing them any favors as they struggled to avoid crashing into a tree. Worse, they were out of breath already. Still, he ignored his exhaustion, striving to buy as much time as possible as he contemplated their situation. Several scenarios flashed through his tired mind, each worse than the previous one. He was under no delusions that they would escape without a confrontation this time. If their enemies had managed to track them all the way here, they clearly possessed some magical means of locating them. Perhaps a specialized bloodline or an artifact. Percy had no idea what it was exactly, but it didn't really matter.
The only thing they could control was how to react once they were found. Then again, he couldn't exactly decide on the best course of action either, not without knowing what they were up against. If the root had sent any blues after them, they were already out of luck. His training sessions with Galahad had made that abundantly clear. His only hope was that it would be overkill.
Surely even the divine root couldn't afford to leave their blues roaming Remir for years on end, hunting for them. It's not like we'll have a much easier time against their greens, though, he groaned wearily. Unlike their carefully prepared ambush in Bogside Town, he wasn't in any condition to fight at that level. They hadn't set any traps in preparation, not to mention the fact that he currently lacked the majority of his constructs. In fact, he was glad he'd even had the presence of mind to grab his 2 scythes before rushing out of the mansion so that he wouldn't be entirely unarmed. His companions weren't faring much better either. Nisha had dark bags under her eyes. A healing potion would help with that, but there was only so much she could do with a single spell in her arsenal. As for Mickey, he was doing worse than either of them. The crow had already met up with them and was currently flying in their vicinity. Still, Percy wouldn't even let his familiar fight a yellow right now, let alone a green. Also, these people are likely to be elites among elites, even stronger than the likes of Rambert or Mordred. Worse still was the fact that he couldn't just run away. Even if he could come up with a way to ditch his pursuers, he didn't only have himself to worry about. While he was certainly glad they'd managed to evade discovery for so long, this was arguably one of the worst possible moments for them to be found, smoked right out of his family's mansion, without the promised petal he'd been waiting so strategically for. If he failed to handle this properly, his loved ones could easily pay the price. "Stop," he muttered, pulling Nisha to a halt. She acquiesced, though she did flash him a questioning look. "We'll have to confront them at some point, whether in a fight or through diplomacy." Either way, I'd rather not be out of breath when it happens. Nodding, she accompanied him to a nearby tree, the 2 of them huddling by its roots. Mickey landed some distance away too, remaining within earshot. The trio proceeded to go over the various possibilities, discussing how to deal with each of them, all while keeping their senses out for any intruders. "Well, well, who do we have here?" A snarky voice pierced through the cacophony of the whistling cones. "I was wondering why the 2 of you had stopped moving. Did you get tired? Or did you actually think you'd traveled far enough to ditch me?" Percy failed to see the newcomer's face, having put his blindfold back on while waiting for the man to arrive. He'd take it off if he had to, obviously, but the situation hadn't devolved that far. "Just 1 green," he noted, not finding anybody else. It wasn't going to be an easy fight, given their current state, but it was about the best they could have hoped for. Then again, he'd rather try other options before falling back to violence. "Who are you?" Nisha was the first to speak. "Yeah, no. I've already done the playing dumb routine once today. Don't even bother wasting more of my time. Not after fucking my life up for the last 2 years, the Green replied, his voice devoid of humor. "Right now, your best bet is to tell me who brewed the Aurora Dew and where I can find him. Trust me, you don't want to play games with me." "That can be arranged," Percy said calmly. "Before that, I also want a couple of reassurances from you, or better yet, from your boss." Revealing anything to the divine root was something he would have rather avoided, but he couldn't just kill this guy inside his family's province, not without taking a few necessary steps to draw some of the resulting heat to himself. The Green chuckled. "Do you honestly think you're in a position to be making demands?" he snarled.
If you wanted to negotiate, you should have done so 2 years ago.
Ignoring the quip, Percy tossed him a gemstone vial, a turquoise liquid swirling inside. "It's me. I'm the one you're looking for. I know it's a little late, But 2 years isn't that long in the grand scheme of things. I'll share the recipe with everyone, and we'll all get our happy ending. Do you have any way to contact your boss? We'll gladly accompany you to the nearest town if you need to send a letter. A wave of amusement rippled through the Green's soul.
You? Do you seriously expect me to believe that crap?
Do you see anybody else with us? Or do you think we pulled the Aurora Dew out of thin air? Nisha asked.
How could he have possibly succeeded where every other alchemist on Remior has failed? For thousands of years at that.
The Green didn't relent.
It's simple, really. I looked where nobody else did. It's all thanks to my bloodline.
I trust you don't have the patience for my life story, Percy fired back.
Wouldn't you rather pass the responsibility of assessing the validity of our claims to your superior?
Nisha pitched in with a question of her own.
The man appeared to ponder their request for a few seconds. Fine, I'll play along. We've already been in this ridiculous dance for years. I suppose a few more minutes won't change anything. Taking a curious object out of his pocket, he drew a stream of mana from his core, pouring it into the object. A series of runes that Percy failed to identify soon lit up on the device, though he was more focused on the man's strange mana type than the item. What affinity is that? I've never seen one like this before. Is that how he was able to find us? On the one hand, it was rather troublesome. Escaping would be impossible as long as this person drew breath. Conversely, it also meant the solution to their problem was standing right in front of them. Oblivious to his thoughts, the man continued pouring mana into the device for a few seconds until the rest of the inscriptions lit up. Jason, any updates? The voice was a little difficult to make out. Between the whistling trees and the fact that Jason was standing over 30 meters away, the quality was terrible. Still, both Nisha and Percy had advanced before, their hearing significantly better than Ared's. Boss, I've caught up to the culprits. They haven't made any attempt to resist so far. Is the alchemist with them? What of Archibald? The old man played dumb. I have no idea if he was actually involved with them. As to your first question, no. It's just Nisha and Percy here. Percy claims he's the mastermind behind the elixirs. A loud, sardonic laugh rang through the device. Please tell me you haven't bought that nonsense. Naturally not. But they said they're willing to come peacefully, as long as they can get some assurances from you. I figured I'd let you make the decision. They can hear you. The voice on the other end of the device sighed heavily. Very well. Percy, was it? Have you any idea of the kind of mess you and your companions have created? How about you stop playing games with the fate of our world and just spill the beans already? With all due respect, sir, the Aurora Dew is a recipe of my own creation. If you or anybody else wants it, you should ask for it nicely. What gives you the right to make demands, threats, or snarky comments? Jason swallowed hard enough for Percy to hear. You insolent piece of shit! The man's voice boomed through the artifact, causing the inscriptions to flicker violently. Your grandfather wouldn't dare speak to me this way, let alone a trashy redborn, still wet behind the ears. Yeah, well, my grandfather doesn't have the recipe you want. I do.
I'm sure you can have your boy kill us, cripple us, or whatever else. But trust me, the easiest way for you to get what you want is to play nicely. Or would you risk me dying and taking the recipe down with me?
Percy could practically hear the gears grinding in the man's brain. Can you even prove your ridiculous claim? You can't seriously expect me to believe that crap, just based on your word alone. Percy shrugged. The primary ingredient for the Aurora Dew are the regular elixirs. The next step is to add a mystery ingredient that massively accelerates a core's recovery. That's what allows the Aurora Dew to be consumed 3 times as often. Finally, rainbow grass is the only secondary ingredient I found that is suitable to deattune the Aurora Dew a second time.
It has to be mixed at a much higher temperature, too. I'm guessing your alchemists have already figured much of that out by themselves. I'm also willing to bet you're still missing the most important ingredient.
Am I wrong? The man remained silent for a minute or two, seemingly digesting the information. At some point, Jason felt the need to interject. Boss, I forgot to mention that they also have some Aurora Dew on them. I still find all this a little far-fetched, but these are the facts. Well? Percy asked, pressing the man for an answer. I admit that you've crafted quite the story there. Still, you don't need to be an alchemist to know all that. The real culprit could have told you, and given you a few doses to turn you into a scapegoat. Frankly, I've no idea why you'd sacrifice your own future for somebody else, but I've seen people do dumber things before. Percy failed to suppress a chuckle. So what? Even if that was true, I could still tell you what the last ingredient is. And even if I don't know it, I'm still your best hope of catching this imaginary alchemist. Either way, it's in your best interest that we come willingly. Or are you so petty that you'd sabotage your entire mission just to hurt us? The man ground his teeth loudly enough for the crackling to be audible through the device. Very well. What assurances do you want from me, exactly? Chapter 107. Diplomacy 2. To start with, I need your word that nobody will harm me or Nisha. That's not really up to me, is it? The man asked back. I can promise you the divine root won't mistreat you as long as you cooperate. But I can't speak for the divine order. The gods do as they please, and you've kept them waiting for way too long. Truth be told, Percy had expected a response along those lines. Still, that didn't mean he would accept it. Not good enough. If you can't even guarantee our safety, why the hell would we risk our lives to come quietly? Relay the request to the ones above if you need to, and get back to us. We'll wait. Jason's superior didn't reply immediately, seemingly considering it. He sighed after a while. My name is Deimos. Hermes is actually my father. It's going to be a tough ask on my part, but I think I can get him to agree to your terms, with some pleading. Deimos sounded sincere, that Percy didn't miss Nisha's core flaring slightly, specifically upon hearing the second half of the man's statement. This was the signal they'd agreed upon. He's lying. Not necessarily about being Hermes' son. That part seemed truthful. Rather, it was his ability to plead for leniency on their behalf that appeared somewhat dubious. But why would Deimos do something this dumb? Surely he knew about Nisha's bloodline by now. Is he gambling on it not working properly through the device? Well, does that suffice? Deimos asked again, oblivious to the fact that they were already on to him. Honestly, I thought you'd want me to go easy on your family, too. Do you not care about them? Fuck them, Percy spat without a moment's hesitation. Why do you think I was forced to leave for the guild in the first place? If it hadn't been for those stingy assholes, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Ha 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 ha! Ruthless! I'm starting to like you, kid. Perhaps we got off on the wrong foot. If your and Nisha's safety is all you want, I suppose we can let bygones be bygone. No, Percy said, interrupting Deimos. I never said this was everything. 50 doses of elixir every single day, for the rest of my life. Promise me that, and I'll follow Jason back to the guild right this instant. Jason drew a sharp breath upon hearing the brash demand, his flickering soul betraying his inner turmoil. Deimos fell silent too, seemingly taken aback by the outlandish request. Not for very long, though. Have you lost your damn mind? The man erupted again. Not really. Percy shrugged, unfazed by their reactions. You know damn well we were able to earn way more than that on our own, for months on end. With virtually no backing, and while having to keep our heads low, no less. The recipe is easily worth thousands of times as much, if not millions. Don't tell me the Divine Order can't afford it. Whether they can afford it is beside the point. These are holy existences we're talking about. The ones who keep our world safe. On principle, we can't just have any random mortal extorting us, let alone a Redborn runt. What kind of precedent would this set? How about a precedent that you are generous enough to properly encourage and reward magical breakthroughs? That you respect those capable and creative enough to revolutionize magic as we know it? Percy insisted. If you can't even see that, you're just a bunch of short-sighted fools.
Kid, save your breath. Deimos sighed again. I'm not the one you need to convince. Terms like these would have been difficult to accept even if you'd negotiated with us properly 2 years ago, let alone after we've backed you to a corner. I'm aware. Why do you think I chose to run away in the first place? But these are my terms. Take it or leave it. Seeing the negotiations rapidly going south, Percy started taking one deep breath after another, preemptively filling his channels with mana. Their adversaries didn't pick up on that, however, as Deimos offered a compromise a few seconds later. Here's what we can do. I'm willing to give you 1/5 of what you asked, out of my own pocket. I couldn't afford the copper more than that, even if I wanted to. Percy had to suppress a chuckle after seeing Nisha's core flare up more times than there were words in Deimos's statement. Outwardly, Percy showed no sign of seeing through the facade, however. Instead, he kept his thoughts to himself, to fool his enemies into believing he was seriously considering their counteroffer. At the same time, he continued building his reserves up, feeling his boosting art take effect. Deimos might be under the impression that he was deceiving Percy, but the opposite was equally true. After all, Percy had never really expected them to agree to his demands, nor had he any intention of letting Jason go. Not after guessing the snake was the one responsible for locating them. But, while Deimos's goal had been to trick them into surrendering peacefully, Percy was aiming for something entirely different. I just hope this was enough. Contrary to what he'd told Deimos, he did care about his family. Very much so, in fact. But he couldn't let them know that, to spare his relatives from their wrath. And then there was Orin. Percy had to convince Deimos that he was solely responsible for the Aurora Dew, to give his mentor some plausible deniability. Of course, he didn't really know what had happened to the old alchemist, but he assumed the man was still alive and well. If not, the divine root would have already learned the recipe, and none of Percy's demands would have held any weight. That said, things would change now that they'd discovered the extent of Percy's involvement. It wasn't a huge secret that Orin had mentored him. I see how it is, Deimos said, clearly picking up on something, after Percy remained silent for too long. Jason, break all their limbs and drag them both to the guild. Just make sure to keep them alive. Roger that, Jason replied, a little too eagerly, though his boss hadn't even waited for that, half the runes on the artifact already dim. Go, Percy whispered, triggering the plan he'd discussed with Nisha beforehand. Be careful, she replied, bolting off without delay. Percy didn't spare her another glance, turning his attention to Jason as the glowing lines lit up on his body, one after another. His muscles tensed, too, his skin reddening as synchronization fully activated. But he didn't stop there, grabbing the flask strung by his waist and cleaving its lid off with a hastily crafted construct. Without a moment's hesitation, he gulped its contents down with one swift motion, not having the luxury to complain about the potion's peculiar flavor stinging his tongue and throat as it went down. Truth be told, Percy hadn't thought he'd have to resort to his latest creation mere days after brewing it. Still, he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. As risky as it was, he knew his companions would only slow him down right now, and there was no other way to hold his own against the likes of Jason without his armor. Please work, he pleaded, as a rush of burning mana spread out of his stomach, swiftly enveloping his flesh. Within seconds, his blood began to boil as his veins bulged and squirmed along his skin, painting a stark contrast against the glowing lines brought about by his boosting art. His muscles swelled even more than before, beads of blood inevitably oozing out of his body as his skin tore in several spots from being stretched beyond its limits. The blood didn't trickle down either. Instead, it bubbled and frothed along the wounds, traces of crimson joining the teal fog leaking out of his pores. Percy winced, feeling his body tearing itself apart from within, but he couldn't afford to dwell on the pain. He pulled his blindfold off just in time to see Jason sprinting towards him. A lot of that weird mana was gushing out of the man's sternum, as he was already preparing his own magic. Percy's heart skipped a beat at the sight, though that might have had more to do with his racing pulse than fear. At least the bastard is ignoring Nisha for now. He couldn't help but grin. This was another key goal during their previous negotiations, to make himself important enough so that his enemies would focus on him first. Not that it would matter much if he ended up dying. With a subtle wave, he called upon the invisible pair of scythes propped up against a nearby tree, drawing them to his hands. Percy was perfectly aware that he'd be at a severe disadvantage as soon as the potion expired. If losing its help wasn't enough to do him in, its severe side effects might. And his already short window to act would continue to shrink with every passing second. 15 minutes tops. I have to make sure he's dead by then. Chapter 108. Troll's Fury Potion. 3 orbs of mana rapidly flew towards Percy, each a separate color. Do they all do different things, or is that just how this weird mana type looks? He hadn't the slightest idea what would happen if he got hit, but it didn't really matter. Whatever it was, he couldn't afford to let a green's spell touch him. Certainly not without his armor. Somehow he'd have to dodge every single attack. Leaping out of the way, he evaded each of the bolts in succession. The red and blue ones were the easiest, being a little farther away, though he did nearly get glanced by the yellow one. If it hadn't been for the potion drawing even more strength out of his body, the battle would have ended already, though such power wasn't without its cost. Steadying his footing, Percy ignored his aching muscles. He did the same with his heart thrumming against his chest and the violent storm rolling within every vein. Even the tiniest movement placed a huge strain on him, but he couldn't help it. He needed to use every advantage he could leverage to stand a chance. His eyes fell back on Jason, who was already about to launch his next attack, when a series of cracking sounds came from behind him. It sounded as if somebody was digging at a dried patch of dirt with an oversized shovel. Unable to turn around, he observed the situation with his mana sense instead. 3 blobs of green mana were attached to the ground, swiftly pulling it towards him and trying to rip it from the earth. What the hell is this? Percy didn't get the chance to dwell on it for long, however, as Jason sent a few more bolts after him, forcing him to sidestep again. The same scenario repeated itself, to his increasing fascination. Wherever the mana landed, it stuck to the ground, slowly pulling it up. Suddenly, Jason grinned, his cold smile sending a chill down Percy's spine. At the same time, his core flared up, a large amount of mana disappearing from within. Percy raised an eyebrow, unable to guess what his opponent was up to. While his greater foresight still warned him of the mana's trajectory, it remained completely silent about potential effects. Not that strange, considering he had no understanding of this affinity whatsoever. Luckily, or perhaps unluckily, he got his answers soon enough. The chunks of dirt were torn out with even greater force, flying towards Percy like crude earthen missiles. Sidestepping them wasn't that difficult, but that was just the start of his troubles. They didn't fly very far before slowing down, eventually coming to a halt in midair a few dozen meters away.
Without warning, they snapped back at him like stretched rubber bands, seemingly determined to hit him. How is he doing this? Percy wondered, as Jason resumed sending orbs of mana flying at him, trying to overwhelm him. It was a well-known fact that Greens had greater control over their mana, not to mention a top talent like Jason. Still, the way he seemed to individually command so many disjointed objects simultaneously was quite bizarre, to say the least. Unless he isn't. Are they chasing me on their own? Struggling to avoid over a dozen objects shooting at him from every direction, Percy decided to go on the defensive until he knew what he was dealing with.
Taking some much-needed distance from Jason, he zigged and zagged through the trees, using them as cover while trying to figure out what his opponent was doing. The patches of dirt continued to hurtle at him, though plenty of them crashed against the trees, exploding into dust clouds. Still, that didn't seem to deter them in the slightest, as the loose pebbles resumed their flight towards him the very next second, stubbornly homing in on him. Yeah, no way he's controlling over 100 objects separately. He's definitely enchanted them to do this by themselves. The only question is, how? Either way, a pebble or two wouldn't do too much damage if they hit him, but they would still distract him enough to possibly spell his doom. Percy had no choice but to keep running through the woods, all the while trying to decipher the inner workings of Jason's strange affinity. After a few dozen meters, Percy noticed something rather peculiar. Glancing behind him, he found a series of small craters, lining up into a trail. And, thinking back, this was exactly the path he'd taken over the last couple of minutes. He seems to go out of his way to only target the spots I've stepped on. Is that a requirement for them to chase me? An idea flashed through his mind. Pretending he was about to land in a certain location, Percy tried to bait Jason into launching another projectile towards him. It worked like a charm, too. Twisting his body mid-air, Percy avoided the bolt while ensuring he never set foot on that spot. Watching the orange bolt sink into the ground, Percy's lips curled upwards after witnessing it remain still several seconds later. Apparently, Jason's spell worked by tapping into some invisible connection between himself and objects he'd previously touched, sending them after him. This must be related to the way he tracked us down, he thought, though his smile soon turned into a grimace.
This doesn't really help me, does it? I can't just stop touching things.
The more projectiles Jason shot at him, the more Percy was forced to dodge. That, in turn, meant he'd step on more ground, giving Jason even more ammunition. A vicious cycle. Especially considering the fact that the man appeared to conserve his mana quite well. He was never going to run out at this rate, and Percy couldn't possibly escape either. Not to mention... Shit, I can't afford to waste any more time. The potion won't last much longer. Percy's greatest problem was that he still didn't completely understand Jason's affinity. Approaching him before his eyes fully adapted to the Green's attacks would be suicidal. Yet delaying wasn't an option either. Making his mind up, Percy pushed even more mana into his channels, taking advantage of the potion's remaining effect to overload synchronization further. A reckless move, seeing how much trouble he was already having in keeping his body together.
Ugh!
Percy let out a pained groan, his knee nearly buckling as he dodged another bolt at an awkward angle. But he didn't pay it any heed, focusing on flooding his body with even more raw power. His muscles pressed his organs inwards as his joints threatened to come apart every time they bent or stretched. The cuts along his skin widened too, rivers of blood soaking his clothes. The life mana desperately tried to close them, of course, but it couldn't possibly keep up with the damage. Knowing he'd only run out of time even faster this way, Percy gritted his teeth, rushing back towards his opponent. More projectiles flew at him, some magical,
some mundane. He dodged whatever he could, while batting the rest into dust with his scythe's shaft. Picking up speed, he thundered towards his prey with determination, his eyes locked onto Jason's. The green mage raised an eyebrow at that, though he didn't appear particularly worried.
Drawing more mana from his core, he turned his own assault up to 11, trying to stop Percy in his tracks by launching even more colorful bolts, one after the other. The objects he'd previously enchanted seemed to grow quicker, too. Sending them after me costs mana. Percy already knew that, but that wasn't everything. He can speed them up, but that consumes even more. Parrying the pebbles got harder and harder as the number of objects pelting him increased. At some point, Percy had to start ignoring the smaller ones, enduring the pain as many of them pierced into his skin and drew even more blood. Another realization soon hit him, however. There were fewer of them than there should be. By now, Jason had unleashed hundreds of projectiles at him, each having collided against various obstacles several times already. Had they all kept chasing him, he would have long since drowned beneath an avalanche of dirt and rock. Smashing another stone into fragments, Percy paid closer attention to them, as well as his opponent's core. Jason's expenditure instantly flared up, the green glow swiftly dimming from many of the smaller shards. The more objects he controls, the faster they sap his mana. As obscure as Jason's affinity was, it clearly operated within strict rules and under certain limits. The man couldn't keep all the objects enchanted indefinitely, or his core would be dried out in seconds. He had to constantly decide which of the objects would help him the most, letting go of the least useful ones. Suddenly, a narrow shard, sharp as a knife, pierced through Percy's eye. Yet it did no damage. It wasn't a real stone, just a projection, brought about by his greater foresight. At last, his spell had begun to affect the mundane projectiles too, sending his understanding of the affinity climbing to a new level. Resuming his advance, Percy allowed shadows of the grim dance to mix with the rest, estimating the results of his own movements. Settling into the familiar movements allowed him to gauge which attacks he should evade and which he was better off parrying. His scythes spun soundlessly through the air, materializing only when they were about to land on a piece of stone, shattering it into sand. His steps grew more elegant as he strode forward, pivoting, hopping, and weaving with greater confidence than ever before. Jason frowned upon seeing him close the distance between them, though he didn't seem particularly worried just yet. "Let's see how much longer you can keep your composure." Percy smiled coldly, hurling the first of his scythes at his opponent with next to no warning. He kept the second to defend himself, but that didn't mean it was all he had to attack with. By now, he'd accumulated a ton of fused mana, a thick shroud of teal with hints of crimson enveloping his body. Grabbing a chunk of it with his free hand, he flicked it at his opponent, sending a rain of throwing stars right behind the soul harvester. Jason's lips curled upwards, however, as he stood in the same spot, showing no intention of moving an inch. Up until the very moment, the projectiles were right upon him. Chapter 109. Shroud. With a wave of his hand, Jason released a colossal amount of mana in front of him, covering all of Percy's projectiles like a blanket. At first, both the scythe and the throwing stars continued to stab at him, though they slowed down rapidly. Mere inches before tearing into his pupil, the soul harvester came to a complete halt, the rest of the constructs following suit. The hell? The weirdest thing was that Percy's mana had been in its incorporeal state the whole time. Whatever Jason's affinity was, it could interact with soul mana directly. Such traits were, admittedly, not something Percy encountered very often. The last time had been nearly 2 years ago, against House Tantalus's time mage. Oblivious to his thoughts, Jason poured more mana into Percy's spells. It wasn't long before he overcame the willpower embedded within them, pushing them back. Slowly, at first, they traveled in reverse,
steadily picking up speed as they flew back towards Percy. He tried to dodge, of course, but his opponent showed no intention of making things easy for him. Jason sent the enchanted objects after Percy, surrounding him from every direction and cutting off his escape routes. Shit, I can't block everything! Out of options, Percy used his one remaining scythe to crush as many chunks of dirt as he could, gritting his teeth as he let the smaller ones hit him. At the same time, he willed his own constructs to shatter moments before they stabbed into his soul. The throwing stars turned into wisps of smoke, joining the rest of the fused mana around his body.
Jason let go of them, too, probably minding his expenditure.
The good news was that Percy could now recycle the mana into a new round of projectiles. Sadly, the same couldn't be said about his scythe. With a heavy heart, he destroyed the corrupted soul harvester, his expression souring as a wave of teal powder showered him. Regardless, it was preferable to having his soul cleaved in half, and by his own spell, no less. Now I'm one weapon down, and I can't even hit him. Whatever I throw at him, he'll just send it back. Jason wouldn't wait for him to figure things out, however. Pressing upon his advantage, he resumed his onslaught, sending a fresh barrage of colorful bolts. Percy's joints protested as he strove to dodge them all. Unlike the enchanted objects, Percy couldn't let the foreign mana touch his weapon, or he'd lose it too. And things continued going downhill from there, as the bolts landed on the ground, bringing more patches of dirt to life and sending them after him.
At some point, Percy dodged a large chunk of rock, mostly by accident, his knees buckling as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His channels also felt more saturated than before, even though the same amount of mana was coursing through them. Evidently, neither his body nor the potion's effect were going to last much longer. I need to do something, and I need to do it fast. It was easier said than done, however. Jason was different from the other greens he'd faced in the past. Not much stronger, necessarily, but certainly calmer, colder, more calculating. His moves weren't as flashy as the others, but his entire fighting style was surgically designed for him to maintain the upper hand. The way he chose which objects to enchant or release ensured his mana expenditure was minimal. His ability to deflect attacks thrown at him was arguably the perfect defense. His homing attacks weren't as damaging, but they were troublesome to handle. And to top it all off, it was impossible to escape from him. The ultimate tracker. His entire kit seemed to revolve around slowly and safely wearing his opponents down. Thinking back, Percy had only achieved a single minor victory against Jason since the start of the battle. Specifically, when he managed to retrieve the fused mana that Jason had redirected towards him. Jason had probably consumed more mana to commandeer each of Percy's constructs than Percy himself had spent creating them. Can I scale that interaction up? He wondered, raising an eyebrow at the thought. Capitalizing on his singular advantage was common sense, but there were several problems with that idea. To start, his mantle of deceit had never really been much of a finisher, not since he had begun fighting greens. Whether in their corporeal or ethereal state, the small constructs wouldn't do much damage against a strong opponent. This was one of the main reasons why he had developed the Soul Harvester to begin with. Then again, he'd never had access to nearly as much fused mana as he did right now. As a positive side effect of the potion and his supercharged boosting art combining, Percy had a ridiculous amount of teal smoke surrounding his body. Maybe it can work. I just need to figure out how to make the most of it. A few more colorful bolts flew towards Percy, seemingly about to hit him. Unlike before, however, he wasn't as quick to dodge, opting for a different strategy instead. Grabbing a handful of teal mana, he shaped it into just as many throwing stars as there were bolts.
Calculating his moves, he relied on the projections afforded to him by greater foresight to accurately estimate the trajectory of Jason's attacks before throwing a corresponding projectile at each one. Percy couldn't help but crack a smile upon seeing the colorful mana sink into his constructs.
The projectiles themselves didn't seem to be affected in the slightest, however, flying into the distance. Percy tried to call them back to retrieve his mana, though Jason had clearly learned from his previous mistake. Rather than return towards Percy, the throwing stars flew away even faster, soon falling outside his reach. Okay, so he can tap into a connection both ways, to either repel or attract two objects from one another. Still, this was a positive result, all things considered. Even though he had lost some of his mana, it had probably cost Jason more. It must have, in order to override Percy's control over his own spell. More importantly, Percy had prevented Jason from enchanting more patches of dirt, leaving him with fewer objects to use as ammunition. Grinning, Percy stopped moving around. Using his scythe, he crushed the last chunks of dirt as he continued to intercept all of Jason's spells with his own.
At the same time, he accumulated more mana, preparing his counterattack. Let's see how you deal with this one. Perhaps 1 or 2 throwing stars wouldn't do much against a green. Even a couple dozen might not be enough. But what about 100? With a wave of his hand, Percy unleashed nearly half of his fused mana, sending a dense cloud of projectiles at Jason. Furthermore, he varied their trajectories slightly, making them close in on his opponent from a wide range of angles. Remaining calm, Jason released a huge burst of mana, stopping the throwing stars in their tracks. Percy could tell it had cost his opponent more of his reserves, likely due to their speed. He repelled whatever he could into the distance, though he was still forced to send a few back at Percy, allowing him to recover a fraction of his mana.
Percy wasn't deterred, continuing to push his body to its limits, while pumping out as much mana as he could, and trying to recover any dregs he could pull from his surroundings. By the time the throwing stars returned, he was ready to launch a second barrage, and then a third after a similar situation played out. The only thing different from one wave to the next was the number of projectiles, as well as their size and spread. Carefully scanning both Jason's mana reserves and his reactions, Percy fine-tuned his attacks to maximize his opponent's consumption while minimizing his own. He was already gaining ground with each exchange, but a green's reserves weren't a joke, and time wasn't on his side. Come on, just run out already. The pressure in the air was palpable as Percy pushed himself beyond his limits, rapidly improving with each barrage. Never before had he held so much mana to play around with. And as his projectiles grew sharper, their formations more elaborate, their trajectories more insidious, his status finally chipped in. Congratulations! Your spell has evolved. Mantle of Deceit, refined to Shroud of Deceit, refined. Oblivious to Percy's notification, Jason watched the latest wave of throwing stars close in. He didn't seem to be in a rush to stop the attack, probably realizing he couldn't sustain the expenditure for much longer. Yet, just when Percy thought he was finally going to land a hit, Jason smirked, yet another chunk of mana vanishing from his core. What is he up to now? With no warning, Jason shot backwards like an arrow at a speed Percy had never seen a human move before. A few meters later, Jason took a steep turn, and then another. His movements were bizarre, to say the least. Unnatural. But they were effective too, as Jason bolted away uninterrupted, comfortably avoiding all the attacks.
How? The scariest part wasn't Jason's speed alone, but the sheer finesse of his movements. On closer inspection, Percy realized what was happening. Jason hadn't twitched a muscle, his body seemingly dragged along through the air by an invisible rope attached to his back, like a marionette pulled by a string. He's using his affinity on himself. But why didn't he do this earlier?
Jason could have saved a lot of mana by pulling this trick out a minute or two ago. Then again, it wasn't that hard to figure out why he'd chosen not to. Coughing out another mouthful of blood, Percy fell to his palms. A wave of weakness flooded his body as a slap of vertigo rang through his skull. He was just buying time for my potion to run out. Indeed, why would Jason reveal all his trump cards? It would have only given Percy a chance to adjust course or run away. All he had to do was spend a bit more mana to give his quarry some false hope, keeping this charade of a fight going for a while longer.
Grimacing, Percy glared up at his grinning opponent and evaluated his options. Yet, just when he was considering whether to stay or run, something changed. Both combatants jerked their heads in the direction of an unexpected sound, watching somebody emerge from the woods. Perhaps they would have noticed him sooner had they not been as engrossed in the battle, or had the whistling cones not masked the newcomer's steps. "Who the hell are you?" Jason asked. But Percy didn't have to, recognizing him with ease despite his horrific appearance. Rambert. Chapter 110. The Prey and the Predator. "I'm Rambert of House Tantalus," the newcomer replied in a hoarse, raspy voice. Pushing each word out of his lungs sounded like quite the challenge. "Tantalus?" Jason tilted his head. "Ah, your families have been fighting over this province, right? But what the hell happened to you?" "Did you skip your vegetables as a child as a something?" Rambert's expression soured upon hearing the ill-conceived ridicule, though he didn't refute Jason, fully cognizant of his poor state. He was still missing the arm Percy had chopped off during their fight, his entire body pale and shriveled. Countless infected cuts still covered him from head to toe, each one oozing a disturbing brown sludge, a little too viscous and off-colored to be described as blood. If he wasn't moving and talking, one could easily mistake him for a corpse, and not a particularly fresh one at that. "What do you think? This asshole did this to me," he snarled, hatred spilling into his voice as he pointed towards Percy with a shaky finger. "It's been weeks, and I still haven't managed to fix myself." "Right. I suppose that would explain the rather strong karmic thread linking you two." Jason shrugged. "I'd have laughed at you for getting your ass handed to you by an orange, had I not spent the last 15 minutes fighting the little monster." Percy focused on the most interesting part, tuning the rest of their conversation out. "Karmic? Is that what his affinity is?" At the same time, he discreetly grabbed a couple of healing potions from his pocket, silently uncorking them with his thumb. "Honestly, I'd no idea this bastard had pissed the divine root off, too. I suppose you won't let me kill him?" Rambert asked. "Afraid not. My boss wants him alive," Jason replied. "How did you even find us this quickly? Isn't your family based on the other side of the river?" Rambert grimaced, but he wasn't quite ready to give up just yet, apparently. "It is, but we've been infiltrating their territories in search of easy pickings since the start of the war, and the two of you have raised quite a commotion." "At least tell me he won't have a good end." Jason grinned, the savage gleam in his eye lending an unsettling cast to his features. "That much I can guarantee. Deimos has never been a patient man, and this piece of shit has screwed with us for way too long. I'm pretty sure he will take great pleasure in gutting the runt himself." With a sneer, he turned towards Percy, who had remained silent during their brief conversation. "The only thing I'm not sure about is how long it'll take for him to spill all his secrets. He's shown me quite a few interesting tricks tonight." Undeterred by Jason's predatory gaze, Percy swiftly turned around, chugging down the potions as he dashed into the trees. He nearly stumbled, too. Even staying on his wobbling feet was quite the struggle, let alone keeping synchronization active. But he didn't have a choice. If he stayed here, he was done for.
Jason didn't seem surprised, nor was he particularly annoyed by Percy's escape attempt.
He casually strolled behind his prey, launching one karmic bolt after the other, forcing Percy to clumsily dodge each of them by the skin of his teeth. All of Percy's bones screamed in agony every time he rolled on the ground or collided against a tree. Still, he had to pick himself up quickly each time, lest the enchanted projectiles turn him into a pincushion. Through mana sense, Percy saw Rambert trailing laboriously behind them, though he hadn't interfered, seemingly content enjoying the sadistic show for now. The only good news was that the healing potions were doing their job. The first two had already alleviated some of his pain and exhaustion, allowing him to keep moving, and he'd stashed quite a few of them in his pockets before the battle, preparing for the worst-case scenario. By the time he downed the sixth one, he was already doing much better, almost as if he'd never drunk that Troll's Fury potion. Then again, he was at a severe disadvantage without its help. As things stood, dodging Jason's attacks was about the most he could manage. "I've got to hand it to you. You're quite resourceful," Jason said a couple minutes later, pausing his attacks. "I'm starting to believe that you really are an alchemist. A genius one at that. Not to mention your second core, your weird spells, and a sharp mind for battle, too. Out of respect for all that, I'll give you one final chance to come with me willingly." Percy took a few more steps before stopping in response. Turning around, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "How dumb do you think I am? It hasn't even been 5 minutes since you promised Rambert I'll be tortured to death." Jason shrugged. "Oh, don't take me wrong. That's still going to happen. There's no avoiding that. But it doesn't have to start tonight. You can at least walk back to the guild on your own 2 feet. It sure beats having to carry you." Percy chuckled dryly. "Thanks for the generous offer."
I'm sorry I can't reciprocate.
Suddenly, several black butterflies materialized in random spots around Jason, each of one flying rapidly towards him. Taken by surprise, he unleashed a wide burst of karmic mana, wider than any he'd used against Percy's constructs, to ensure he intercepted all of them. Having already been warned about Jason's affinity, Nisha destroyed her butterflies the moment they got corrupted. She was supposed to change spots too, to make it harder for Jason to track her, though Percy couldn't tell if she'd managed that. Either way, he wouldn't waste the opening she'd created for him. His body didn't produce as much mana without the potion, but Percy had gone out of his way to preserve as much of his shroud as possible. Pulling on a hefty amount of it, he swiftly launched a wave of throwing stars against his opponent. "Tch! Did you honestly believe your girlfriend would be enough to make a difference?" Jason merely used his earlier trick to pull himself away from the attack's path. His features shifted to shock, however, as soon as he noticed the fireballs closing onto him from behind. "The fuck are you doing?" Jason swore, barely managing to avoid the attacks. Sadly for him, he never got a chance to catch his breath. A second round of butterflies quickly materialized around him, followed by another wave of throwing stars. Finally, Rambert pitched in again with more fireballs as the 3 of them used everything they had to box Jason in. Panicking, the karmic mage unleashed a tremendous wave of colorful mana from his body, slowing most of the spells to a halt. But not all of them. Rambert's attacks were clearly harder for Jason to override than Percy's or Nisha's, a green's equal willpower being a lot more potent than a yellow's or an orange's. As a result, the fireballs still trudged through the air towards Jason, pushing against his control. Perhaps he could have won the tug-of-war, but it would have cost him more effort, mana, and time. Either way, the projectiles were already dangerously close to him before he even made his mind up. Rambert detonated them all, Jason barely managing to pull himself away from their blast radius in time to avoid any serious injuries. Still, all these costly moves had already brought his reserves down to about a quarter of his capacity. "Again!"
Percy yelled, putting every last mote of mana into the shroud and sacrificing synchronization to unleash the widest wave of throwing stars he was capable of. The others didn't shy away either, with Nisha manifesting a third round of butterflies and Rambert sending more fireballs at Jason.
Clearly desperate to survive, Jason zigged and zagged through the air, making full use of his rare affinity to dodge the storm of attacks, but draining his core rapidly in the process. By the time all the spells were dealt with, the Soul Harvester was upon him. Percy guessed his opponent didn't have enough juice to stop the construct as he leapt out of the scythe's path using his legs alone. Jason lifted his head up a second too late, costing himself the chance to do anything about the near-skeletal hand closing around his throat before being pressed violently against the ground.
"Why?" Jason gasped as his fellow Green tried to choke him. "I hate him. Probably more than you do, I bet." Rambert spat furiously before sighing. "But I don't have a choice. He's my only chance to survive." Jason's eyes widened at the admission, though he didn't bother replying. Grabbing Rambert's wrist, he tried to push it away. At first, it seemed to work, too.
Jason didn't have much trouble overpowering his peer, given the difference in their physical condition. However, there was one crucial difference between them that brute force alone couldn't bridge so easily. Jason was already out of mana, and Rambert wasn't. Before the latter's hand could move even an inch back, a bright orange flash emerged from the decaying palm. A deafening boom soon followed, drowning the ever-present tunes of the surrounding trees for a few seconds. Yet Percy's eyes had remained locked on Jason throughout the whole exchange. It wasn't until the man's headless corpse became visible through the smoke that he allowed himself to plop down weakly. Chapter 111. Rambert. "For a second there, I wasn't sure you'd help us," Percy said. Rambert shrugged as he walked closer. What choice did I even have? The only reason he was alive was because Percy had turned him into a clone. Of course, Percy had been pretty banged up after their battle, but Mickey had made things easier for him by eating Grian's soul. "I've upheld my end of the bargain, betrayed my house for you, even rushed here to save you from the fucking divine root. It's time to do your part." Percy nodded. Naturally, Rambert wouldn't have helped the man who'd killed him out of kindness. His hastily stitched-up soul wouldn't hold together by itself. Percy had intentionally left the seals incomplete, as a fail-safe in case Rambert decided to betray him. And that wasn't even the biggest issue. Ironically, it was the More's decree that did the most harm, by sucking out any life mana Rambert tried to use to heal his body. This particularly unfortunate consequence was why he was still in such a decrepit state, despite his bloodline. Even after slaughtering every single resident of Bogside Town, it wouldn't have been enough to repair his second core. Not that Percy would have ever allowed him to commit such an atrocity, of course. Currently, there was only one person in the entire province capable of fixing Rambert in time, and he couldn't even hope to set up a meeting with Archibald unless Percy talked to his grandpa first. "I promised you a chance, not a certainty, and things have gotten even more complicated since then. Before we dive into the details, I'll need to confirm a few things with you," Percy replied. Hurrying to his side, Nisha helped him up. She looked a little better than before, the potion clearly having lifted the bulk of her exhaustion. Still, Percy wouldn't have involved her in this fight if he could have helped it. While she'd already proven herself, her mobility and defenses were lacking. Had the fight lasted any longer, or had Percy not already deciphered Jason's abilities, things could have gone badly. He'd truly hoped to take the tracker down by himself. Sadly, things hadn't gone to plan. Rambert nodded morosely. "Just do what you need to. To start, I'll need your word that you'll never tell a soul about my secrets. In fact, you shouldn't even mention me or Nisha again." Rambert grimaced upon hearing the first demand. Percy didn't press him either, waiting for him to come to terms with the condition.
Of course, they both knew that Rambert hated him with a passion. It wasn't as though he'd hidden it, but he'd have to make some concessions if he wanted to walk out of this forest alive. Even giving him this chance was merely out of principle. Now that Percy had gotten everything he needed from Rambert, it would be easier and safer to just dispose of him. Whether Rambert survived would all depend on his answers.
Fine, Rambert spat after a while. I won't pretend to like it, but I've seen enough that I don't ever want to involve myself with you again. Besides, I'm sure the divine root will get to you soon enough.
Percy listened to Rambert's answer while paying close attention to Nisha with his mana sense. Only after failing to get a reaction did he allow himself to relax. Next, swear you'll never lay a finger on any member of House Avalon.
Tch, a bit much, isn't it? Rambert snarled.
Rambert, I'm not playing games with you. Do as I ask, or our deal is off. Percy stared at him coldly. Listen, pal, I've no intention of participating in this war a moment longer, or even staying in this province for that matter. My family is bound to figure out I've robbed them clean if they haven't already. I want nothing more than to get healed and run halfway across Remior. That's not what I asked. Percy didn't relent. But Rambert gritted his teeth. Look, I've got no beef with your house. If I'm willing to put down my feud with you, then why would I give a shit about anyone else?
But those are hundreds of people we're talking about, all of whom hate me. I'm going to defend myself if anybody attacks me.
Nisha's core remained still once more, confirming Rambert's sincerity. Of course, it wasn't exactly the answer Percy was looking for, but it was fair. Good enough. Last question. How many innocent people have you fed to your bloodline? This time, Percy didn't even need to wait for Nisha to know he'd struck a nerve. At least, he hadn't missed the shiver jolting through the man's soul. I've had to do it a few times that I'm not proud of, Rambert replied, looking away in what appeared to be genuine shame. Still, Percy hadn't missed Nisha's core flaring up the moment the word few popped up. Under 30? Yes, a lie. Any children among them? No. Another lie. The poor guy had no idea they had a truth-seeker scrutinizing his every word. By now, Percy had already made his mind up, though he still wanted to know one more thing.
Why did you do it? You don't know what Drain is like, okay? It's nothing like your bloodline, giving you everything you could have ever hoped for. For me, it's just a curse. It keeps eroding my sanity and my self-control until I give in. Percy nodded. He knew it wasn't entirely their fault, though none of the members of House Tantalus that he'd met had shown much guilt or remorse. And they could have reserved their horrific impulses for animals or demi-humans, or bandits at the very least. I can't really say I understand, but that's beside the point. I'm sure you'd do it again, sooner or later, and your next victim would be on me. Sorry. You bastard! We had a deal! Rambert yelled, his core lighting up in fury as he leapt towards Percy, his hand igniting. Sadly for him, he didn't even reach his target before his eyes glazed over. By the time the corpse landed on the ground, Percy's wisp had returned to him, conveniently flooding his mind with an influx of memories. Of course, his clone had kept him relatively informed during the past month, though some details were easier to comprehend this way. "Mickey, 2 green cores for you," Percy yelled. With a cheery caw, the crow waddled over eagerly, having remained by Nisha's side throughout the fight. He hadn't been in a condition to intervene, though his involvement couldn't be understated. After all, it was through him that Percy had managed to coordinate with Nisha. In any case, the familiar started with Jason's body, apparently finding it a great deal more appetizing. Percy ignored him, searching Rambert's corpse as his friend snacked.
It didn't take him long to find the 5 spatial amulets the dead mage had stolen from his family's vault, stuffing them to capacity with priceless elixirs. "Wow! How many are in there?" Nisha asked, eyes wide. "According to our estimates, around 175,000 doses."
"Their entire stash for the next 3 years," Percy replied, checking the storage devices one after the other. "That much?" Nisha was taken aback. Percy shrugged, though he couldn't suppress his victorious laugh. "It's a little more than the standard, but they've also lost a lot of people during the war. It must have massively cut their consumption down." Each of the amulets was no larger than his own, containing about 1 cubic meter of space, which was plenty to accommodate tens of thousands of the pinky-sized vials, though Rambert had still been forced to pack them quite tightly to make all of them fit. "Percy, with this much?" Nisha sputtered, apparently having done the math in her head. "Indeed, they should last us for well over a decade, enough for all of us to advance. And we can do that even faster once we make it to the Thirsty Valley." Pausing, he scratched his head as a new problem presented itself. "I'm almost out of rainbow grass."
We'll need to get more within the next couple of months.
"It won't be easy. Now that the Divine Root knows it's part of the recipe, they'll have their eyes out for any large movements."
Percy sighed. It was true, though he didn't regret telling Gaimos about it. He still hoped they wouldn't give Oren much trouble. Besides, they'd probably figured that part out already. At any rate, it did mean they'd have to be more careful when procuring it. That, or Percy would have to find a different detunement ingredient to replace it, neither of which was going to be easy.
"At least Jason is dead. Hopefully they don't have any other karmic users."
Neither he nor Nisha said anything else. Instead, they took a seat by the base of a nearby tree, watching Mickey as he disposed of the bodies. It was a rather disturbing scene, as always, but Percy was happy to see his familiar a lot more energetic than he'd been in weeks. As good as regulation was, it couldn't entirely replace a proper meal.
"It'll make our journey easier, at least." He smiled, relaxing for the first time since their flight. He looked down in his hand, fiddling with a small box he'd also looted from Rambert, an unexpected treasure. Percy hadn't known he'd get this particular prize when he created the clone, though he'd obviously been informed about it over the past few weeks.
"What's that?"
Nisha asked, apparently only now noticing it. Percy's lips couldn't help but part in response, revealing a bright, toothy grin. Opening the latch on the box, he lifted its lid as both of their eyes landed on the aquamarine-hued object shimmering within. It looked a little like a petal, though it was rather oblong. Furthermore, an oval hole had formed in its middle, the rest of its surface looping around the opening. In fact, the aquamarine glow seemed to travel in wave-like patterns around the petal, almost giving it the appearance of a river.
"Is that what I think it is?"
Nisha asked, putting 2 and 2 together.
Yep.
Chapter 112. Lotusova, Myriad Rivers.
The lotus petal. A priceless treasure Percy had wanted since before he'd even learned of its existence. The only object he'd ever heard of that was capable of changing one's affinity. And he'd gone through so much trouble to earn a petal from his family by honest means, only for the opportunity to be ripped out of his hands at the very last moment. It's lucky I had a backup plan. Of course, this so-called backup plan had only really become available over the past month. Before turning Rambert into a clone, Percy hadn't known the man was due a petal from his family, nor had he expected to need flaming help to take down Jason for that matter. These had all been the luckiest of coincidences. The only thing he'd wanted at the time had been for Rambert to loot his family's warehouse to replenish their dwindling stash of elixirs. It was the entire purpose for which he'd even settled in Bogside Town in the first place.
Suffice to say, getting this far had taken Percy a little longer than expected. since he'd wanted to wait for a green host to maximize his odds. Sure, he could have made the attempt with Bruce, but he'd needed the man's soul for a different project at the time. And the enemy house had really taken their sweet time in sending the next batch of greens after them since. "So, what are you going to do with it?" Nisha suddenly asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. A good question. Had Percy obtained a petal a couple years ago, he would have consumed it without a moment's hesitation. Even common elements were generally regarded as superior to the pure affinity, and Percy honestly needed any boost he could get. Then again, he hadn't stopped finding new uses for his second core since he'd gotten it, his pure affinity now being as integral to his arsenal as his soul affinity. Losing crystallization would be inconvenient. Same with synchronization.
But those aren't deal-breakers by themselves, he mused, getting a nod back. In theory, he didn't need to personally produce the crystals for the Aurora Dew. Pure affinity users were all over the place, so it wouldn't be that difficult to outsource the job. Sure, he'd have to look for somebody trustworthy, and to spend some time training them in the spell, but it would be dumber to ruin his future prospects just because of some minor inconvenience. As for synchronization, he would be able to use it again as soon as he opened up his new channels. Elaine had already proven the water affinity was compatible with the boosting art. Sure, it would leave him weaker for a few months, but that was ultimately a small price to pay. But I'm not that keen on losing the phantom scale raiment, the soul harvester, or the mana threads I've been working towards, he added after a minute. Percy had really struck gold with his affinity fusion, or at least the uses he'd found for it.
And not because of the pure affinity itself, but rather all the external influences he'd been able to weave into his kit, namely, the Vault's rune crafting and his spectral trait. There was a good chance he'd be able to fuse his soul mana with water too, but there was no way to tell if it would synergize as well with his other assets. The truth was, Percy had already made his mind up for months. He wasn't the one who would be eating it. "Mickey, come over here. I've got something for you." The familiar was just about done devouring the corpses, the potent green mana within their cores having done wonders for his situation. Hearing Percy's call, he hopped over, clearly curious to see what this was all about. "Eat this. Direct the mana it releases towards your second core," Percy said, offering him the glowing petal. "Are you sure this is a good idea? Won't Mickey lose access to his spells, same as you?" Nisha asked. Percy shook his head. "It's not the same." It was a well-known fact that composite affinity users could still access their component elements with some effort. After all, the two mana types would continue to coexist within Mickey's core, as neither would be able to override the other, unlike what would have happened to Percy. In fact, Percy knew a little more about the issue than most, as the Moirai's books had actually mentioned it. Apparently, the process of breaking a composite affinity into its components was known as affinity fission. As the name implied, it was the polar opposite of affinity fusion, and it took about the same amount of effort. With some practice, Mickey will be able to use his air magic again, not to mention all the new doors it will open for him. In his case, there's no dilemma whatsoever. This is a net upgrade. Nisha offered no further protests, seeming convinced enough to accept it. The two watched curiously as the oversized crow gulped the glowing petal down. Mickey immediately sent Percy his thoughts and feelings through the cord, to let his partner oversee the process. The first thing Percy sensed was the refreshing feeling trickling down the bird's throat. It was as if Mickey had just drunk a mouthful of the freshest, coolest water. The moment it splashed within the crow's stomach, the petal dissolved almost immediately, as if it had never been solid to begin with. Following his earlier instructions, Mickey used his air mana as a carrier, guiding the dissolved petal into his abdomen in a process reminiscent of core purification. It was only once the petal arrived at its destination that it stopped behaving like an elixir entirely. Instead,
doing something completely different. Latching onto the core's walls, the substance began to seep through them, infecting the entire organ inside out. It wasn't like a physical substance either. It felt almost like Mickey's core had been invaded by a brand new idea.
Are core affinities ultimately just concepts?
Percy couldn't help but wonder. While mortals like him often viewed magic in terms of elements and abilities, gods probably experienced the same things from a different perspective. From what little he knew about them, the lofty deities standing at the pinnacle of magic didn't differentiate themselves based on grades or the colors of their cores, but the sheer number of concepts they had mastered. The blessings some mortals were lucky to inherit from their divine parents were nothing more than concepts themselves. Oblivious to Percy's thoughts, the two concepts continued to fight for control over Mickey's core. His air affinity embodied excitement and freedom. It playfully jumped around the core, not particularly welcoming to its guest. Meanwhile, the water affinity moved more calmly, trying to chill the organ down, to bring it more in line with its preferences.
The air affinity seemed to dominate at first, perhaps due to having the home advantage. Things appeared to turn around, however, once the rest of the dissolved petal was brought to the crow's abdomen. The water affinity soon gained ground, only stopping once the two forces were evenly matched.
Now what's going to happen?
Percy's heart skipped a beat at the sight. Logically, he knew this was how things were supposed to go, though he couldn't help but worry as he observed the two parties warring within his familiar's body. If they continued at this rate, they'd rip the crow to shreds. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Unable to gain an advantage, the two affinities seemed to accept their fate a few minutes later, settling into an elemental truce. It appeared they would be sharing the core after all.
No wonder the lotus is only compatible with other elemental affinities.
Had Mickey been endowed with a rare affinity instead, Percy wasn't sure the two concepts would have reached an equilibrium as easily. And he didn't want to even imagine what would have happened had Mickey already possessed a composite affinity. Throwing a third element into the mix could have easily been catastrophic. "How are you feeling?" Nisha asked, apparently realizing the process had already come to an amicable conclusion. "Like crap," Mickey spat. "My second core feels different. I can't even pull any mana from it." "Don't worry about it," Percy said. "This is supposed to happen. You won't be able to access it unless you open your new channels. Well, you can still pull the air mana through the old channels, but you'll need to separate it from the rest first." "Wait, what? How am I going to use regulation then?" Mickey panicked. "Just use hibernation for now to reduce your expenditure. I'll feed you some of my fused mana until then." Mickey clearly wasn't very keen to lose access to his latest spell, though it couldn't be helped. This was ultimately a good thing. Even if they ignored the new affinity itself, circulation would grow a great deal stronger once the crow mastered the new patterns. After all, his second core would be connected to a whopping 3 sets of mana channels, enabling him to store a lot more mana inside his body. In any case, Percy and Nisha had a fair bit of cleaning up to do before they left the area. But he couldn't help opening his status first, curious to see all the changes to both his and Mickey's pages. Percival Avalon. Monocores. Monocore 1. Orange. Soul. Monocore 2. Orange. Pure. Bloodline. Clone. Create a copy of yourself. Effect varies by affinity. Mutations. Sorcerer's Eye. Draws from the cumulative knowledge listed in the status to enhance one's vision, allowing them to discern details previously unseen. Spectral trait. Boosts one's proclivity in manipulating one-dimensional structures. Spells. Secret art, familiar, crude. Spectral art, soul-stitching, refined. Wild art, greater foresight, refined. Wild art, grim dance, refined. Phantom scale raiment,
refined. Soul conversion, refined. Soul harvester, refined. Reinforcement, refined. Synchronization, refined. Shroud of deceit, refined. Alchemical principles. Extraction, separate and condense an ingredient's essence. Pacification, delay an ingredient's activation rate. Redirection, adjust an ingredient's effect. De-attunement, prevent multiple conflicting ingredients from reacting with one another. Bonding, enrich an ingredient with crystallized pure mana. Decrees, Phoebe's decree, grants access to your status. Iapetus's decree, grants a bloodline. Moirace's decree, grants a second mana core. Metatron's decree, open a one-way portal to the vault of magic at will. E's decree, modified, augments and enhances your status, grants the sorcerer's eye. Mictlan Tekutli, Percival's familiar. Mana cores. Mana core 1, yellow, beast. Mana core 2, orange, ice. Mutations. Soul predator, allows one to more easily interact with the souls of others. Wind dancer, allows one to augment their flight using air mana. Spells. Wild art, regulation, refined. Wild art, rending tornado, refined. Circulation, refined. Decrees. Moirace's decree, grants a second mana core.